sleep as well?
No. 3.
Final. Oh, I know, so you haven't had a round yet this morning.
No.
Over 45s. Let's go over that a little bit. We've got a start list here. We have got the over 35 men right off the bat, followed by the over 45 men, and there is 14 skiers.
Yeah, I think I ran probably about 14 sets last night between 3 and 5 o'clock.
Did you run your opener in every one?
No, every one of them blew it.
Oh dear. Now, one of the things we did forget yesterday, but it was kind of convenient in a way, is that we have got some divisional sponsors for particular events. So we're meant to be calling them by that name, and one of them, or actually two of them now, are for the over 35s. Kind of the rest of them are unders anyway, so let's work out okay. Over 35 Women's was sponsored by the Gold Coast Waterski Club. So we are meant to call it the Gold Coast Waterski Club over 35 Women's title. And for the men's, we've got JSW Power Sports. They are sponsoring our event this morning, our 35s event. That's making me a little loud.
I think this over 35 men's is the blue ribbon, isn't it? Like it's for our weekend anyway.
Have a look at the names.
We got the big boys in here that can ski.
Benjamin McCarthy from New South Wales, Noel Gordon, who is our Mr. Malibu man, so he'll be happy behind that boat for sure. Anthony Spelter from Queensland, Peter Darby from Queensland, Dan McManus from Queensland, John Adams, Victoria, Mark Hooper, New South Wales, Peter Cornell, Queensland, and Chris Coburn from New South Wales as well. So that is a stacked field, big time. Yeah, I think it is. Queenie down on the start dock. Not sure whether we've started streaming yet to all our viewers around the world or not. But if we have, good morning from Port Macquarie, New South Wales, Australia.
Watching a bit of the footage last night, the quality just blows me away. It was, nice and clear, different angles.
Looks like we've got the driver's shot for the slalom this morning, so we can see the intensity on those drivers' faces as they're trying to stay up the middle of the course, with Shore Path guiding them a little bit, or keeping them honest for sure.
And I think with this, hopefully this rain doesn't hang around too long. I am prepared though for a bit of rain, so I've got some goggles if anyone wants to.
I've seen you ski in those. I've seen you ski in those goggles. They're stylish goggles.
I think.
However, practicality is the name of the game if you've got rain when you're skiing.
Yeah, I think at our age it's starting to be harder to see the boys as it is, so anything helps.
Alrighty, we just got Gus from Axial Productions, and that's who's producing this webcast. Actually, that we neglected to say that yesterday. Axial Productions, Queensland, Australia. He is the man behind this webcast now, and he's doing a lovely job. He has let us know that we are live to the world now. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles. And we are in Port Macquarie, which is a little, I wouldn't call it a town. Are we call Port Macquarie a city? Is it a city?
Oh,
what defines a city now?
Regional city.
Regional city?
Is it 10,000?
There's a number, isn't
I
it?
just made that number up.
There's a number attached. Oh, I think it's like 100,000 or 150,000 or something to be called a city. It'd be something like that. But anyway, we're about halfway between the Gold Coast, halfway-ish between the Gold Coast and Sydney in New South Wales, which is on the east coast of Australia. Come and visit us. Stoney Park's been here. He's been here for probably 30 years. I don't know when he got started here. He's got a couple of beautiful man-made water ski lakes here that are set up. Jason Stone, the man behind it, was in the pro ranks, I believe, years ago. I know he was a 38 runner when not many people ran 38. He was a gun skier in his day for sure, and he's been keen to keep going with water skiing. Built a lovely property here in Port Macquarie. I can understand why, because there's some lovely surf beaches and stuff around as well. climate's good. They get a little bit of winter here, but they get plenty of summer as well.
Yeah, conditions have been perfect, especially from the skiing side. The water definitely skis well for those skiers there. Nice and shallow lake, consistent, and the water stays reasonably warm. But here we go, first skier off the dock. This day 2 Australian Nationals.
Man, we're not even mucking around here. Benjamin McCarthy. Didn't hear any chatter on the radio, but we are underway for sure. Over 35 men's event. And it is the JSW Power Sports over 35 men's that is underway.
Just a little bit of light rain, probably a little annoying.
Yeah, just a smidge, but I think that's going to fade away pretty quick.
Well done.
Anyway, got through that opener. Beautiful job. Nice job for Benjamin there.
Yeah, it's always good to see the first skier get the bogey pass, set it up for everybody else.
Boy, we've got a little bit of sun this morning, haven't we? I don't have my sunnies on me, but I'm getting pounded. All right, nice little replay here, action as well. Look how glassy that were. I think there's even a little rainbow in the background there. Looking easy, round 3 ball. Not doing more work than he had to. Easy around 5 as a righty. And home and out the gates. So what's our plans today, Craig? We've got over 35 men's slalom. And then we move into the over 45 men's, 14 skiers in there. I can see your name in there as well.
Yep. We'll get through this one and then we'll disappear.
All right,
go into lockdown mode.
Nice shot of Shane Coulter in the boat there. So you can see him definitely concentrating on what's going on to stay up the middle here. Lorraine Hode, our boat judge from Queensland. Personal favourite of mine.
We're not getting any updates from our judges on radio contact, so we'll just go, sounds like 55.
Oh, he's gone deep at 2 ball. I think he just committed a bit too hard at 2 ball. Heard a little grimace coming out of him there, not happy with that. Know how he feels though. I was in a very similar boat to him yesterday. Let's see what happened here. Looked like he had a pretty good 1 ball. I think he just kind of dropped his shoulder and drove it in a bit too hard there. Yeah, just drove it in, did a bit more than he had to do at 2 ball there. Drove himself into the drink.
Definitely nice and early, backsided too.
Yeah.
Just, it is that game, unfortunately, isn't it? With, you know, we all have the jitters and definitely don't ski like our normal practice sets. If everything tightens up a bit, or a bit of adrenaline pumping through, and think you have to pull a bit harder and a bit longer. You can see next skier ready to load up. Doc's busy there.
Yeah, you can see on the start dock there's everyone's hanging out. Quinny's down managing the dock. Plenty of skiers getting sorted out. We need to get our radio going, don't we, so we know where we're at. I'm going to... Alrighty, next gear on the water, we have got Noel Gordon from Malibu Boats. So he's kind of the man behind the main sponsorship for this whole event. So we're definitely wishing him well out there. Hopefully it goes to plan for him. Know that he loves his skiing. I was talking to him last year, and a little bit of a funny 2 ball. Come on, get it back together, Noel. It's trouble. He's in big trouble, I think. Oh, it's a shame. I was chatting to him last year. It's not the start that he wanted, and I believe he was involved in recreational skiing for a long time, and he might have talked about barefooting. but he wasn't involved in this game as much early on in the piece, and in more recent years he started to get into it. Married to Catherine Humphries, Catherine Gordon now, who was a top line 3 event skier for years, and obviously that's what's given him the ticket to get into this game now. It's a shame. That was a shame for him. But that's the way it goes. I've had plenty of nationals where I've had issues with the opener.
Right, we've got some judges' input now, so we have to keep you a little more updated.
Nice. I'm going to try and... I've got the laptop out here today, but it's hard to see the screen with it so bright. I would like to I'd like to talk to people from around the world. That's right. That's what I want to do.
Switched on. Get on YouTube.
Get on YouTube and talk to me. It says there's 15 people watching now, and there's a thing that says live chat. Oh, it says open panel. If I could get my mouse to go down to open that live chat panel.
Hopefully they're saying just be quiet, commentators. Righto, next skier just about to leave the dock. I can find my glasses. Who we got there, Coops?
Anthony Spelter. Anthony Spelter from Queensland. A local lad from up north.
Yes, one of our skiers. He definitely does some driving. Central Queensland. Heads up to Townsville, up to Cairns, to Babinda with the family. It's really good too. They've added... We were talking about memberships last night, and the Spelter family added like 6 to us straight away, so it was perfect. So Anthony has been skiing well. Looking at first pass, beautiful ski, nice. That was a lovely pass. So hopefully Anthony sort of been running into 13, so I'm pretty sure that's where he'd like to be this morning. And then they're hanging around for the rest of the week because the girls are so that was a start of 55.16. Anthony coming back on the 14 metre line. Right, just got a bit of a shout out from one of our fanboys out on internet land, Randall Rogers. Probably a bit devastated that he's not here this weekend, tearing it up in the budgie smugglers. But let's watch Anthony come back through 14 metre line. Nice and early for 1 ball. Little stretched out on 2 and broken. He's gonna, a little unfortunate there. 1 ball was perfect. I saw Marky D with a t-shirt yesterday that he had a great 1 ball. And I think Anthony will be a little disappointed with that because he has been skiing way better. Nice and high up on the boat through the gates. And then just away from the handle. Right, we're already up to our fourth skier in the over 35s. As said, the over 35s sponsored by JSW Power Sports, supplying our Malibus. I think I've been online and had a look. They've got a few boats. Okay, just had confirmation from the boat. We've got Peter Darby next. Start speed 55 k's, 16 metres. Now Peter has been busy for a few months now, getting all our site prep organised here. Put a ton of work in to make the next 2 weeks, I suppose, run as smoothly as possible. So he's probably just looking forward to a bit of chill time now. Said nice, looks pretty good. Just have to push for. Oh. We will. This will be an interesting replay. Just took a little bit too four to get back on the line and had to pull all the way to 5, and then so looks like they've given him the score of 6, but let's watch this replay as he comes around. Right, it's a bit long one, 4 ball there, pulls all the way to 5 and then hooks up out of 5 and then nearly goes out the front. Did very well. Ooh. Oh well. Just like golf, we don't have to draw pictures. Ooh. Good thing we've got our gate judges in the control tower and looking through our cameras that have a nice angle on that one. Just holding him, so it might have been a bit closer than we thought. So I think this will be our first gate review for the weekend. We can see Gus with axe. Righto. They've just given him the all clear. Darby family, he's coming back at 14. Got the, oh, you missed it, Coops. We had a bit of a gate review, exit gate. Darbs nearly went out the front, but it's all clear now and he's looking good. I know Freeze for Mills, he was just running 14, so he's going to have to go a bit here now though. Just a bit down course, pulling longer and longer, and I think 5 ball it might be if he got outside of 5. Right, so it looks like he did get around 5, just could not get over to 6. So we can watch the replay there, just getting further down the course as the pass went on and just couldn't get around 5 early enough to have a dip at 6. Okay, next skier on the dock, Dan McManus. Dan, done a bit of skiing with Dan. I know Randall's just tuned in to watch his ski partner tear it up. So, Dan's a bit like all of us, definitely gets some jitters. So be hoping this one's nice and smooth. Right, so Dan comes in at 55.18, which is quite, you know, consistent for Dan. He definitely runs down the line, and he's been skiing into deep 13s quite regularly, so I think that'll be the number that he'll be hoping for, as we all do. But just want to get that opening pass done with. He didn't get a chance to do a famille. He only come in yesterday, so he was pretty confident that he'd like the water here. Looks nice and calm. Just no problems. And a nice opening pass, and pretty handy as he didn't get a famille. So Dan was saying last night he didn't get a chance to catch it. Oh, he's got a bit of rain just falling at the moment, so a little unlucky in the sense. Could affect the vision a little bit. Getting a little heavier as we speak. So boat's asking if they're going to hold. Righto, just got the hold call. Is definitely heavier now. And the sun's out as well, so just adds that extra bit of glare across to our 135 coming back from that end. Seems to be coming in from the west, and looking out the back, there doesn't seem to be much in it. Lovely rainbow. See Gary Pollock out the back here, getting ready to tear it up. Right, so Dan's called the boat. He just wants to get it done. So it's a bit of a big call because it is a little annoying, I'd say. So Dan coming back at 16, 55. Nice and controlled, beautiful one ball. Nice and early round two, back onto the line. Oh, just a little pulled out of, just took a bit out of three, but he's back into it. And yeah, that's nice. Just got a little carried away there at three ball and just took a bit more than he needed to. So even our boat driver had the glasses on then. So if we watch the replay here, just keep an eye on three ball where he's got a bit heavy on the line. Just broken a little bit, but then quickly gathered himself back, and it's early to five and settled down. I know Dan's a bit partial to a hand drag, so probably wasn't feeling a hand drag at number 6. So current leader, clubhouse leader at the moment, we have Peter Darby at 5 at 14. Then Anthony Spelt at 2 of 14. And then Benjamin McCarthy with 1.5 at 18. feel Dan should be a little more settled on this pass. Comes in very high up on the boat. It's good. Oh, a little out of the front at 1. He's back into it to 2. He's going to have to scramble a lot here, but unfortunately, just a little long over to 2, and then was chasing it. Was a bit unfortunate with a bit of rain falling. Right, now we're starting to get into some skiing. John Adams up next from Victoria. So we've had 2 New South Wales, 3 Queenslanders, and our first and only Victorian in the over 35s. Now, John skiing over 35s, always competitive. Has been skiing up some pretty impressive numbers this season, and having a bit of a chat to him a few weeks ago, he contemplating that he is able to actually ski down at 52 kilometres now, but happy to stay at the 55 and try and, you know, steal a bit of silverware from the younger brigade. Probably see John coming in maybe 14 metres. I think Dan's waiting for a tunnel if Queenslanders want to get around him. Okay, John Adams in the water, just waiting for a line length. I think I can see yellow. Okay, just confirmed. John, start speed 55, rope length 14 metres. John just come back from the Oceania Titles, where he finished in 3rd place for the over 35s, and skied really well with some pretty tricky conditions. Okay, coming in, John might have turned 1 or 2 boys, you know, in his ski career, so it should be pretty relatively easy opening pass at 14.
Hello, Craig. I'm back.
He's back.
Call me the cable guy.
Well, he's probably that. Coops just had to duck out for like 7 minutes to do a bit of electrical work, because he is a Sparky. But that's probably a normal work day for Sparkies.
Yeah,
isn't
that's
it?
right. Who's going to give me the $3,000 now, cash, in a brown paper bag, please?
Yeah, like the 7 minutes, probably stretching a bit. 7 minutes.
What have we had happen? Where's the score?
Right, the score's with Darbs at the moment. So
Darbs from Queensland, Peter Darby.
Peter Darby sitting at 5 at 14, but then John's just opened with 14 and went straight to the lead.
Oh,
so
fair enough. And he's run it. How did Dan go? Dan
2.5
at 14.
2.5 14. I know he's not happy. He probably hasn't missed a 14 for forever. But as we know, nationals.
Nationals, yes. Exactly.
Now, what do we think? What's the we all have this number, what our par is. Do you think nationals should bring take our handicap out a bit? I just want to feel good for myself later, that's all.
Well, it's hard. You get that extra adrenaline. If you can bottle that extra adrenaline at the right time, like if you can get through those first ones where you might be a bit jittery, and then you can bottle the adrenaline for the one that matters. Some people outperform themselves. But anyway, we've got John come back at 13 metres. This is the first 13 we've seen today. Really early for 2 balls, so he's had a lovely start there. Good out of 3 as well. Just waiting for those balls. You're right, just a little bit of experience underneath, on top of that ski there.
Yeah, he definitely is committed and definitely loves his skiing. Just loves skiing. I don't think if there was competitions or not, he'd just be out turning boys. 12. I don't know. I'm thinking John's. I'm going to call it. I reckon he's wanting to have a bit of the touch of the 10-7 today.
Ooh, that's a big call.
He's been deep 11s. I know, having a chat, he's definitely been nudging the deep 11s, and looking at the people that are off the dock after him, they're all, you know, thinking big numbers as well. I don't know. Are you looking for comments? I don't know if you got it, but we had Randall. Only because Dan was skiing. Randall was like probably tuned in at 5 this morning. Make sure he didn't miss Dan. We just mightn't have anyone out there wanting to type. People are sitting on the couch, probably having their smashed avocado on toast.
I wouldn't mind some smashed avocado on toast this morning. Let's go. All right, we've got John coming back. This will be 35 off, so 12-metre line for John Adams from Victoria. What do we got? Is he going to get through this pass? This is no easy meet, this pass here. I'm sure we're going to see it this morning. Oh, a little funny out of 4 ball there, but he's still in it. Definitely still in it now. He's going to get to 6 ball. A little bit of slack line on the way out that exit gate, but that's what you semi-expect at 12-metre line. And he has got through that. He's clawed his way through that pass.
Just having a chat with our chief judge and just movement with some judges. Our Queensland are on dock today, so we sort of got to organise a few people. Mark Quinn's down there at the moment, and then he was going to be covered by Dan, but now Dan's been pulled into the judges' tower. So if we have any Queenslander that would like to do the over 45 dock marshal, come up and let me know.
Did you get a hold of Wendy Lee? Isn't Wendy Lee hanging around?
Yeah.
She loves the dock marshal routine, yeah. Send Wendy now.
Otherwise, we'll just leave Quinny down there. We'll leave him there, and then I'll cover him after I ski. I probably won't want to be near anyone. Two. Righto.
3 and 11.
3. We're talking up. We were saying he's running this one, Mel. So righto. So we're getting the update. 3 is John's PB at 11. So we've got a potential.
So we're in over 35 men's at the moment, but he is in the over 65 division, and I think this counts for a potential record in over 65. Doesn't? Okay.
No, I don't think so, because he's top
let's
speed.
see how we go. He's around 2.
He's going to safety turn it.
That's still a pretty good score, though. 2 at 11. Good job there, John Adams.
2. That's pretty good. We're talking about pars.
Let's check with Bruce. Bruce, can you hear us there? Can you hear us, Bruce? If he's...
So... I think he actually has the over 65 record. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Okay, I'll pen that one in for 2 at 11.
2 at 11. So we've got a little something for the boys to chase here.
Yes.
I think that's potentially Mark Hooper's territory from New South Wales, who is our next skier.
I feel like we could probably... Can we pinch Mark now, because he's skied so much in Queensland recently?
Well, he has come up and joined us a little bit, hasn't he? Although I think he's a Sydney Northern Beaches boy in the end.
Yeah, he's definitely committed. I know, having a few chats with him, he must love to drive, because Stoney Park to Sydney's 4 hours.
Be something like that, but they've got a good arrangement up here where they come up and spend a weekend or a few days and get their skiing in. I would drive that far to come here if you set up once you get here for sure. It'd be tricky to come here for
a set.
Yeah, that's right. A couple of sets, then it's a long way.
Right. So I'd say Mark will be starting at 14 because when he comes up to Babinda, he's lost the 16 and 18 metre part of his rope. So,
Alrighty, Mark Hooper from New South Wales on the water. I think he'll be coming at 14's his start speed, normally speaking. I'm pretty sure that's what we're looking at there.
looks pretty yellow. This will be a nice...
Doing it relatively easily, isn't he?
Yeah. Pretty tall, lean.
Yeah.
Probably got the ideal slalom skier physique. Definitely strong.
No problems for that opening pass for Mark Hooper from New South Wales in the JSW Power Sports over 35 men's division. JSW. Does anyone know what JSW stands for?
No. That sun's definitely cooking in here at the moment. So we're getting through. We've only got 3 skiers left. Well, 2 and a bit skiers left for our over 35. So our over 45 men start limbering up, and we've got our Vice President of Queensland Waterski, Gary Pollock, leading us out of the blocks as over 45 men. So, and then we're straight into it. A couple of judges changing over, but then straight into the over 45s. Okay, 13 metres. I think this is, we'd consider this a bit of a warm-up pass for Mark as well.
Beautiful conditions this morning. Rain's disappeared. I think it's done now. The rain's gone. And we're hopefully going to have a nice day. Pretty nice one ball, waiting for 2. You get out of one nice and you got a lot of time in front of 2. Sometimes you can have issues with having too much time, too much speed, but not for Mark Hooper. He skied that pass plenty of times, that second pass, 13 metres, and he's happy with that, I reckon.
Yep. Now, I know this is the one, as we know, that one pass before the pass that we want to get to is the nervous one, isn't it? But John Adams is definitely throwing it out there. 2 at 11. It's going to take, remember, we're a cumulative score, so, 2 at 11. It's pretty hard to put 1 or 2 on top of that for maybe Mark. I know Pete and Chris are probably...
Yeah, I'm interested. You know how we were talking about who were we talking yesterday that was neck and neck in that overall race? Neil Peterson and Jamie Craig. And people talk about Pete Cornell and Chris Coburn being neck and neck. And Fox was telling us a story last night about how when they skied in one of the big red events, they tied, they ran off and they tied, and they ran off again and they tied, and they ended up shaking hands and saying, let's split the prize money. So we're very interested in seeing that battle here at the national titles.
Yeah, and I'm actually keen to see. I don't know. I think both of them have definitely been, getting into 10-2-5 a little more regularly, pushing each other. So it's
I think that's right. This will be exciting stuff to see. All right, but at the moment we have got Mark Hooper from New South Wales on his 12-metre line. This is definitely no gimme. This is a tricky one. He got out of one pretty good. Doesn't look too bad out of 2 as well, so he's on it at this stage of the game, heading over to 4 ball. He's got some time at falls, come out of 4 pretty good. I don't think this is going to turn nasty. Yeah, he's going to round it. So that is a beautiful pass for Mark Hooper to run 12 metres, so he's throwing his hat in the ring, basically.
Yeah, I know.
On this game.
He would be definitely a little more relieved that that's in the judge's book. And now he can throw a number. We're seeing, you've probably towed him just as many times as I have up in Babinda lately, and he's pretty good at getting to 3 ball. We're just making up skier bios, Georgie. Favourite. So... lovely little free shot at the moment of Mark through the the back of the wash, and it's probably not a bad little stacked. If Marcus Brown was watching his flow point method, he'd have his little ruler out, and so that's a pretty good position, I'd say. It's still pretty bright.
Alrighty, so this is a real money shot pass here for Mark Hooper from New South Wales. Over 35 men's JSW Power Sports event, men's slalom event.
I'm feeling he's going to throw something at 3 here.
What do we got? Needs a one ball. Let's see how this one ball goes.
Lovely
Not
one.
bad, really. Snapped right back to position. He was early-ish for 2. Not too bad as well. He's on this a little bit. Oh! As soon as you say he's on it, he's blown the tail.
I reckon he come out at 2 then. I went, wow, I'm going to 4 now.
That's what I was thinking too.
That was lovely.
2.5. Just 2.5 does sneak himself into the lead, however. So getting a piece of 3 ball pushes you up the totem pole. And pretty well everyone in this overs division, it's always going to be an aggregate score. So you've just got to give yourself a chance, be somewhere close to where you want to be in that opening round. So you can throw caution to the wind in round 2, which is going to be tomorrow for these guys.
Yeah, I think definitely so early for 3. He'll be probably kicking himself a little bit. Just didn't need to get on the line so heavy and quickly, like over the front of the ski. Just the back let go.
Yeah, that's right. Just blew the tail out there and around it came. Then it's lights out.
But he'll be definitely pumped with that.
It's a good score though. He'll take that score. If you told him, I think if you told him this morning, 2.5 and 11, he'd go, I'll take that.
Yep. That should be in the rule book somewhere.
Yeah, we can have an option.
Just
on a
option.
Score.
Don't not ski, but they give you a score.
Take the score.
But your score's not allowed to be better than your PB. Pistol Pete.
All right, Pistol Pete now from Queensland.
Now.
All the Queenslanders come out and have a little bit of a look at Pistol. It's going to be opening at 13 metres like he usually does. 55k, 13 metres.
I think Pistol's son's down here. He's trying to learn a bit off Dad. Needs a few lessons himself. So I'd say Pete would start at 13 metres. I didn't hear it, but
yeah, that's what we are. 13 metres for sure.
13.
Heard it through from the boat. 13.55.
Just lovely to watch Pete ski.
Makes it look slow motion, and that's what one of the tricks, you know. If you're making it look slow motion, then you're doing it easy.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, it's lovely.
I don't know. I don't know if I like watching that, to be honest. It makes me sad.
It's disheartening, isn't it? It's disheartening for us mere mortals.
I did. Do you know what's really big at the moment?
What?
Pickleball.
Yes. I like the sound of that.
I've seen some of those guys that play pickleball. I reckon we could probably cover a couple of them. Maybe.
Have you got to run a lot when you play that
No,
game?
they just...
Because it's only a little court, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of oldies getting into it too. Is that?
That's what I mean.
Yes.
Don't even have to transgender. Good skiing, Mark.
Yeah, well done, mate. So the scores are up there in the JSW Power Sports over 35 men's slalom event in this Malibu 2025 National Waterski Titles in Port Macquarie, Australia at Stoney Park. That's a mouthful there for everybody. Hopefully everybody on our webcast to remind them where we are. I think a lot of people in the water ski game just like watching quality water skiing, as far as not even necessarily the skiing itself. I mean, it's nice if the skiers are quality, which we're looking at right at the moment, but just to be able to watch people's events around the world. You know, this is the new era now with webcasts.
But this webcast too is like on point. Like, look how tight that shot is, how clear.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So people around the world can have a look and see what we're up to in Australia. This is our national event. This is one of our, well, certainly our marquee overs event, and we've got Pete Cornell, who's one of our gun skiers, running 12 metres at the moment, looking pretty good. Around 4 ball, heading over to 5, waiting for 5 ball, over to 6, and that pass is going to be easy peasy Japanesey for him.
Yeah, that's so nice. And as I said, this site itself just leads to hopefully a big score. I believe do Pete and Chris actually share the over 45s record. Currently, was there something
Yeah, I
like
don't know.
2 or 3? Lucas might be able to give us a nod.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know what the record is in that. Lucas might know. He's
Lucas
busy
is-
on his phone. He's,
No,
he's
he's
typical,
updating his Instagram.
typical teenager. Stuck on his phone, head down.
What's the national over 45 record?
1 at 10-2. Your dad and Chris, or did your dad? All right.
Oh.
So Pete's got the record.
Right.
Nice.
1 at 10.25, the national over 45 record.
So there might be a few people, if there is any international watchers that have seen Lucas Cornell bound through the ranks in the last season of the Pro Tour. Well, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. This is where it all started with Pistol Pete. Pistol Pete's been kicking ass for a solid 20 years in this country.
Yeah, and
here he is still doing it.
We're probably pretty happy that they moved from Mildura to Queensland, to be honest.
All right, this is a bit of a money pass, so it's no gimme. 11 metres, no matter where you are, is no gimme. Pete certainly is relatively consistent at it, and we're about to see how he's going to go. Nice and wide in his gate there, through the gates. Pretty good looking one ball. So he's out of 2, a little bit of slack line out of 2, but he's in business, I think. He's out of 3, heading over to 4, waiting for 4, so pretty good. Pretty sure this one's going to go to plan. Not bad out of 5 as well. Over to 6. Pretty nice looking pass. That is 11 metres for Pistol Pete Cornell from Queensland.
Just so good to watch from the side of the lake here and how far down course with those short lines, but then they still get over to the other side.
I think
with ease.
when that line gets super short, it sends you over the other side so fast, you don't have to be right backside on that ball.
Yeah, I'm looking over at 4 ball towards the jump here, and he was just waiting for that line to come back to him, and he was drifting down towards the jump. So we all feel we got to jump on that line as soon as we're near it.
He might have thought the jump looked a bit dry, and he needed to wet it up for later on.
Could have. So
anyway, what Pistol is doing now is putting a little bit of pressure on Chris Coburn, who's got a ski after him. So these two are definitely head-to-head competitors, which is great fun to watch to see who's going to come out on top. And probably nicer to be the first one on the water, I reckon, and put a little score down to put some pressure on.
I think both pretty seasoned competitors, both of them. So this is just like a normal weekend, isn't it? Really for them. But I watched Chris's for Mills on Friday, and it definitely.
All right, anyway, we got Pete coming back 10-7 here. 10-7. Saw him run it, was it a couple of months ago? I can't remember where it was, but I saw him get through one and went, wow, he's got through that. All right, what do we got? We've got a 1 ball. Not sure. I think he's a little narrow into 2. So 1-2.
I think that's
all she wrote, but that's still definitely a good quality score. 2 at 10.75 is going to be leading out, and that's going to give him an opportunity, no matter what, to take that title.
All right, I think that might just open the door up a bit, I reckon.
It's hard to know. We're about to find out. Give us 6 or 7 minutes, and we'll know.
Yeah.
Whether the door's open or maybe even shut.
But yeah, I think that with this accumulative scoring.
So what do we got there? That's 5 balls ahead of Mark. Is it somewhere about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. 5.5 balls ahead of second place at the moment, and we sort of assume that Chris is going to end up in there somewhere.
So last skier over 35 for the JSW Power Sports Pro Shop division, and we're probably looking at that list too of people that we know within the Australian ski community. Probably just missing one other skier, Rob Banks.
Oh yeah,
there's a bit of a late withdrawal, but I know Rob's definitely up in amongst that.
Yeah, he'd be playing the game. What's happened to Rob this weekend? Just
not sure.
Too busy.
He's definitely been busy.
It's a busy world. Alrighty, we have got Chris Coburn on the water from New South Wales now. So these guys are probably contributing to the team scores, I would assume. So it's kind of pivotal on that front from a Benyon Shield perspective. I'll
Yes.
explain that a little more. Just
So I'm
once we watch Chris run through his 13-metre line, I don't want to make it sound too standard fare, but it kind of is for Chris, I think.
yeah,
Yeah,
just
in Australia we have, I'm not sure, have we got representation from every state in Australia this year? We've got Tasmanians here this year?
we've got a Tasmanian overskier, Michael Belcher.
Oh, fair enough. So we do have representation, because I know we've got Adam McDougall from Northern Territory.
Yes.
So we have a shield for the states in Australia each year that gets won. And I'm not 100% sure on the calculations. I don't know whether it's the top 5 or top 7 skiers. And scores compared to the national records put a score forward, which then accumulates, and at the end of the weekend there is a Benyon Shield which gets awarded to the winning state. And New South Wales have had it for years and years. Queensland just started to win a couple in the last couple of years.
There is a crew change, but driver I think is staying on. So
Anyway, all I was getting at is that I think these skiers here might be contributing to the score for their state, to move forward for their state. And Pete and Chris are right next to their records, so it's I think it's kind of important, the amount of balls these guys ski.
yes,
With regards how that
well,
the points that accumulates.
that puts Pete 5 off the national record. So is that the number that we can look at now?
Maybe.
Okay, so coming back at 12, just so still over that ski, stays in a nice, stacked position, nice and tall through the back end of the buoy. Probably learn a bit watching this.
Yeah, beautiful pass. And this is Chris's home site. Maybe that gives him a tiny bit of an advantage because he skis here very regularly. I know Pistol will have skied here a bunch of times, and the place skis beautifully, so it's not a massive advantage, but maybe it is a little bit. If you ski here, if you ski here constantly, you've got all your cues of the shores and the trees and the jumps and the things to put you exactly where you want to be each pass. And there's no surprises with the conditions, no surprises with the way the water feels, where there might be some little rollers or something, but it's basically pretty damn good, so I don't think there's any roller issues anywhere, really.
No, definitely the site is perfect. We've got a few people out watching Chris, a few New South Wales. Can't see further down the track. Is it just us that has to get up early?
Maybe. I think people should be up here anyway, because this is marquee stuff. These guys are the guns. And we're about to see an 11-metre pass now from Chris Coburn, or we're going to see an attempt on 11 metres anyway. Hopefully he's going to get there.
What would you call this? I'm going to call it like the slightest of tail breezes. Looking at our flags.
Yes, good point. Potentially. We might be blowing you into 2-4 a little bit.
Just sits up and waits.
All right, looks pretty good so far. He's around 3 ball, heading over to 4. Waiting for 4 ball, pretty good out of 4 as well, so I don't see this being a problem. Around 6 ball, nice job for Chris Coburn from New South Wales in the JSW Power Sports over 35 men's division. So as we suspected, it's going to be tied between Pistol and Chris. And he has just run the 11-metre line at 55 Ks, and he is going to be coming back at 10.7. Pete got 2. 10.7, you definitely need a good start. Otherwise, it can unravel very quickly.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Craig?
Well, I'm
2.5,
thinking
3?
how people can actually ski 10.75. It's ridiculous. I've literally tried to run through the gates, and apart from nearly getting murdered through the wash, it was difficult. So,
and these guys run it on their day.
Well, that's right.
I don't know. I'm feeling a tie again here.
Tie.
Yeah.
I'm feeling safety turn.
It'd probably be nice, like in this position, and this is what's probably nice about skiing last, in this position, Chris does have the ability to go, oh, maybe one ball is going to make a difference down the track. If I can just scrape to 3, that just puts me one ball ahead in the final, basically.
Gives him the last off the dock option as well.
And just lightens his load. Anyway, no doubt he's going to just try and get whatever he can here. Let's see how we go.
If he hooks up,
got
he's going to have a good one ball.
Pretty
Lovely
good
one.
one. He's going to get to 2 for sure, and he's going to get out of 2. I think he's heading to 3. He is around 3. He's going to keep going here. It looks like he's heading to 4. He's around 4. He's heading over to 5. Can he turn 5 as well? I think he's going to too deep around 5. Just didn't quite have the line, and then went in a little too deep, and I think that would have pulled his shoulders right, or pulled his arms out of his shoulders, I think, if he had tried to hold on to that. But that is a score of 4.5. Which is really, well, that's unofficial. Unofficial score. I'm going to wait to hear.
4.5 it is.
Well, congratulations to all those over 35 skiers in our JSW Power Sports Pro Shop over 35 men's event. That's exciting. I love that stuff. Exciting. And I think we're going to see similar stuff in the over 45 men. A few more skiers, and it's a little more spread out across the board. But when you start to get to the top end, there are some guys that are pretty close. We're not super concerned about the exact level. It's lovely that there's a whole bunch of them that are similar. So they're fighting it out. That's what we like to see, the fight. And anyway, we'll have a little break for a minute, and we'll be back with the over 45 men's slalom. over 45 men's slalom. I think I might have just missed my mate, Gary Pollock. That's a shame. I wanted to watch Gary ski. Gary is our head bartender for the weekend, and he needs definitely a bit of loving, because he's going to be giving us some loving in the bar. I'm not 100% sure how he did there, but it looks like he ran his opener, which is good, and then made it part the way back on his second pass. So good on you, Gary Pollock. Grant Dunn is the next skier from Queensland, over 45 men's slalom. We don't have a series sponsor for the over 45 men. If you would like to sponsor a division, you are welcome to. I think it's around about $10,000 to sponsor. We take cash. That would be lovely. Lorraine Hode will take that. Is that right, Lorraine? Yes? Naming rights available. Alrighty, word through from the boat, 52K. Grant Dunn is starting at 18-metre line. Over 45 men's slalom. Big field, 14 skiers. Gary Pollock, Grant Dunn, Michael Casado. I know Michael. Michael Casado runs the other lake that we're going to do some skiing on next week. Mark Jordan, Drew Martin, Craig Rankin. Few people in there, we know what's going on. But anyway, on the water at the moment from Queensland, we have got Grant Dunn, 52K. This is where Grant is starting at. What do you got for us, Grant? Looks pretty comfortable to me out there. Staying on time in the course at 52. Was waiting for 4-ball there. Nice body position, skiing nice and tall, proud in the chest. Lovely pass for him, I think. So he'll be happy that he's got that opener under his belt at 52K, and he's going to be coming back at 55K. 55 being the maximum speed for our over 45 skiers. 55K or 34.2 miles an hour, I think it is, if you're of the other persuasion. Now, I was still trying to work a little bit of live chat, but I haven't had much chatter. It says we've got 31 watches. So there's some people with us out there. I'd love to hear from you. If anyone's got my personal number, I'm not handing it out here, obviously. But if you do, I'd love you to say hello, so I know I'm not sitting here all alone and talking to myself, which I do pretty regularly. My wife will tell you that. Talk to myself pretty regularly. And if anyone would like to come and join me up here for a little bit of commentating, they're welcome to. I know Gary Humphries was up here yesterday. I'm not sure whether he's in the house this morning. He's welcome to come up and join, or anyone. We've got Grant Dunn coming back in second pass. This is going to be 55K, 18 metres. This is his top speed coming in from that southern end. Let's see how we go. Water conditions are beautiful. A little bit of cloud in the background, but this doesn't look like there's much rain hanging around. Nice start from Grant. Maybe a little down course at 3-ball, but he's still well and truly in it. A little down at 4-ball as well. Around 5-ball, over to 6. He's going to get out. He was late by the end, and he had to work to get back to those gates. But he did. Yeah, good, good. All right, thank you very much. I wonder whether I can... Well, I'm speaking to Lucas at the moment. He's on my phone. I wonder whether I can put you... No, I can't. I don't think I'll be able to put you on out there. Pete Darby, you come to join me to say hello. Yeah, you skied pretty good, field 14. All right, you got Pete Darby from Queensland coming up to join me. You can tell me some stories, Pete, about all the work you've had to do to get this site sorted out. And it's I must admit, it's looking spectacular. But maybe what we'll do, we'll wait until we get Grant through this next pass, because he just snuck out of his exit gates there, top speed 55k. But if you can run 55k 18, you can run 55 16. So let's see what Grant's got for us here. He's gathered his thoughts. Once you get to the end of the lake and get a chance. All right, he's around 2 ball, a little down course. I think he's going to need a solid 3. He may have got it, not sure. Heading over to 4. He's still in it for sure. I reckon he's late. Can he get around 5? He's just around 5. Oh, I don't think he's going to make it to 6. That's a shame. He just hung in there. 5 balls, I think, at the 16-metre line, 55k for Grant Dunn from Queensland.
Yeah, that was a really good pass, but he just lost a bit of time at 3, and anyway, he's on his way back now.
So what time did you get up this morning, Pete? What time do you get? You get up early, don't you?
My kids woke me up at 5:45.
5:45. Oh, that's not too bad.
No, it was earlier than that, I think.
Yeah. I thought there might have been horror stories of 4 o'clock starts, having to fuel generators up and run more power leads, dig trenches to let water get away, all that sort of stuff.
Well, when you're in charge of infrastructure, what you do is you delegate those jobs to the others, and then you can sleep in.
That's a good idea. That's smart business sense. I agree with that. It looks a little bit like we've got rainy sort of evenings here, and then the sun burns it off in the morning. Because once again this morning I was a smidge worried. I was going, ugh, there's a bit of cloud around, and there was obviously some heavy rain last night because there was water on the ground. But look at it now. I think now we're beautiful for all day, hopefully.
Yeah, look, conditions are on point today. Yesterday there was big clouds down to the southeast from here, and the rain was threatening all day. Didn't delay anything too much, but yeah, today's looking like a much nicer, sunnier day.
Beautiful. Over 45s, Mike Casado from New South Wales is our next skier. Now, Mike, if anybody doesn't know, I think most people do, that he owns a private lake similar to this one about 15 minutes away from here. So he obviously liked the look of the way Stoney had done this place, and loved water skiing, had some property, and decided to dig his own lake, which was sensational. It's a beautiful looking site that he's got over there. And when the numbers crunched for this particular event, and it was very difficult to get it all done here, we were looking for options of how we could take that bit of overflow of skiing that we've got. And Mike put his hand up and said, you can come over to my place and run some tricking over there, which we're doing next week. We don't have to do it this week, but we're doing it next week. And very appreciative of Mike of opening up his beautiful private site to help us out to get this 2025 Malibu National titles completed. So we're going to be seeing, not sure whether we're going to see any footage from his place over there, but we're certainly going to hear some scores, and we're going to talk to some people about their experience over there. But anyway, he skis, that's why he's got a lake. He's a skier as well, and he's on the water at the moment. You can talk us through there, Pete.
You got a good start, round 1. Nice tight 2 ball. 3's his good side. Oh, looks like he might have broken forwards a little touch there. A little bit late, but he's still got it.
I think he's hanging in there. He's going to get
got it
there by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah,
and I know how he feels when you get through by the skin of your teeth.
Bit of a nervous opener. I don't know what those things are all about. I've had a couple.
So what did you start at today? You got 2.5 at, was it 3 at 14 or something? Is it 2.5 14?
I got 5 at 14.
5? I'm ripping you off balls there, Pete. I shouldn't do that.
I was lucky to get to 5 because I nearly missed my finish gates on my 16. So
you open at 16 or you open at 18?
Open at 16.
Open at 16. Fair enough. So that was your second pass. You just
not fit enough to make it through too many passes.
I hear you there. Oh, that's good. I mean, that puts you up there a little bit, doesn't it? Like you're.
Oh, I'm not.
You're not
skiing for medals.
You're not a full player, but
we're just skiing for the fun and enjoyment of the sport, mate.
Yeah, but I think that actually puts you like in a solid 5th position at the moment. So, if you're in America, you'd be on the podium. I think they podium themselves down to the 5th position over there.
I wouldn't have a clue. Every time I watch the Olympics, there's only gold, silver, and bronze.
Yeah, that's right, but fair enough. All right, we've got Mike Casado coming back here now. I'm assuming, well, we didn't actually hear the start speed there. I'm assuming we might be 16 metres here now. But we'll get a little bit of a look at the line. Should have been paying a bit more attention to the radio, but Mike is in it for his second pass here.
Oh, no.
Oh. Gone in at 2 ball.
He got a bit deep out of 1, and he just didn't get his shoulders back enough and get comfortable for 2.
You can see a little replay over here on our left, Pete, to see what's going on. We can potentially see that line current. I'm pretty sure it is 16 that we're looking at there. So he started at 55.18, coming back at 16. Turned 1 pretty nice there. Looks okay. And at 2 ball, not sure what's happened here. Just dropped his shoulder a bit and then broken at the waist. And broke at the waist too much, you know, when that ski stops and you're not strong enough through your core there, and you can crack forward. And if you let yourself go right over the front, it is game over.
I've learned a little bit over the years with skiing, and two's my offside, my bad side, and you just got to yield a little bit when you break forwards, and then get back to business straight away after you've recovered. And but it's always hard when you're at nationals and you're trying to run the pass and go for the big score. So next skier on the water is Mark Jordan. He's coming in at 52 kilometres an hour on the 16 metre line. Mark is our homologator. So he's the one that's measuring your ropes and making sure that if you set a world record, that the ropes are correct, and measuring your handles.
I think he's measuring everything, isn't he? But does that give him a little bit of an in here? Could he have a little... He could give himself a little advantage here. I don't think so. I don't think he can.
The tolerances are pretty tight on all of the slalom course balls. Not one slalom course ball is allowed to be narrow more than 11.48 metres, but if there's one that's 11.49, he'll know which one it is.
Nice. Anyway, he got through that opener. 16 metres, 52k. That's an option that some people are going for these days, rather than running the 18-metre line. They're slowing the boat down to one boat speed and starting off on 16, which is kind of equivalent to the 18 full speed, and it's something that's happening a little bit more and more these days.
We were doing some training at home, and my training partner at home decided he wanted to drop back to 52, and yeah, it's amazing just that little bit of extra time you've got to get your technique right, and do the first few passes at 52 and then bring it up to 55. It's actually really good training.
Yeah, I might give it a little go myself at some stage of the game, because I definitely struggle a bit.
Here comes Mark on his way back into the course. This will be 16 metres 55. He's got a nice cut through to the gates. Tight 1 ball. Oh, a little bit broken forwards.
Dropped his shoulder there at 2 ball. That's a shame for Mark.
He was wide and earlier too.
There isn't a heap of people so far getting through that second pass this morning, and I can kind of understand that. We haven't had any openers blown, I don't think, but trouble getting through that second pass is where we're at in the over 45 men's slalom. So what are we going to call that? That'll end up being 1.5 at an 18-metre line. Alrighty. I was talking to people about letting me know I wasn't alone, and now I've got a heap of text messages. Good on them. Good on everybody. Kimmy Campbell from up north has said hello, and she's having fun. Marty Wright is having fun as well and watching the webcast. I know he's coming down next week with his kids. There's some good skiing going on there. Randall Rogers, good to hear you're out there for me, Randall. I'm a bit disappointed you're not here, but I know everyone's got to work for a living. And Dino and Rhiannon Anderson up in Townsville there, they're going to be hanging out listening to us as well. Big shout out to those guys missing you. We could do with you here on the mic, actually, Redog. But come on down. It's not that far of a trip. It's only about 25, 26 hours of drive. Dino will do that in an afternoon. Dino's a truck driver. Yeah, and Tara said hello as well. Good on you, Tara. For
Just
saying
think,
g'day.
if you do it at 1,000 kilometres an hour in an aeroplane, it's a bit quicker, isn't it?
Yes, that's true. I tell you, Dino's done a few Ks in his existence. He's got that big yellow truck, and he gets around. And it's amazing, yeah, when I didn't know many truck drivers before I knew Dino, and then you chat to him about how many, the world of a truck driver. Well, you know the game, don't you? You're in the business, aren't you? So
I'm in the business by default, yes.
Yes.
I don't
So did
drive
you
the
do
trucks,
some...
But,
No. Did you ever do any driving yourself or not? It's just...
No, not really. I'm just
Yep.
sort of managing it. And, with the... there needs to be full-time management of it because there's always something going wrong every day with something somewhere.
That's right. There's a whole lot more in it than you think in the moving freight game. All right, who we got on the water?
Drew Martin.
Drew Martin from South Australia. Didn't hear a start speed for Drew. We're not quite getting those start speeds through, but we can estimate, I think. Where do we feel like we are? Oh, that's a 16-metre line for sure. Oh, I think it might be 52.
I think you're right. I think it's 52.
So we've got another 16:52 start, which is probably not a bad little routine. I quite like the look of that routine.
He's very, very smooth through that one.
Yeah.
And that would be confidence building for the next one.
Drew Martin from South Australia. I wonder whether I've got a bio here for Drew. I do have a bio for Drew from South Australia over 45 men's. Bedrock is where they ski. I mean, I think that's the most famous site. I've never been down there to ski. Have you been down to South Australia to ski?
I've never even been in South Australia, but I've seen some of the photos of Bedrock on either social media or, believe it or not, in the Waterski magazine when it used to be printed. And, read a few stories about it.
Cool. And Drew's personal best is 3 at 13, and the boat's just confirmed that he is going up in speed now, so he's going to be 55k, 16 metres he's coming back at. Skis on a D3 Evo is the slalom ski of his choice. Favourite food is fresh. He likes fresh food. He can speak fluent Cantonese. Nice.
Well, that's a talent that I don't think many people around here have got.
Anyway, let's see how he goes at 55.16 in this over 45 men's slalom event. Had a pretty good start, waiting for 2 ball there. He's looking on time at 3 ball as well.
Bit narrow at 4.
He was he ran that first pass so easily. You can understand that he's pretty happy to get through that second one pretty easily as well. So I think with a personal best of 3 at 13, so this next pass is probably his bogey pass as far as the one that he makes, but not necessarily all the time.
Well, the penultimate pass, it's the one that gives him the keyway to his PB. So he's got to run the 14 so he can have a crack at his PB. And why not? It's beautiful, sunny.
Yeah, I'm happy about the weather today for sure at this stage. Although there's a bit of a gloomy cloud to the south there. As long as it stays down there, I'm happy enough with that. So how's our day panning out anyway? We've got over 45 men's slalom, and there's still quite a few skiers to run in there. And then we are moving on to the over 45 women's slalom. And then I've got a sneaky feeling that we'll be over 55 after that. Over 55 men's slalom round 2. So that's going to be interesting to see how that one pans out as well. And potentially, no, the over 45 women. So the over 45 women will be exciting because that is round 2 for them. So we're going to work out who is the national champion in over 45 women. Probably in about an hour's time we're going to know. So I love calling in the second round, working the scores out, making mistakes. Anyway, we have got
14-metre line.
Drew Martin coming back at 14 metres, and he wants to get through this 14-metre pass. What do we got? Oh, arms up a little bit at 2 ball.
He's going to have to have a big turn at 3.
I reckon he's there, though. He's out of 4, not too bad. If he can turn 5, he's a lefty. I'm pretty sure he should get himself home. Oh, yes. Nice job. I think they'll be excited about that in South Australia.
That's the first over 45 men to run 14.
He is going to be up there close to his PB for sure.
So what does he need to do, Coops, to make the 3 ball to match his PB?
He needs to get a 1. you've got to commit to that one, and then actually you've got to commit to two as well. It seems pretty obvious, doesn't it? What do you need to get to three? You've got to go around 1 and 2. But if you don't commit to one, you're no chance. And then being a lefty as well, it can, you can have a tendency to sit back a little bit and wait for the ski to come around and not get as much angle out of two as well. I think you've got to concentrate on getting the ski under the line and then bet into that nice position to get some angle out of two ball. That's actually where I run into trouble. Like, I can turn one pretty tight and nice, and I just don't get that angle out of two, so I'm already late for three, and I think it's a bit of a lefty thing when you get to your difficult pass.
One's always difficult being a lefty because you don't normally get as much angle through the start gates going into one ball as the right foot forward skiers do. So if you look at the world records, normally there's a lot of right foot forward skiers in that 975 area, and not a lot of lefties.
All right, Drew Martin, here we go. He's on his personal best pass anyway. Let's see how he goes. He's got somewhat of a one ball. He's going to get to two.
Good start.
Pretty good two ball, actually. I don't think he's getting to three. Oh, did he?
Yeah,
I think maybe he did get around three
That's
ball.
an equal PB.
All right, nice.
You can't complain.
Who wouldn't want to run an equal PB at the national titles?
Yeah.
Anyway, he's definitely leading the ship out at the moment. He is the 5th skier out there, and we have already got a score of mid-13 from Drew Martin from South Australia. Nice skiing. Well done, Mark. All right, next skier on the water from Queensland, Craig Rankin, good mate of mine. He's been hanging up in the tower with me doing a bit of commentating this morning. So now the tables are turned and he's out on the water. Skis up at Ski North, far north Queensland, with us up there, and pretty consistent skier. I definitely don't want to put the mocker on him early this morning because no doubt he's a little nervy about the world. We all are nationals-wise, but let's see how he goes. He'll be starting at 16 metres, 55k. Yeah, he's one of the last ones that's still running a one-handed gate. Loves that. Pulls out late for his gates, actually. And then likes a little turn in. Pretty good at four ball, heading over to 5. And I think he's going to be no problems for this first pass. Good on you, Craig. Gets through that opener, which makes him feel nice and comfortable. Yeah, so he's if you're driving the boat for him, he pulls out late on the greens. And you go, is he going yet? Is he going yet? And then he lets go with a hand and does a somewhat of a turn in for his gates. So definitely different to a lot of other people the way they play their gates. But it's been working for him. He's been pretty consistent at 14, and he will scrape through a 13 every now and again and get a little score at 12. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but he'll be hoping to get through this next one for sure, and hopefully give the one after that a bit of a nudge. Hope everyone's doing well this morning. How are we going over the canteen over there? I'm assuming we've got bacon and egg rolls and breakfast burritos on the hop. Plenty of coffee available, hot and strong over there for anyone who needs a coffee this morning. So come up and visit us and grab a coffee. Not sure what time the bar opens today. Is there a curfew on the bar? Probably midday. Alrighty, Craig Rankin from Queensland coming around the island now. Behind that, Malibu coming back 14 metre line, 55k. Let us know how he does, Pete.
Well, he's got a nice smooth pull out. He only just dropped the hand just then. I thought he was going to do a two-handed gate. Okay, tight one ball. Probably not as much angle as he would have liked from 1 to 2, but he's round 2, round 3. Round 4, broken forwards a bit. He's still squeaked round 5. He's got to get his hips on. No. Yes.
Oh, by the hair of your chinny chin did he get through that?
He's been watching me ski, taking notes.
I think
how to scrap.
I think he did. 2 o'clock the bar opens. Yeah, I don't want to send the wrong information on that. We might have people sitting around for the early opener or something.
So they've only given Craig a score of 5 from the boat.
Oh, we've got trouble, have we? Didn't get around 6 ball.
Hang on, the tower's got 6. So the boat's called 5 and the tower's got 6. So I think there's a
Well, we need to have a little bit of a look at this replay there. What ball are we up to on the replay? We're doing a review. Got himself out of 4 ball there, I think. Heading over to 5. He's around 5 ball late, in a little bit of trouble. This is going to be the telling tale. Does he get to 6 ball here? He's gone flat to get to the width of it. Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell from that angle. Gus has given us a little look at it.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think he's inside 6.
I think he might have just not quite snuck outside of 6 ball.
Yeah, can't see any orange on this side of that ski.
Anyway, we'll leave that to the judges. That's the nice part about it. We leave that to the judges.
Yeah, we don't have to deliver the bad news.
Yes, and I don't have any issues with any calls they make, because I know in that tower there they're doing their best to get it right. So, and there's no sheep stations on it.
So, over 55 men's coming up, Coops. Did you get out of bed and do 20 push-ups and 50 sit-ups this morning to get ready for it?
But my push-ups are actually getting the PA speakers out and walking them down. So I do a bit of arm pumping to warm myself up. And then we do, obviously, a little bit of verbal exercise to warm ourselves up as well. I'm pretty early on in the piece. I didn't necessarily want you to look at that. I'm pretty early on in the piece. Where am I? Six skier after Quinny. Definitely didn't ski up to standard yesterday. However, I'm accepting of where we're at as far as levels of skiing go these days. Definitely still enjoying my skiing. Not as competitive as I used to be in the old days, but we're starting to get a bit long in the tooth.
Have you been doing much training at home?
Yeah, a little bit. Been busy work-wise, keeps me off the game a little bit. And then, you know, if you've had a big day, sometimes it's hard to drag yourself around the course in the afternoon. But I do. I'll ski 2 or 3 times a week, which is good. You know, I'm spoilt because I've got a lake right there for us. So it's I'm lucky. I'm lucky I've got the ability, but I'm kind of happy to watch Georgie ski a little more than myself and do well. And there's a whole bunch of people in our club up there who are having fun, and I love it when the kids are having fun and doing well. So, and I do a bit of driving and I enjoy that. I'm not giving it away though. I'm going down swinging is what I say. But I feel like I'm on the slippery slope at the moment.
I know skiing at home at Rockhampton, I'd always be happy just to sit in the driver's seat and watch the kids ski and miss out on a ski, particularly if you're racing against the sun setting or something like that. And I'll be just like, no, I'll just stay in the driver's seat.
Maybe we better sit down so Gus can get the shot. Gus from Axial Productions. Remember that name, Axial Productions. How can they get a hold of you, Gus? You'd have a website, no doubt, would you? Facebook page. I think you're going to have to end up going a bit more mainstream, because once people get onto this webcast, they're going to go, this is the new standard, and that's what we need.
And we've got a decision from the judges' tower. It is 5 at 14 metres for Craig Rankin.
So they've stolen. I haven't stolen that ball. He didn't quite get around it.
So the next skier will be Shane Coulter, and Shane is skiing for New South Wales, and I believe he's one of the key figures with the Stoney Park side here.
Yeah, pretty sure he is a leaseholder. So the way that they work with their club here, they've got some leaseholders. That's my understanding. And Shane's a leaseholder, so he's got access to train here, which I'm sure he does. And he's a pretty handy skier. Yeah.
So we're expecting PBs coming up for Shane.
So obviously he spends a fair bit of time driving too, and he's puts a lot of work in with the driving. And he may be... Is he the chief driver for this event? I should know that. I think he might be.
I should know that too.
Yeah. It's all It's all detail we don't need to know. We're on a need-to-know basis, and we don't necessarily need to know that, but I am fairly confident that Shane will be the chief driver for this event. All right, starting out, we heard it back from the boat. This time, 55.16 is where Shane is starting, and I'm pretty sure I've seen him get through some 13s, so he's up there. He's a skier. He would like to throw his hat in the ring on what's going on around here, as all these skiers would. We've got Shane Coulter, Adam McDougall, Peter Barbuto, Ryan McGill. Anyway, we've got Shane coming in now, 55.16. What's he got for us? His New South Welshman. He's got that blue bib on, fully in blue today. Pretty comfortable looking open pass around 5 ball, heading over to 6. Happy days to get through that opener, and he'd be pretty familiar with conditions around here, being a leaseholder and doing most of his training here, so he's pretty happy.
The conditions have just calmed down nicely now. There was a little bit of a sort of head tailwind on a bit of an angle, but now it's just backing off to be a crosswind, and it's really, really, really nice conditions out there.
Yeah, I don't think it's having any effect on anything, is it? And it's sometimes we sort of take it for granted that the conditions are always going to be the same and easy and or good. And then when you get some bad weather, the conditions really come into play. It's kind of nice that the conditions aren't at play, at least for the first round for a few of our skiers, and maybe that'll last out the whole weekend, who knows. But it's lovely to get a shot for everybody to be able to produce what they can produce without having to battle through chop or wind or rain or whatever it is. Conditions are beautiful.
I must admit, I haven't skied in conditions like this in a really, really, really long time. When I skied in the familiarisation set, I was like, what's this? This is smooth water.
Yes. Hopefully it makes life easier for you.
So here comes Shane back on the 14-metre line.
Shane Coulter from New South Wales in our over 45 men's slalom division on day 2 of the 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles in Port Macquarie. And we've got Shane Coulter, our chief driver, who's actually behind the boat now on a 14-metre line, heading down the course, looking pretty good at 4 ball. I reckon he's going to get to 5, no problems. He's going to get through this pass. Beautiful job. So he'll be happy with that.
He's got a really tidy 2 and 4 ball, Shane, and then on his 135, it just looks like he goes down course just a fraction each turn on that one.
We've got to pay a little bit more attention to the monitor we've got here. We're going to see replays, see what's happening. It's just so bright here, it's a bit hard to see, but nice around 2 ball there, Shane. Looking pretty solid through the wake, so pretty nice solid position. Handle relatively close to his body there. And pretty even on both sides, so just a nice looking. I think drifting down course a smidge, but just not doing any more than he had to do, not wasting any energy on that pass. And it looked nice and relaxed.
And the 10-second beeper just went off. He's coming back at 13 metres in about 30 seconds' time.
We've got Gary Wiedemann behind the wheel there, driving from Western Australia. I think
John Adams in the observer seat.
Yeah, John Adams is the judge in the boat. So we can see a power of concentration on those 2 lads there, keeping it all up the middle and all fair. Over 45 men, and we have got Shane Coulter from New South Wales skiing now. Got through his first 2 passes. This is his 13-metre line now. What are we going to do, Shane? Lining up here. Not bad out of 1. Not sure he got all of it. Pretty good out of 2 from here. Oh, turned a bit tight at 3 ball and ripped that handle out of his hand.
So he's finished with 2.5 coops.
Yes, I would think that's about right. 2.5 at 13. So he just didn't want to push himself into the lead because we've got Drew Martin with 3 at 13. And now we've got Shane with 2.5 at 13. I thought he was looking okay there. Let's have a little bit of a look at the replay, what's happened there. Out of 1 ball, I didn't think he got all of it, so he's a bit down course. He's turned tight at 2, though. He's on track there. He's back on track. What's happened at 3 ball? Just let that handle get away from him a little bit. The front of the ski's bit in and the line's gone tight before he can settle into his position. And it's just ripped that handle out of his hand. Yeah, tight at the end of that there. And that's all she wrote, 2.5, 13 metres. That's still a pretty respectable score, though. He may well be happy with that.
So the next skier is Adam McDougall from Northern Territory.
I'm pretty sure Adam McDougall is the sole competitor for Northern Territory. So he is flying the flag. I'll be interested to see what bib he's got on. I wonder if he's got one of those orangey brown, like sort of orange colour is what Northern Territory sort of identifies at, I think. Is it because they're always dusty up there, dusty orange
Possibly.
dust?
I'm sure there's more dirt than there is grass in Northern Territory.
Well, I know Craig McGlue up there, the Rusty Edge man, and I give a little plug to Rusty Edge. He's which is an over 35s event that's starting to gain some traction in Australia now. Has kind of got that feel of it, that rusty colour feel about it, that Northern Territory feel about it, and we love it up there. And we love Craig McGrew that we ski with at least every year. We go for a trip up and say good day.
So Adam McDougall, he'd be used to skiing in water temperatures of about 34, 35 degrees Celsius, and he's about to jump into.
I've been up there actually. Craig McGlue's boat has got temperature gauges on for air and water. And I've been up there when the air temperature is 38 degrees and the water temperature is also 38 degrees. So realistically, you could cut up some carrots and some potatoes and pop it in there and have a nice stew for lunch when you're finished skiing. That's the way it kind of feels sometimes. But then it's similar to us up in Cairns. Then you get a heavy shower of rain, cools it off a bit, so it goes up and down. But it can definitely get pretty warm up there. But I think that plays into it as far as sometimes it skis really well up there. Like if you want to score, Darwin's where you want to go to ski, and that warm water I think helps to make it feel a little bit easier. Alrighty. Anyway, we've got Adam McDougall. We've been plugging it up. Adam McDougall is from Northern Territory, and I've skied with him a bunch of times, and he can really push the boundaries deep into 12 as well. I don't want to put the mocker on him. He's starting at 16. I know he had a couple of famils. He's looking pretty good down this pass. Going to get to 5 ball okay, heading over to 6. And he's going to get out of that opening pass pretty well. Adam McDougall from Northern Territory. We think Northern Territory's only competitor in this year's Nationals. Unless we've got someone in the unders or... Casey Wooderson skis up there now, and she may be skiing open next weekend. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if Adam McDougall is sponsored by the Manshake. Because the NRL player, Adam McDougall, owns the Manshake.
Ah,
so
really?
Maybe they might send him a free box and
He should
do a bit of marketing and promotion.
He should play that card, shouldn't he? He should play that card.
Yeah, and include the free boat fuel for training with it.
I know he bangs out a bunch of sets up there. He loves skiing. And I'm not 100% sure. I'm assuming he's been in Northern Territory all his life. He loves it up there, I think. And Craig McGlue's got such a good setup for local people up there. A little bit underutilised by locals. A lot of people come from down south to ski up there. Western Australian people, of course, it's relatively close to fly to Darwin. A lot of those guys ski up there. I know Ryan Green goes and runs ski schools up there every year for a couple of weeks of the year because it's so beautiful and warm and the conditions are so good. So, and I know Adam gets his fair share of running around up there. He loves skiing. Anyway, he's coming back. This is going to be 14 metres. We're going to wheel Adam through. I know he's had some trouble when he's travelled before because, this is one of the things of skiing in really nice sites. Sometimes it can be a little tricky when you go elsewhere, but this site's beautiful as well. 14 metres. He is hanging in there pretty good. Around 4 ball. Heading over to 5, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get out of this one. Good on you, Adam. So that's going to give him a shot at it.
There we go.
Have you been up to Darwin yourself, Pete?
Never.
Never been up there. It's hot.
Oh, I'd like to go one day, but yeah, time always beats me.
Take a thick pair of thongs with you, because
the burrs are long.
No, well, the bottom of your thongs will start to melt into the road, and you need some thickness between you and the hot plate of the road that you've got up there. Oh, it's just hot. It's sometimes
It
hot.
depends if you're walking on the bitumen or the dirt. But
yes. They've got, I complain a little bit sometimes up in Cairns. We get heat and humidity up there, a lot of rain, and there's a lot of snapping handbags up there as well in our part of the world. And Northern Territory is just next level on all of those things. So it's hotter. It's more humid if you can. Like we get 100%. They must get 110% up there.
A lot of my colleagues, which I've previously worked with, would go up to Darwin to the gas plants for construction, and they'd take 3 shirts to work each day. One for the first session, one for the middle session, and one for the third session from then to the end of the day.
I don't doubt that exactly. I take an extra shirt sometimes too because you can end up wringing wet in no time when you're on the job, and especially up in Northern Territory. Anyway, we have got Adam McDougall from the Northern Territory skiing in the over 45 men's division in our 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles, and he's coming back at 13 metres. Call us through this 13-metre pass, Pete.
He's just round 2. Nice tight 2. 3's his good side.
Oh, we've had another one go down. It's that. There must be a hole in the water there. Hole in the water at 2.5.
I think there's a turtle parked there and snapping at the back of him or something.
That's it.
He was looking tidy.
Yeah, I thought he was. I thought he was
all
on
he
it.
had to do was just keep it clean, and he would have been right down the other end.
Let's have a little bit of a look at the replay. What have we got going on there? So, a bit late on the replay. So, not a bad 2-ball. Like, he's come out of 2, not too bad. What's happened there? Position pretty good into 3. Maybe he's late there. He probably is a little late, but not crazy, I don't think. I think he's just turned a little tight and then reared onto the back of the ski. Yeah, he's turned tight. Turned fairly tight. Maybe a smidge narrow. Turned fairly tight there. Reared back. And just went, that's not going to work for me.
His shoulders are compressed forwards on the pre-turn there, Coops. And if you're coming through the end of the turn with your shoulders forwards, when you do take the slack rope, it pulls you further forwards, and in the lake you go. My advice to everybody in the pre-turn is to just bring your shoulders back a bit and get reset to take the hit afterwards.
You know who shows us the nicest thing of that is Lucas. Shoulders are always back. I've taken that. You know, everyone's got their little style and you can see the way people ski. But Lucas really accentuates his hips being in front of his shoulders no matter where he is in the slalom course. Obviously super important through the wakes, but he accentuates it also into the ball, you know, and I think there's a lesson to be learnt there.
Yeah, well, that period of the pre-turn where you got no load on the line, that's the only period of time in the slalom course where you as the skier's got the ability to reset yourself to take the next hit after the next cut. And so yeah, just Lucas, as you say, very good at resetting himself in that period of time, and then when the load comes on from the line, he's in a good position to take the load.
.55k, 16 metres. Next skier on the water, we are going to have Peter Barbuto from Victoria. Starting out 16 metres, 55. Clouds, those little gloomy clouds have gone over the sun now, and I'm happy enough with that. I kind of almost prefer a little bit of overcastness than pounding sun, but I'm a smidge worried there might be some rain involved in that cloud cover over there. Anyway, we're going to keep our eye on that and see what's happening at this stage of the game. We've got perfect conditions, almost zero wind right now. I wouldn't call any wind at all. And we've got Peter Barbuto from Victoria in the slalom course, over 45 men's slalom. And this is their first round, so everybody's jostling for a position here, And Pete looks like he's pretty comfortable on his opener. He's going to get through that past 16 metres.
He looks strong through the gates, doesn't he? Strong across the course. I met Pete this morning after I skied. Nice guy.
Cool. Yeah, maybe we ought to have a look at our skier bios again and see whether Pete's got something for us.
I believe he skis at Lake Moodamere, I think. I skied at Lake Moodamere once when I was about 17 years old, and it was a nice place to ski.
That's got to be down near where Nick Adams skis. So you probably know that crew. Probably hangs out with that crew.
Possibly, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not.
That area there, very, very, very synonymous with water skiing on the Murray River and in the lakes beside the Murray River, near Corora.
Yeah, nice. All right, boat powering up, and we have got Pete Barbudo from Victoria coming back. 14-metre line. Not sure. Don't have a bio for Pete. Just had a bit of a look. Don't have anything there. So we'll be making stuff up. Not sure where his PB might be.
I believe he's somewhere in the 12s. So based off that, we should expect him to run this. Nice tight 1 ball. Nice tight 2 ball. No slack line at all. Tight 3. He's looking good here. Tight 4.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks strong, doesn't he? Like he's a big guy. Big chested character, thick set character, and he looks strong every bit of it.
Yeah.
I think if he punched you in the head, you wouldn't get up.
That's the smoothest 14-metre pass we've seen so far in the over 45 men's.
Nice skiing. And, you know, slalom skiing is a mixture of strength and... Oh, no, we've got issues. I've heard a score of 0 on a gate, so there might be a gate issue.
Well, I was just watching the replay. The start gates looked all right.
Well, let's see. I know that they will... All right. Yeah, I think looking at that replay, I think he's inside that, so I think that's going to be fine.
I think he's good.
I think
so there'll be a judge's review going on to review Peter's start gate. But from what I'm seeing here, it looked okay.
Well, the judges are going to review, and I know in these events, as any event of L class or R class, there is going to be a full gate shot with the correct angle, and they're going to be slow-moing that, and they're going to get to the bottom of it. But I'm pretty confident that he's gone through those gates as well. So some of the other judges are judging from the shore, from towers from the shore, and certainly depending on the angle of the dangle, it can be difficult to see those gates, and that's why we have the cameras to see the gates, and the people reviewing those cameras make those final calls. And I'm pretty sure everything's going to be as good as gold for Pete moving forward. In actual fact, he might have even planned that, because if it was me, where I'm puffing and panting trying to get my breath back, he's given himself a 90-second wait time. I love it.
Yeah,
playing
getting a few extra bits of oxygen into the lungs.
Yeah, that's right. It's played right into his hands.
Competitive advantage. He's been given the green light from the judges. He's returning at 13 metres. And the boat's just coming around, approaching the course now.
So there seems to be a hole in the water around 3 ball. There has been for people. And let's see. Let's hope that hole is not there for Pete. Actually, watching his last couple of passes, he looks solid. I kind of have an inkling he's going to get through this one. Let's see how we go. He's around 2 ball pretty comfortably. Nice and slow motion-y too, you know, looking, not panicking at all, not doing more than he's got to. Around 4 ball strong, heading over to 5. Over to 6, and he's going to get outside that.
And that's our first
6 ball for sure. And just looking from a distance here, is he riding that that HO or that Syndicate Amiga Max ski, that green Amiga Max?
I must admit, I haven't looked at the ski shop lately to see what the latest models are.
I'm only thinking that because I've got one of myself. I've got one I want to sell him.
So we've got Craig Rankin beside us, and Craig got 5 at 14 on his ski before. He was just inside 6 ball, and yeah, Craig, tell us how you went, mate. What happened?
Well, I knew that the awesome broadcast would come back and bite me with a video review. Now, I definitely tried to sell the farm, that's for sure.
That was the question I was going to put to you. Did you think you got around it, or you didn't?
Well,
or you didn't know?
My little backstory, and John Adams was in the boat, the judge, and he was over in New Zealand with me. And when I was in New Zealand, I skied clearly inside of 3 ball and stopped skiing. And then when I got back to shore, they officially gave me 3. So I was dirty that I didn't sell it.
Didn't keep
so
skiing.
I said, I've learnt my lesson.
Just keep skiing.
If I'm close, I'm going for it. But no, good call by the judges.
Alrighty, we've got Peter Barbuto on the water from Victoria, and he's going to break some new ground here for this over 45 men's, because this is the first 12-metre line length we have seen so far this morning. I don't think it's going to be the last, but it's the first, and he's around 2 ball, not too bad. He's, spoke too soon there. Just didn't quite get it out of 2 ball by the looks of it. Maybe a little bit of slack line. Didn't get over to 3, but that is still a sensational score, and the new leader in that division now with 2 at 12 metres for Peter Barbuto from Victoria.
Yeah, so Peter's passed just there. I've done things similar to what he just done, and it looked like he carried a bit too much speed into one and out of one, and yeah, crossed to 2 and a mile of slack rope. And yeah, slack rope, if you got a little bit, it's okay. If you got a lot, not okay.
Alrighty, so we're about halfway through our over 45 men's slalom division. Up to our 10th skier out of 14 skiers. And just hearing back from the boat, Ryan McGill from New South Wales is starting out at 55.16. So that's where it's happening for him. Not sure too much about Ryan, but generally speaking, the start list for the first round is a seeded start list. So we're sort of expecting each skier to be a little more proficient than the last, so it goes on those scores from the last year, what they've done in tournaments. And we've got Ryan on the water starting at 16 metres. Nice blue jersey there from New South Wales. A little rattly, but not too bad. I think he's fine. He was never going to miss that pass. I know how he feels out there if you're a little rattly. I definitely get a little rattly on the water.
Yeah, he definitely pulled the handle in round 4 ball, waiting for the load to take up.
Actually, I'll be a little disappointed. I have to point out to you, Craig, that because I'm going to have to disappear for the over 45 women's, it is their second round, round 2, and we've got some scores here. I love it when I can do the scores. So at the moment in the over 45 women slalom, we've got Di Elliott with a score of 4 at 46, Wendy Lee with a score of 2 at 49, Anthonia Hartley with a score of half at 16 metres. And then we take a pretty abrupt jump up to the top 3, which is Kelly Atkinson, Lisa Kavanagh, and Nikki Coburn with scores of 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 2 at 13. Throw a blanket over them. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out.
So
but at the moment, we've got Ryan coming back, 14-metre line from New South Wales, Ryan McGill. Oh, lovely 1 ball, plenty of time in front of 2 ball, nice and wide too. This pass looks beautiful. Waiting now, just relaxing. I think he'll be happy with this pass potentially being considerably better than his opener. Looking nice on the water. Ryan McGill from New South Wales in this over 45 men's slalom championship. Round 1 for those guys. So they will be having another round tomorrow to decide who's the podium people. But this is the first round for the weekend for them.
Righto, just going to jump in for Pete. Pete's been, as we said, Pete's been the busiest man on site this whole week. He's off to do another job.
That's good.
So here we are. But yes, we're getting into some, as we said, after our over 45 men, it's the finals, I suppose.
Yes, that's the finals for the over 45 women.
We need to get a calculator
out. And the finals for the over 55 men as well.
Oh, we've got scores here.
Yeah,
it's all
the
good.
scores are there, so you'll be able to work it all out. And we have at the top of the over 55 men, we've got Peter Tomanovitz, and he is leading out pretty substantially with, man, he's got a 6.5 ball lead. So 6.5 ball lead. So it's going to take some solid skiing to reel him in, or he's going to have a solid blemish on his sheet in order to knock him out of there. But we've also got Mark DiMartini with 3 at 13, Graham Kavanagh with 2.5 at 13, Shane Henning with 2 at 13, and Murray Pigden with 2 at 13. So there is a bunch of guys in that over 55 men's fighting for that podium. But at the moment, we've got Ryan McGill coming back 13 metres over 45
Yeah,
men.
we're getting into the pointy end of the over 45ers, aren't we? These guys are...
I think he's going to run this thing. What has he got? He's a little late at 5, but he's there. He's going to do it. Oh, nice skiing. So
Yes.
potentially he's excited and happy about that. That is a full pass. So he's the second skier in the over 45 men to get into the blue 12-metre line.
So we had Peter at 2 at 12, did we? 2 at 12. So it's probably falling the way the seeding goes, isn't it, really, at this point? And as we said, we've got...
Yeah, apart from maybe Drew Martin, skied a PB. 3 at 13 was PB for him.
Nice.
Yeah, so he's pushing the boundaries there.
The water, yeah, just obviously just coming back from the water, it was...
Yeah, so how'd you feel? So it was good. It's good out there. It's nice.
I think all tournament skiers know the jitters and the nerves, and I think it's the one thing that does, you get hard to deal with. But
and you get a little frustrated if the conditions are great and it feels good, and you don't quite get what you want because you go, man, that was my chance. That was my shot.
You're just trying to find excuses, and there's none to find out there. Like there's no wind, there's no rain, there's no rollers.
Yeah,
it's just the rider.
It's just the skier.
So. Let's have a look at Peter.
Ryan, we are.
Ryan
McGill from New South Wales. This is 12-metre past 2. Anything past 2 or a piece of 3 ball is going to put him into the lead. Oh, that's a nice 1 ball from here. Looks pretty good. He's turned 2 as well. He's going to get to 3. Sure, he's turned 3. He's going to go around 4 balls. Yes, he's around 4. Oh. Just rolled onto the back of his ski.
Is he all good? Give us the all clear.
I'm going to call that a 3.5.
3.5, that's down there.
Yeah, if you can get to 4, you can run it.
I don't know about that. You were the same.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, we should be watching that replay there, shouldn't we? Over to 3 ball. Looked pretty good out of 3, or maybe just didn't get away from the boat quite enough out of 3 ball.
Just had a bit too much speed.
Yeah.
Probably pulled all the way to 3 by the look of it. Still on it, yep, still out there.
All the way to 4, yeah.
Late edge, and then just lucky he didn't get sort of caught up in that rope a little bit there too. Yeah. What a lovely shot from the camera.
Yeah. Yeah, we should be paying a bit more. The monitor's sort of a bit off to our side, so we don't... It's tricky up here. So we should be paying a little bit more attention.
I think the word on the dock this morning from, is those jitters, knowing you go into your openers and, most of us ski regularly and realise our third, if not fourth pass is the jittery one, and for some reason when you come to big tournaments, it's your opener.
It's even worse.
it's definite. And then you get stuck in the middle, don't you? It's like, I've got to take this easy and not get carried away. I know my sponsors would probably be disappointed.
That's right. The $10,000 bonus for winning the event. Yep. All right, we're still here. So boat's holding just at the minute. I think they're trying to check to see exactly how many
Shore path,
balls. Ryan,
I think I heard shore path.
shore path issues is there.
Yeah.
That's something that we've learned start to rely on now in the boat is shore path telling the driver exactly where he is.
Here's
in the
Gus
course.
from Axel. I've got a word to say to him about the quality of replays. It's too precise.
Too precise. Yes, we had a little bit of a look as well. As much as I wanted to give it to you, I don't think there was any chance there.
No, John Adams was in the boat and he had a bit of a wry smile.
If anyone's going to get it right, it'll be John Adams for sure. Now we could raise the little issue here that I keep pushing on to. Next two skiers. Remember we talked about Neil Peterson and Jamie Craig, the two overall skiers in the over 45 men's, and they are adjacent to one another on the start dock in slalom, meaning that they are of similar quality, similar level.
I think, did I see at the state titles, I think Neil and Randall were one half a buoy between them, and they were around the 3 at 12 mark at ISIS, so you'd probably...
So what did we decide yesterday? I think Jamie had him on distance, didn't he? Yes.
Yeah,
so he had
good 8-10 metres on jump.
But so
we did hear that...
But Neil had him on trick, but not by that margin.
And remember, Neil didn't stand up his 2 first jumps, so he had to safety the third.
And also, Neil went down in early in trick, so he's going to have more up his sleeve on the second round of trick. So it's a really exciting little battle, that one. So we have got Neil Peterson from Queensland on the water right now on his opening pass. 16 metres, 55k, no doubt, making it look smooth, making it look a little bit like Pistol Pete. Sort of got that slow motion. Ski is always connected to the water. Feel about it. He's definitely got some excellent technique as a slalom skier.
Definitely a big, strong lad too, tall. And yeah, but on the Malibus, I think, well, that's my third pass behind the new Malibu, and
yeah, what did you think?
I'm definitely liking it.
Yeah, they're lovely, aren't they?
I couldn't even blame the boat either. No,
so now we've got nothing.
Can't
we've got
blame
no
the roost,
excuses
couldn't blame
anywhere.
the wash. No wind.
What about the driver and the judge? They can always be the fall guy for us, can't they? The driver and the judge.
Shore path.
I just didn't feel good.
Yeah, he didn't pick me up when I needed to be.
He pulled me out of the water too hard.
Yeah, actually, I was, to be honest, like when I got my deep water start off the dock.
You were happy?
I had a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Alrighty, so we have got... what have we got? We have got 4 skiers remaining in this over 45s, and they are all big names. A few of them are close friends of ours. We've got the Fox Brad Williams coming off last off the docks at the moment.
Come out of retirement. To go into retirement, I hear too.
Oh, really? So what's happening?
No, not from the skiing,
yeah,
from the working
in
fraternity.
General, well, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Wouldn't we all love to give up work one day? Anyway, we've got Neil Peterson coming in, 14-metre pass, second pass, over 45 men's division, slalom division in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles in Australia, Stoney Park, Australia. And Neil is going to get through this pass, no problems, 14-metre line. Easy as you like, they say. Nice job, Neil. So I half assume Neil is a potential player for a podium in this slalom event. We know that Brad can get into 11 for sure. I'm pretty sure all of those names can they? Jamie and Jamie Craig.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether I've seen Neil Peterson get out of 12. Does he get out of 12 occasionally?
I haven't
not
seen
sure.
Too many results.
Yep.
But definitely looking good, that pass.
Yeah, nice technique there. Nice and strong.
So what do we do? Like, end of season? Like, as we said, is it going to be pickleball? Or do we have to, like, all in now?
Golf. I think we should... Golf.
We've seen our golf.
We need to go and swing a club.
I've played with you.
But we'll enjoy building our carts more than we will playing the game. It'll be the size of the esky on the cart that's going to be important.
Yes. Okay, just having a few glitches with shore path.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a tricky zone here as far as the internet coverage goes. I believe the bandwidth at the tower itself, the mobile tower that's in this area, is fairly limited, and when a lot of people get on, it limits the internet quality, and that affects Shore Path needs a little bit of internet to operate. So that's
How
potentially.
about what's with not being tech savvy at all? But what's this Starlink? I know the Ironman, watching the Geelong Ironman 70.3 there a few weeks ago, they had huge issues and the world blew up about, you know, the poor internet coverage from Australia, and a lot of feedback. Just get a Starlink, they said.
Yeah, so Starlink's, it's relatively new. When I say new, it's probably been around 5 years now, I suppose. Elong's baby, where we're actually shooting a dish directly to satellites rather than to mobile towers. All right, Neil Peterson getting through 13 metres. Yes, he's through it.
That was probably his nicest looking pass.
Yeah.
Like the line was there. As he said, he's definitely strong and tall.
So this is our third skier through to the 12-metre line. Not 100% sure how deep Neil gets at 12. Maybe he does. Like, that pass looked pretty good. Can he punch through 12? Does Neil punch through 12 every now and again? Can someone let me know?
All right, Shore Path's back on track, and Neil, I call it. We're getting no messages from competitors, but let's give him 3 as par. 3 is par. He's going to shoot under from that. The water temperature was so nice.
That's right. It's not even cold.
No, it
The
wasn't. Yeah, just had that
just little Christmas,
little bit of
fresh
freshness.
Christmas. I love it when the water's like that. I'd much prefer that tiny bit of Christmas than soupiness that we get up our way sometimes.
Righto, you call Neil
All
coming
right, well,
in.
we've got Neil coming in 12 metres. Not sure where Neil normally gets to at 12 metres. Sure that it's his 4th pass, so it's potentially a bogey pass. Not a spectacular one, I don't think. He got out of there okay. He's had a pretty big 2-ball. He's heading to 3, though, and he's going to turn 3, and I think 3 is going to be all she wrote, but that is still a pretty good score. Don't think he got out of 1 with everything he needed, and threw it in at 2. 2 being his onside. He's obviously a righty. Made some ground back, but it wasn't enough to get himself early enough for 3 ball.
Yeah, I'm going to call maybe a bit hot through the gates and just had to wait for that line a little bit. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's pretty nice looking through there. He just didn't quite get out of there, did he?
Just come on the tail a bit.
Little hesitation, and he's turned tight here, and he's tried to get himself back on track. Maybe the handle got away from him just a smidge.
Did well to get to 3.
Yeah.
Like for a couple of little glitches out of 2 to get over an outside of 3.
Well, it's a pretty solid score, and we have got a bunch of them, so it's just half a ball off the lead, but we have got a bunch of them with, what do we got here? We've got Adam McDougall with 2 at 12. We've got Ryan McGill, who is our leader at the moment, with 3.5 at 12, and we've got Neil Peterson with 3 at 12.
So it's always interesting when we're looking at, scores from a national level, how we just have groups, as a person that struggles to get, 13 seems to be impossible, and then the next group, they're at that 11 range, so it's something to work out that we haven't worked out yet.
Apparently you've got to go down the beach, and if there's a bottle floating in the water there'll be a message in that bottle with the secret of how to run 12 and 11. You've just got to find it.
Okay, I might have to start kicking the sand a bit.
We've got to go to the beach more often. That's it.
Well, and that's probably the big question. I know we've got our wrap-up on Monday night, and I know a lot of our Southerners have been clinging on to a summer, and having a chat to a few around the paddock yesterday, that it is getting a bit cool and not so pleasant. How long do you put the ski gear away for? What is the secret? I know in far north Queensland we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we don't. It's a funny one, isn't it? We don't put it away at all. We sometimes put ourselves in voluntary remission for a little while. We definitely do that, but we don't have to because we're kind of like Florida, far north Queensland and Darwin, a little bit like the Florida of Australia, where we can continue skiing year round, and in most of Queensland they can ski year round.
So keeping on with Neil and Jamie. So Jamie's coming straight in. He's going to have a bit of chasing on the slalom now to get that overall score up.
So
but start line length 16. So, I think if you're starting at 16, I think 12's your number. It's that next step as the 14s that are pretty confident that they can get through 12.
So at this point, Jamie's probably got the wood on him because of that jump score. Neil has just skied 3 at 12. So it'll be really interesting to see where Jamie slaloms. And in actual fact, we should be able to get some live scores on the overall event once they have got one score for each event in.
Yes.
Yeah, just to see what standing that puts them at.
Because they've got a bit of skiing to do today. They've got their second round of trick and jump this afternoon. So they'll know tonight who's on the top step.
And then they'll...
no. Then
it'll depend on the slalom, won't it?
Then they'll need to know what they need to do. Slalom.
Hopefully it'll be in range. Hopefully the slalom could be the deciding factor. That final round of slalom, they'll be close enough. But if Jamie's bigger jump score pushes him out of reach, that will be the issue.
Got a shout out. We've got our dock marshals down there from Queensland today. So I know Anthony Spelter stepped in to finish off the over 45 men. And then we're going to have Neil, who's just finished skiing, is going to step in for you guys. And then we've got Wendy Lee's going to step in and do trick marshalling, which is fantastic.
All right, we've got Jamie Craig coming back 14 metres. This is his second pass. He's around 4 ball, waiting. Heading over to 5. No problems at all. Just a little shimmer of breeze on the water. The first little shimmer of breeze I've seen today. It's not going to affect anything, but it just does show there's a shimmer, a little tiny little breeze out there that may come into play later on.
It's pretty long stint in for the driver and boat judge today. Like 27 skiers, is it? Oh no.
I'm pretty sure
23.
I'm pretty sure Lorraine was in the first in the over 35s.
Yes,
so they've had a crew change between that first round and second round.
So John Adams is doing well. He skied and then straight into the boat. Think as those that are watching, I know a couple of people I could mention that are definitely avid slalom skiers and not worried about going to a nationals or that, but don't worry about the skiing, the community and all the jobs. You end up being busy.
That's right. You're not bored. You're never bored at nationals, really. I don't think. There's plenty going on. Although this is a long gig.
I'm looking forward to Monday night, I'm going to be honest.
Yep.
And I know by the look of our setup here, do you think Queensland might take the best on for the party atmosphere?
Yeah, that's a good point. Should we do it? Is there a competition there too that I'm unaware of? Maybe we should create one, should we? All right, we've got Jamie Craig coming back 13 metres. This is going to be the bogey pass. What do we got? A little back out of 2. He's in it, though. He's still in his turn tight at 3. That line snapped tight. He's out of 4 okay. I think he's going to get home, though.
Oh, yeah, lovely.
A little bit of a wheelie at 5 ball, but he's out of there, so he's run that 13-metre line.
Wow.
So he's going to be within X amount of balls. Like surely he's going to go at least around 1, 2 or whatever. So he's not. Neil is not going to be leagues ahead of him. And is there a chance he might even ski past that score?
We got the New South Wales crew out the front here. They give some fingers. What are we looking at? 4. What's Jamie's PB at 12? Anyone there? New South Wales. 4. Okay, we're getting the call. 4 at 12's the PB.
Well, if he could do that, he would be starting to push Neil Peterson's head under the water. That's what it's like. And I say that if you can push their head underwater and get your foot on top of it, then you're a chance.
A little aggressive.
Anyway, it's interesting to see. I just love a bit of competition here.
Don't you follow Cronulla Sharks?
I do, yes. I'm a life member of the Cronulla Sutherland Sharks.
Now, okay, so we got Shawpath jumping in and jumping out, but you know I know Shawpath is taking what once upon a time used to be our end course cameras away for it being straight.
I think it only comes into play 12 metres plus, which we are now.
Yeah,
we are at 12 metres now for Jamie Craig. So interesting to see. We think 4 is a PB for Jamie here at 12 metres. Let's see what's going to happen for Jamie. Turn 1, not bad. He's around 2. He's heading over to 3. Is he going to get around it? I think he may have. It's hard to see from here. I think he might have matched Neil. We're going to throw a blanket over these guys. Both of them with a score of 3 at 12. Just a half a ball shy of Ryan McGill.
Yeah, Ryan's still holding the lead.
Ryan needs to strap on a trick ski and a jump ski and get playing with those guys.
But it's pretty tight. Like, as we've said, we're cumulative. Tomorrow's going to be interesting in the morning when we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 skiers all within 1.5 balls.
Yeah, it'll be exciting.
And Jamie Mitchell, I'm not sure from South Australia where he PB range is, but
yeah, you half assume that he's deep 12.
Deep 12, maybe 11. I know Brad. We know Brad's actually been into 10-7, but he's had a bit of a break. Yeah. He's only just got back onto the ski, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Brad would be happy if he runs 12, but at this stage of the game, he'd be a clear leader if he does run 12. We're not going to put the knocker on him or anyone.
Righto, so just had Jamie confirm coming in at 16. So once again, the 16. Maybe
I'm pretty sure Fox starts at 14, so the last skier starts that one line length up from that. But Jamie Mitchell from South Australia coming in now.
Nice and high up on the boat. Nice and relaxed around 1, 2. It is that real jittery, you know. We all know that feeling. It's not a good feeling of the first pass.
Yeah, he's made that look pretty good though. That was a nice pass from Jamie. So he's got that under the belt, and it gets a little bit better. Each pass that goes through that you run, it gets a little better, a little better, a little better. And hopefully it all coincides with that pinnacle pass that you are chasing, and you've got that extra bit of strength from the adrenaline to get you through that one. And I think we're seeing that with a couple of people getting very close to their PBs today.
Yeah, maybe we're just having a bit of a thought. What's probably been my favourite comp this year? I reckon it's been our 4-banger and a sanger.
Thinking about the 4-banger and a sanger, it's a good little. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a chat about that later.
Maybe could we bring it into a nationals format?
Maybe. So it could be a team event. So rather than competing for the Benyon Shield, we can just compete for the 4-banger and a sanger.
That sounds
and
good.
you can pick your team. Still works off a PB, like it's a handicap style comp that we run up north.
Yep, handicap takes a bit of pressure off. As long as you run the previous pass, you get 4 passes regardless. If you fall in your first 3, doesn't matter, but you have to run a full pass for a score to continue. A bit like the Herbs Cup, I suppose.
All right, we've got Jamie Mitchell from South Australia coming back at a 14-metre line, 55k in this over 45 men's slalom title competition in the 2025 Malibu National Australian Waterski titles. Jamie just hanging in there. He's not looking fantastic, but he's definitely hanging in there, and he's going to ski this pass, no problems. And out the other end, 14 metres. Nice skiing for Jamie.
Yeah.
I think he might have looked a little narrow at 5 ball there. He's
Little-
probably just pulled up a smidge narrow, and then you've got to wait to get past the ball to turn, and you start to drift a bit down course.
Probably that pass too, you know. He's probably never, ever missed it ever in training, and you want to overthink it a little bit. And we're just looking at the replay now. As I said, well, fell out the back there of 2. Took a little bit of a hit. And 3 as well. Just probably trying to ski really easy, which he was. Then tidies up 5 and no problems. So 13 metres, you'd think, you know, at being second last off the dock, that he'd be pretty consistent with getting through 13. Not sure what club where Jamie does most of his skiing.
Everybody seems to ski at Bedrock down in South Australia, but I don't know whether that's where Jamie skis. Maybe there's some other sites, different stuff. I've never been down there to ski. Have you had a ski down in South
No.
Australia? No.
No, I know the Nolans moved down.
Yeah,
from,
and
from
they
Townsville.
definitely ski at Bedrock. So
I think isn't
anyway,
Declan's the new president.
we got Jamie on the water, 13 metres, needs this pass. All the skiers in front of him, the last few skiers in front of him have got through this 13-metre line. Got a score at 12, and if he's going to push the boundaries, he's in trouble there around 4 ball. So just drifting down course a little bit, and in the water at 4 ball. So that's going to be a score of 3.5 at 13 for Jamie Mitchell.
Just didn't look that comfortable. I don't know if Jamie had the ankle issue who I was talking to yesterday. Could have been that, but just a little slow. Little slow out of 2 here, and then had to pull all the way. Oh, not too bad. Just pulled out of shape a bit across the wash, and then tried to get it all back at 4 ball. I think it's been nice, you know, everyone to be able to go home after this weekend and watch the replays on YouTube. Do a bit of self-analysis or soul-searching.
You probably get a third of people give it up after that, after watching themselves.
That's what
Go,
I was
that's it, I'm done now, I'm out.
Pickleball.
I'm out. But it is good. You're right. It's good to be able to have a bit of a look at yourself ski. And I hear stories that some of those guys that are right at the top end spend a fair bit of time videoing themselves and reviewing that video footage and really working on their technique that way.
Becomes
Because
the SA crew down to give him a shout out.
yeah.
Good to see all our states being represented. Had Adam McDougall from Northern Territory.
Yeah, he skied quite well too. I'm pretty sure he got a score in 12, did he?
13.
13, sorry.
I know Adam.
2.5 and 13. That's
He'd
right.
be happy with that because I know he's a bit like the rest of us. He gets a bit jittery in tournaments, but I've seen him run into 12 a few times.
Yeah, I'm sure he's run out of 12 in practice.
Ooh.
Yeah, so he can, on his day, he can do it.
Righto, here's the Fox.
All right, from Queensland.
Used to be our Presidente.
Yep, he's done it all. Fox has been there, done that, travelled the world, skied in the over 35 team a couple of years ago. The only one in this division at this point in time starting at 14 metres, so he starts a little one extra line length shorter because he's relatively comfortable at 14 and 13.
You see some of our shots. I'm not sure who's been taking the fantastic on-water shots with the camera over yesterday, but I know Christy, his wife, takes some amazing water ski action shots. He's got a lovely style, Brad. Same again, he's a pretty tall, lean, strong guy. Uses that leverage. That looked pretty good. And he was up your way last weekend, weren't? I didn't get to see.
Nice opening pass. I think they
you weren't there either.
They struggle a little bit for water time, because from Toowoomba there it's not necessarily easy to get water time in a bunch of places. So him and Marky D decided just to quickly drop up to Ski North in Cairns, because you can, if you keep your eyes on your fries, you can get pretty cheap flights into Cairns, and we're only a short drive down, so plenty of people are coming up just to get a little bit of training in before events like this, and that's what Fox and Marky D did last week.
And hopefully the off-water activity itinerary from Mark Quinn didn't get in the way of some good skiing.
Quinny will organise when you get up there. He should organise himself a bit of a travel agency, Mark Quinn. He can sort anybody out when they come to our part of the world. He'll pick you up, take you down to his favourite restaurant, spend all night if you buy him dinner.
Righto, so Brad coming back at 13, into that pretty quickly.
All right, last skier in this over 45 men's slalom division. In our national titles, we've got Brad Williams from Queensland skiing right now. He is our top seed at the moment, and kind of making it look like he should be the top seed. He ran 14 opener. He's halfway down 13 now, looking good. Waiting for 4 balls. Going to turn 5 as a lefty and head to 6.
Oh, a little bobble out of 5.
Yeah, a little bit
nothing.
A little bit of 5 ball itis, and then he had a bit of a funny
nearly
6
going to
ball.
7.
Who did that recently? Somebody. It wasn't him. It was somebody else.
We don't get to 6.
I think
so
it was. Was it little Dylan Wright had a blemish out of 6 ball? Maybe at Moomba it might have been, where just collapsed around 6 ball and came out a bit funny. Anyway, it can happen, because I think it nearly happened to Fox there, where he was just a little bit late for. Let's watch it here on the replay. A little bit late for 6 ball. And just collapsed on top of the ski a little bit and almost got into proper trouble.
Like lovely edge change there, like nice and early through the back of the wash.
So he must
on this.
Come slow out of 5, a little slow out of 5. He was fine, but he just ended up. It wasn't too bad.
We're carrying on a bit, I reckon.
That's how.
Do you know? I can remember.
That's how I come out of every turn. That one.
Do you know what really annoys me about Brad?
What
is? I can remember once upon a time when we first started playing this nationals game. And the state titles, there's only half a ball between all of us.
I know.
And now he's like 25 balls in front of us.
Yes, I know. I remember.
What's happened?
I remember beating him one year, and that was many, many moons ago. And now,
did he find that?
Now his opening pass is better than my final score.
He's been to the beach, I reckon. He's found that magic.
Yeah, I think he has.
Bottle.
He's found that message in a bottle for sure. Anyway, coming back at 12, this is the bogey pass. This is the big one we should be getting excited about. This is 12 metres. Is he going to take the lead? Currently 3.5. He's around 2 ball, heading over to 3. Heading over to 4. He's about to take the lead if he'll turn 4. Is he going to get out of this pass? Pretty good 4. He's going to turn 5.
Oh, yes.
Heading to 6, and he's the only one in that over 45 men's division to run the 12-metre, the blue 12-metre line, and get a little piece of 11 action. So that's going to pop him right up on top of the list.
I reckon that's just upped Queensland chances for best on for Monday night too, because I know Brad likes to celebrate.
Yes,
when he skis well.
He can burn the candle at both ends. Is the routine.
So this is good.
And currently with the score of 3.5 at 12 being the next best score, if he can punch his way down a few balls here, he might put a little bit of daylight between him and the next competitor, which will make life a bit easier for him in round 2.
Yes. Yeah, it sort of definitely makes it hard to catch when everyone's, within only a ball and a half of each other, and you can put 3 or 4.
Now, like you said earlier, Craig, he's been known to run it. He's run it. We've seen him run it.
Oh, could you imagine what he'll do tonight if he runs this?
Yes, but he hasn't been on his game lately. He hasn't been skiing a lot. He's, semi-retired, but he felt like he wanted to get back in the ring and with his mate Marky D and have a play. And this is what he does when he has a play. Let's see how 11 metres goes.
Lovely one.
Yeah, pretty nice one ball. He's
Nice
around
at
2 as
2.
well.
Oh.
Oh, just broke at the waist at 2 ball. That's
Well
all you
done.
need
That's
to be
some
in
good
trouble.
skiing.
That's still good skiing, though. 2:11 for Brad Williams from Queensland, and that is going to finish us up for our over 45 men's slalom division. Some sensational skiing there. Brad coming out as the clear winner at this stage of the game, but this is only one round. There's going to be 2 rounds, and they are going to be added together.
We can probably do a little bit of a recap now. So we've got Brad Williams leading, 2:11. Second place, Ryan McGill with 3.5. And then Neil and Jamie both sitting at 3:12. That's going to be a pretty tight podium tomorrow morning.
Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. However, there is more exciting stuff in the fact that the over 45 women who are about to ski, this is their second round. So I'm going to leave it to you to work it out, Craig, because I'm going to go and have a ski myself, and then I'll come back and join you after that.
Righto, well, hopefully.
But it'll be interesting to see. I'll be watching out on those over 45 women.
Yep.
Who's going to...
So we've got...
Alrighty, guys, we are looking for judges for the tower on the east side. So if your name was on the judges list, we're going to get that name for you. But if you were meant to be on the tower for slalom judging for over 45 women on the far side, if you can head over there now, that would be great.
I could probably pull up the judges list.
Thank you. Barbudo? Kamanovich?
Yeah, Pete Tavanovich is at Tower 1. We're just looking for Drew Martin.
Drew Martin, if you can head to Tower 1, please, that would be great.
Drew Martin, Tower 1, or Drew... Right, and we're looking for our judges for... Okay, I've got a sheet. So looking for some judges for our over 45 women's, which... Right, so we're going to have Marky D driving, I believe. Pete Cornell in the boat judge. And we should have Peter McCowick and Drew Martin over there. And then inside, can we have David Weston and Grant Dunn? And Tara County is scoring. Look at the conditions here, Coops.
Yeah, it's looking lovely, isn't it? I'm disappointed that I've got to go. Because I love watching this stuff, the second round stuff.
I don't know about anything about electricity, but I'm sure this extension cord in this puddle here is probably not a good thing.
Well, my general rule of thumb is if you're going to play with electricity, you need to lick your fingers first or wet your fingers first. That way you'll be making good contact with whatever it is you're touching.
That is a Queensland skier, and she hails from the Sunshine Coast, Gympie, I think.
Yeah, I know Di was pretty happy. First national tournament, qualified, I believe, only last weekend, so that was good. And then first round, she skied lovely. So starting, did we get 43 or 40?
We have 40, Craig.
It looks nice and controlled here. Not doing too much to get, looks nice and relaxed. And there you go. I'd be pretty happy to run both my openers at the Nationals.
Well, the conditions are absolutely perfect as well for Di.
So now, because we're into the second round, these scores are going to be important because they're going to add them up and see who will be on our podium. So you got, okay, just had the call from the tower. Let's have a look at the replay because the judges are asking for a review. I didn't see anything, Gary, that looked like a review. Maybe exit gates? No, all clear.
Pretty good from here. All right, here she comes round the island for her second pass. It's all eyes on the water for Di.
So Di's first round score was 4 at 46. I didn't catch this speed, but I'm thinking it might be 46. Might be 43. Okay, we'll go with 43. She's pulled a little hard out to one, but it's all settled down. A little tentative around 2. Nice hook up out of 3. Round 4. Nice, a little pulled out of shape out of 5. I think there's been a few of us there today with that bit of 5-ballitis, but lovely pass. There's 2 passes now.
And the Queensland crowd goes wild for Di.
Right, so Di coming back at 46. First round, she got pretty deep. She was 4 at 46, so I think 4 at 46 is the actual qualifying for nationals over 45 women.
Seen Di run the 46 at Waterski, so we know she's capable of doing it, and she can do it in training.
The sun's a little bright in here, Gary. It's a bit warm.
But it is perfect conditions out on the lake. There's absolutely no excuses today. No rain, no wind. Let's go.
I think there'll be a few of our unders and open skiers watching this webcast, wishing they were here now competing instead of next weekend because it is pure glass out at the moment. Okay, Di coming in at 46. Nice and strong through the gates. Nice hook up out of 1. Okay, this better speed. Nice out of 2. Looks good out of 3.
It's really good.
Go to 4. Let's get going.
Let's run this.
And
Di.
she's got it too. Lovely.
Nandai.
She
and
will
the
be.
Queensland crowd go mad.
She's throwing the arm up. She's happy with that. But I think that little bit of extra speed definitely made a ski better. Righto, so this will put her into the 49. So Wendy Lee, who's off next, who's one of our skiers from far north Queensland, she posted a 2 at 49. So
And the 2 at 49 for Wendy looks like a tournament PB equal.
Yeah, and I've been like Wendy does a lot of skiing with us, and I've seen her, you know, run 49 often. So Wendy, I know, gets those pre-tournament jitters, as we all do, and having not competed in many tournaments, definitely is a factor. But Di, she's going to be happy. This is like second round, and between Brad Williams and Di, they might be best on ground tonight, those two, with after a good weekend.
Yeah, it might be party time tonight for those pair.
Okay, Di coming in nice and wide. Drops in. Oh, lovely little hook up out of one. Round two, she's got to go here. And she is. She's giving it. Get back in there, Di. Get back in.
Get in, Di.
Oh, 3.
Nicely done.
I only give her a 3. I don't know what a PB is. Just don't go too close to the shore. Don't go. Yes, we got. Righto, we got the Queenslanders getting down there. We're going to call that a PB for Di.
You reckon Di will be stoked with that result? So the final score for Di was 2.5 at 49. Great score.
I was going to do some adding up of how many buoys she would have run over the 2 rounds, but then I realised it's going to be too much maths. So
I could see that stern look on your face. There was a burning smell coming from you.
And I did want to take my shoes and socks off again to do counting. So Wendy Lee coming back in at 43. So Wendy Lee, I'm going to call Wendy Lee has to run more than 4 at 46 because she's going to have to run 5 at 46 to beat Di to take the lead, because Di has the lead at the moment.
Wendy ran 2 at 49, which is an equal PB for her. So she's skiing pretty well this weekend.
Wendy's definitely been doing plenty of skiing up at home. And she's like come on so much over 3 years, you know, from being on doubles through the mini course to now running national ratings. That looked like a great pass. I'm not going to put the commentator's curse. Just a little bit of breeze picked up there, Gary.
Yeah, and that was a nice solid pass for Wendy.
Right, so that's a 43. So if she'll have to get to minimum 5 at 46 to take the lead off Di. That will give her a cumulative score. 5 will tie it, won't it? So we have to go 5.5.
Wendy is a club member and a local skier at Ski North in Depinder, so she will be enjoying the cool water conditions here.
You skied this morning. What did you think of the water? As in, how it felt? The new Malibu?
The new Malibu feels fantastic. I did get in there with my hero top on this morning, Craig, but I reckon...
Yeah, I was contemplating not skiing with the Rashi, but I'm a little soft, so... But it was beautiful. Righto, here we go. Wendy Lee coming in from the north side. 46 Ks. She'll have to run this pass to take the lead. I know she usually this is a better pass for her speed-wise. She's a little broken there, but back into it. She's a little down course now. And that's a little...
Oh, I'm not sure if she got back to the wake there, Craig, but...
No, I'm going to probably give a half there. But we'll wait for the... I wasn't looking at 5 ball. Right, so that's a score of 3.5. Now let's do some maths, Gary. So 3.5. I'm going to say that will put Di into the lead. So Di had a 4 at 46 and a 3 at 49. And so, yes, Di has got it both rounds if we reverse the rounds. So a half a ball for the 46ers and a 1 ball for the 49s. So as Wendy had a beautiful 1 ball. Righto, so now we've got Ant Hartley from Western Australia. Now Ant had a score yesterday of half at 16. Now the over 45 women top speed is 52 k's an hour. And I believe I heard Ant is coming in at 18. 18:52 k's. Looks like it's 52 k's. Pretty fast. All right, let's look at Ant coming in here. Okay, out of 1, nice and controlled. Round 2, looking pretty calm and relaxed, not doing anything crazy. And nice hook up and super early to 6. She could have hand dragged that one. So
that was a beautiful pass. It's always a tricky pass, your first one. Do I hook into it or do I just take my time? Fantastic job there.
Okay, sorry, I've given everyone a bit of a... Right, that was a start speed at 46, so coming back at 49. She must have run a few passes yesterday because to get into 16, it's in our 4th or 5th pass. Yeah, she's still got a few passes to go. So WA, didn't see if we got anything there on Ant Hartley in our skier bio, club-wise. Let's make it up. What clubs do we know in Western Australia?
Yeah, I reckon she probably skis at
a little bit of Bonnie's.
Bit of Bonnie action, yep. If we don't have a bio.
I think, yeah, I don't know. I know there's a few clubs. We've got Stephen Moss from WA, who's now a Queensland resident. Righto, here we go. Ant coming in, 46 k's. Super early over to 2.
Beautiful.
Looking good out
style.
Of 3. Stays nice and stacked, doesn't she?
She's liking that 5 ball with that left foot forward. Nicely done.
Beautiful pass. How good's this weather? Makes you feel like you want to go skiing.
Yeah, or go to the beach, one of the two.
We could go over to that other lake behind us, Gary, and just have a free ski.
Yeah.
Right, so what other Western Australian facts do we know? Have you been to WA? You went to Nationals there a few years ago, didn't you?
Yeah, 2 years ago we were at Nationals at Bonnie's. I reckon she would have got some guidance from Ryan Green at some stage across there. There's a bit of ski royalty just turned up. Hayden Bickerton's on site.
Righto, here we go. We've got Ant coming back in, 49 Ks. Looking good. Right, nice turn out of 3. Get a nice hook up here, over to 5, and turn and go. Beautiful. Oh!
Unfortunately,
Just
just got
come
a bit
off-
out of shape.
Just come off the second wash.
I would say she got strung out between 5
Oh,
and 6.
strung out, I think too. Do you know how many times I've had that happen where it just shooting out to the
Yeah.
Netherlands of 6.
Yeah.
So I think she might be a bit disappointed with that. 5 at 49.
She was probably telling herself, I've got this one in the bag, I just need to take it easy, but
But it has put her into first position
good skiing.
with 3 skis to go. Now, the 3 skis we've got here, this is where it gets exciting. With our 3 skiers left for over 45 women. So we've got Kelly Atkinson, 1 1/4 at 13, first round. Lisa Kavanagh from WA, 1 1/2 at 13, first round. And then Nikki Coburn, 2 at 13. So we've got to get a blanket.
Yeah,
Get the
good
blanket.
Throw a blanket over these guys, there's nothing. So this is going to be pretty exciting stuff. They'll be keen to knock each other off.
Because we will be crowning an over 45 women's national champion.
Yep, we will have that decided in less than half an hour.
So I was having a bit of a chat earlier with Coops. Gary, you're being far north Queenslander, not so far north, Townsville. What's the plans, do you think, after Nationals? Are we going to have a bit of a time off? I know Hannah, your daughter, is pumping through as a junior at the moment, or is it all cards in? Let's continue rolling.
Yeah, I think, Craig, it'll be all hands on deck. We've suffered a bit from the floods in North Queensland, especially in Townsville. We haven't had a slalom course in our training area for a couple of months now, probably 2 months. We have been travelling a bit to Ayr to do a bit of, well done, Di. We've been travelling to do a bit to Ayr at the Lower Berwick to do a bit of training. So, yeah, I think it will be straight back into it, get the slalom course back in the river, and it will be all hands on deck when we get back.
That sounds good, and I know Townsville definitely put on some good comps every year, and definitely, if you haven't been to the Croc Run that's held in November, get on it. It's probably the richest ski tournament in Australia. Okay, so I didn't get what Kelly Atkinson is start speed. Looking at the length, looks as 18 metres. And having skied a couple of times with Kelly over the last couple of weeks, I'm going to probably say 52. She's a very competent skier. And that first pass looked exactly that. No problems at all. I wouldn't be surprised if we are coming back at 16 metres. Okay, just to confirm, that was 52.18 start, so coming back at 16. That should give Kelly the lead for the moment, but as we said, we've got 3 skiers now, all within 1 buoy at 13. Always get tripped up, Gary, on the buoy, ball, boy. It's it's not that good when you're talking to your friends outside the water skiing community and what did you do on the weekend? I was just chasing some boys.
Yeah. It is a selective crowd, Craig, definitely.
Righto, Kelly coming in, 16, glass out.
We don't have a bio for Kelly, so we're not quite sure what our PB is.
Yeah, I know Kelly's like she'll be happy to get into 13. Having it, she spent a couple of weekends up in Cairns visiting a daughter.
She's looking pretty solid.
And
that is nicely done.
Knowing she's from the upper reaches of Victoria, up around the Swan Hill, I believe, and gets a bit chilly there.
The water conditions, the temperature will be lovely for the Victorians.
Right, so Kelly, nice, easy 16-metre pass. So yeah, Kelly, a few times over the last few weeks with a bit of training. 14 is a bit of a nemesis pass for her, so she'll be looking to get through this one. Definitely capable of running it, and as you said, puts that pressure because we've got our 3 ladies all, pretty early at 13. So as we know, we can't get into 13 until we run 14. Lake Boga. So, was I right with Swan Hill up around that area? Yeah. So, and with Kelly, lucky enough to have a bit of a chat. So, Mum's here cheering her on.
Yeah, we've got Mama's cheer squad out on the lake.
And Dad. And looking good out of 2.
Yeah, looking nice and steady through
Nice
2.
and relaxed, just waiting for the line out of, back on it at 4.
Ready to go, set up. This
and
is a lovely pass.
Right,
Craig.
stays on the handle and she's very happy. Now, I believe Kelly's brother's Grant, and he's for the South Australian team, isn't he? Oh, Lee Bray, that's it. For the South, so you're covering all your states. Oh, Victoria. Oh, Bridgewater. There you go. We're not even close with our facts up here. Right, so I reckon Kelly would be pretty stoked to get to 3. I think she's already stoked, to get through 14. But this is really going to cement that place. Definitely medal. She can't get any worse than 3rd at this point because she's currently leading with 2 skis to go. How deep can she put this pressure? Just waiting and just got brought in a little bit. Lovely hook up out of 1. Pulling out. She's going to safety turn 2. Oh, she might have gone for a little bit of a sell at 3 there. Be interesting to watch the replay. Let's have a look at the replay here. Right, let's go. Just heard what the judges said. Right, so judges are going 2. Let's have a look. Just a little slow out of 1. Pulled all the way to 2. Definitely 2. Safety turned it a bit, and then she thought I might have a go over there. And yeah, inside of 3. Yeah, lovely work there, Gus, with the camera. So, but Gary, that's put her right there to put some Lisa and Nikki into a bit of food for thought. So Lisa, 1.5 at 13. Now she's going to have to run another 1.5 at 13 to take the lead minimum. Right, Lisa's coming in at 52 kilometres, 16 metre line. Might have a few people at home interested in these results. So WA, as we said, all the crew that's made the journey over from WA, hats off, especially some that are here for the 2 weeks. Right, so Lisa coming in. Looks fantastic on the ski. Right, lovely opening pass there, and
Nice and relaxed, early for 6, tidy through the gates.
make it look a bit easy, don't they, Gary?
Yeah. Yeah, there's not much to complain about the conditions here at Stoney Park today. Maybe a tiny little bit of glare from that sun, but hey, if that's the only thing they got to complain about.
So we haven't got any sponsors that we need a shout out for our over 45 women's, but let's go through some of the sponsors here. Okay, obviously we've got Malibu Boats Australia,
We've got Action Horizons,
Radar Waterskis,
Gold Coast Generators,
United Astron,
Port Macquarie Hastings Council, that's a good one,
yep, Osmac Training Group,
Queensland Southern Region,
Queensland Central Region,
Queensland Northern Region,
Hop Property Services,
the Binda Ski Club, Ski North,
Gold Coast Water Ski Club,
JSW Passports, that's a big one.
Pro Shop, and Lake Corongbar. You've set me up for that one. Lake Corongbar.
Lake Koombah.
Corongbar. Water
Always a
ski.
tricky one, isn't
Water
it?
ski zone.
Water ski zone.
I had a bit of it. We'll go through this pass first, and I'll give you a bit of a story about Corongbar Water Ski Zone.
All right.
Right, so Lisa coming in 14 metres. Be a little nervous, probably knowing she has to run this to get into a chance for a national title. Oh, looking beautiful. Nice and still on that ski.
Tidy round
Nice
five
and
ball.
makes me want to give up skiing.
Yeah, that was. She made that look very easy, very tidy.
Righto, so now we're into the number crunching. If Lisa runs 1.5, that will give her a combined score higher than Kelly's. If she runs 1, well, she only needs a 1, okay? Because Lisa, Kelly's, let's call 3.25. No, she'll have to run 2 here to put her in front. She has to run 2. If she's 1.5, she's going to be just short. Because I'm assuming 1.5 and 1.5 is less than 3.25. Right, Corongbar Water Ski Zone. I know they share the duties with the wakeboard lot. We'll call them the lot as well. And I had having a bit of a chat to the wakeboard lot at Corongbar, and they felt they weren't getting a fair share of the zone.
Right.
But
Dirty water skiers taking
wakeboarders,
the claim.
they don't. Have you seen the wash behind those boats these days?
It's wakeboarders. It's water skiers.
Well, here we go.
Ru-
Let's
ruin
go.
water skiing.
This is 13. So this is important.
Nicely through the gate.
Okay,
Tidy
there's
round
one.
And two.
There's two. There's three.
And a half.
There's four. Whoa.
Oh.
Oh. Five, though. That's...
Just seemed to get stood up a little around 5.
Wow.
But got back to the wake safely.
Wow, that's put some pressure on Nikki now. Right, that's definitely put the lead. So let's do some sums here. Nikki is going to have to run 13 now.
And the towers confirmed it was 5.5.
So, well, what about a runoff?
Oh,
That would be cool.
everybody loves a runoff.
So let's give you the number for a runoff. A runoff, will be 5.5. A 5.5, it will be a draw.
And then we will have
A
both
5
ladies back on
is
the
not
wall.
enough, and a 6 is a win. So there we go. Are we giving too much away there?
No. Well, that's
Just
the
keeping
target.
the crowd.
That
keep
is
the
the
crowd up.
target, and everybody can keep an eye on that target.
Right, and obviously Nikki, home site. After watching Chris ski, woof,
Yeah,
definitely know what to do on a water ski.
definitely the home site advantage. I think they spend a lot of time down here weekends. It is definitely the spot.
Why wouldn't you? Be quite nice. Set up in the little van here. Perfect boat dock down there. Haven't had too much time to get over into Port Macquarie, but it looked pretty neat.
We stayed in Port Macquarie last night, and it rained all night. I'm not sure what it done out on site here, but it was pretty heavy rain all night in Port Macquarie.
Righto, here we go. This will determine our over 45 Nationals Women Champion for 2025. Here's Dan. I've got to have a chat to Dan here in a sec because I think he's the one that pinged me on the video review.
Maybe that's what he's up to, rub it into you.
Right, if Randall
All
Rogers
right,
is
here
watching,
comes the
damn it.
Malibu round the island with Marky D at the helm.
Righto. Here we go. So, Nikki coming in,
Nicely through the
16
gate.
metres, 52 k's an hour.
Early for 3.
Over to 5 and out the door at 6.
No dramas there whatsoever.
Just seemed to get a little dark. Maybe a little scud rolling through out the back there, Dan.
Do you reckon it got dark because Dan rocked up?
Does you think he's that big he's blocking out the light? I heard Dan's going to go down and do jump dock this afternoon.
Was that volunteered? Did I hear him just volunteer?
No, he's had a pretty heavy stint in the judges' tower this morning.
Oh, a couple more coffees and he'll be fine.
So
All right, here comes that boat around the island.
right, we're getting this is serious now. Okay, Nikki's going to obviously have to run 14 to get into a chance at the 13. I can't see. We're not going to put any commentators. Let's just call it as it unfolds. Beautiful out of 1. Over to 2. Hooked up out of 3. Nice and a little down course, but won't have a problem at all. And now it's game on. Game on. So, this is where we're at.
I don't know about you, Craig, but I reckon I could feel a little bit of head-tail. Possibly. She had a bit of a tailwind coming through there at 14, so she would possibly enjoy the little head breeze coming back at 13.
Okay, here we go. So, the number is
5.5.
5.5 for a runoff, 6 for the win. 5, not enough. So we've probably got the Victorians on site, on the bank. We've probably got our New South Wales crew watching this. This is for our title.
Yep. She could probably run this.
So a little hesitant at 1. Just going to have to go here.
2, go, go, go.
3,
Oh,
and there we go.
That'll be 3 at 13.
3 at 13. So let's do some quick commentators mathematics. But I do believe, yes, we can give you our first, second, and third place for our 2025 over 45 women's slalom. So a big congratulations, Lisa Kavanagh from the WA team, our 2025 champion with scores of 1.5 and 5 at 13. Then we have Nikki Coburn with a score of 2 at 13 and 3 at 13. And then in third place, Kelly Atkinson with scores of 1.25 and 2 at 13. Pretty good skiing.
It's very close skiing too. As you say, we could throw a blanket over them pretty much at the end.
Righto. Now the big dogs. Over 55 men final.
Wow, the hotly contested division.
we're just having a just having it just
All right, the first skier we've got coming through is Brett Smedley. His opening speed is 52.18.
I think Brett was a bit unlucky in the first round because he blew his opener, which no one likes to do, and I'm pretty sure he can go pretty deep as well, short line. So let's see.
When I'm looking on the photo, Craig, it looks like the over 55 guys are a bit reluctant to put forward a bio. There must be a reason for that, eh?
Yeah, we definitely get to make stuff up. Now, looking at time-wise, that we've got the schedule. So we're at 10:22 now. So we're only 10 minutes up. So that's pretty good. Pretty good work by our chief judge to get our times all in order. And now we're into the final. So this is the final for the over 55s.
All right, Brett on his way.
Sounds fast.
Tidy through one. Nice through two. Looks like a nice relaxed set. Pass.
Right, so he will be happy with that. Sounded like 55. I'm going to call 55.18.
I reckon it was 52, Craig.
Oh,
Yeah?
okay.
I think I only know that.
Was it 52? Well done, Gary. He knows his Malibu engine. He knows his revs.
I only know that because I was listening before.
Righto, 55.18 coming back. Climb that leaderboard a little bit.
How would you like to ski a 55.18, Craig? Do you like all that? Do you like all that line anymore?
I don't want to even talk about. I shouldn't be giving advice skiing. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I have made the decision this season though to drop my 18. I'm not going to say if it's been better or worse. I just feel in my skiing at tournaments, it just gives me less boys to fall at if I don't do 18.
Well, I'm just at that point in my skiing career where I just need to get rid of the 18.
Yeah, we're just saying. I agree. I feel like I'd make more mistakes at 18. Yeah. But as we know, we get pulling a bit long on an 18-meter line. I think it's helped my skiing at the other end.
Nice
but here we go.
Lovely
18, 55 Ks. Looks a little tentative, but as we are, he's down course a little bit, but there is a bit of a tailwind. He's going to have to go
he's
here.
Gonna have to go. Go.
Outside.
He was suspiciously late at 5.
Yeah, I think he's just got a bit of a tail breeze picked up there. And
yeah, definitely a bit of a tail.
Yes, Dan's up here with us at the moment. He's probably the only skier that got worked over by a bit of rain.
Yeah, we've got weatherman Dan on the up here giving us a bit of a report on the weather.
Okay, so we've got a couple of split decisions going on in the tower. Let's have a look at the replay. So we've come out of 1 over to 2, a little late. Okay. Oh, that's.
It was
look at that.
Quite a spectacular dismount at the end. Will you like that?
Oh, I nearly need a jumper or a cuddle.
Next skier on the water from Queensland is Johnny Weeks. Everybody loves to hang a bit on Johnny Weeks, but he's out there having a crack at it. One of our Queensland boat drivers for the weekend. John's start speed is going to be 49.18. I think John could easily get us under his belt in that headwind, so...
Yes. Well, we're always keen if you want to come and join us,
You can have
Gary.
a crack.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
perfect.
definitely. We
Everybody
love
loves-
tricks here.
Everybody loves a bit of commentary.
We
with the
love
trick.
tricks. I reckon I should just trick. Right. Okay, 49.18. Next skier on the dock, who is John Weeks.
John Weeks.
And we've got a pretty big list here, haven't we? Looking
We have.
looking through, we've got Peter Tomovitz, with a pretty handy lead. He's got like a 5.5 ball lead over Marky D and then Graham Kavanagh. Pretty tight between. Whoa, look at second and third place here.
And John is the first of 6 Queensland skiers up next.
Righto, so
All right. Keep
looks,
it together, John.
looks like a bit of rain in the background.
There he goes. Lovely round 1. Like a professional skier. Look at him go. Lovely line 3. He hasn't got his glasses on, Craig, so I think he might be struggling a little bit.
Okay, he's hooked up out of 5.
Yeah, but there's no struggle in there for Johnny Weeks. He's just smoked that 49.
That D3, nice and bright. Well, that's good. Another ski. Oh, we better write some scores down here. So, Brett, we ended up... I didn't get the final score. Did we get a quarter or a half? Let's give it... We're going to give him a half
I
up
think
here.
it was a half, Craig. It was the final score.
5.5 at 55. So, John's coming back in at 52. He ran this in his first round.
Yep.
He got 5.
5
so
and 52.
but
So let's see if John can beat
we've
that.
got Dan. Dan's like a killjoy, isn't he? Like he wants to ping everyone for gates and going around,
Yeah, but
going around for boys.
But so far he has been a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah. Just let's. He should be. Well, I was hoping for a re-ride because I was sitting in the water so long,
Webbed feet by that time.
but you know.
All right, here he comes. John Weeks on a 52 kilometer, 18 meter line.
I do like this Malibu. I do like this color scheme. Okay, John.
Look at
Oh,
that.
lovely
round 1.
one.
Steady towards 2. Come on, John.
Steady
Stay at
bit
it, mate.
lefty. Okay.
4 ball.
Yes. Gonna have to go here too.
Let's go, John. Ah,
Easy.
Not a problem at all.
Nearly got the Malibu sign in the way here,
Yep.
but Dan wouldn't have given me that, but we will. Righto, so having a look here, Gary, at our scores, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 competitors that were all in the 18 meter 55 range. So this might bump him up the list a little bit here.
All Queensland skiers as well.
Yeah. 27 over Queensland skiers. Total skiers, I didn't get a number because I didn't ask for how many over skiers have we got here this weekend. Guess. Oh, I think 27 we're the biggest team.
Can we
I'm going to say 70.
can we ask the
Official chief judge.
could we ask Dan because he was a wealth of knowledge?
He'd make something up.
Just make it up.
He's always making up his numbers.
All right, John's coming back at 55. He won't be enjoying that wait time at the end. He will be huffing and puffing. I can guarantee you.
Righto, John Not sure how many times he's been through 18, but probably wanting more than half.
All right, let's go. Lovely through the gate. Round 1 he goes. Around 2 he goes.
Lovely 2 ball.
Come on, John. Stay in it, mate.
He's going to probably
Look
be...
at this.
Yeah.
Hey, just inside 4 ball.
He's give the jump a big spray. How good would that be?
I think you'll be happy with that score, Craig.
3. Well,
he's better
that's
to
the score he's
score.
going to have.
Yep, he's better to score off half a ball at 55 before, so...
Right, so that will put him into first place at the moment. So pretty consistent, half at 18 and 3 at 18. So next skier, Ken Ido. Now Ken, South Queensland skier, dominating in the trick and jump event. And Dan, you do a bit of skiing with Ken. What's Ken's PB slalom around, you reckon? So 16, so he's probably looking for a bit more than round 1.
Ken's local site is the Gold Coast.
How fit is he too?
I could see Ken hanging out
He's
at the
machine.
Gold Coast, definitely. I was at Waterski a couple of weeks ago, and Ken jumped a PB of 33.3 meters, which was very impressive. All right, Ken will be coming through at 49 Ks, 18 for his first pass. Looks like he's got a slight headwind, but I don't think that'll affect Ken whatsoever. All right, here he comes, Ken Ito, 49 Ks. From Queensland, Gold Coast. Nicely through the gate, steady around 1, taking his time. That's what we want, Ken. Nicely round 4, round 5, and a bit early for 6. Well skied, Ken.
Right, I'm not sure from a data point, but it'd be interesting to know in previous nationals how many opening passes have been blown, because I think this weekend we haven't seen many, have we? I know, I'm just trying to make myself feel better because I've run an opening pass. So, but I think it shows how mint this side is. And Dan hasn't been here for our commentary to say we can't find any excuses about why we've skied so poorly.
Did you find any excuses, Dan?
Did Dan find any? He was saying there was a hailstorm during his.
Yeah. He's saying no comment.
He's.
If we're watching Ken on the replay, he's just lovely round 6 there. Nice and relaxed through the gates. He'll be happy with that opener.
Can you see that YouTube screen there, Gary, and see if we've got any comments? I know there'll be a few people tuning in for the over 55s. Some of these, I don't know. Nigel, go big shout out for Nigel.
All right, here comes Ken returning at 52.
A few people up at Waterski probably watching Ken.
Yeah.
Ken.
I reckon Ken has got his own fan base.
Lovely 1 ball. Looking good for 2. Nice and relaxed.
Yeah, There we go.
Lovely. Out of 4. Over to 6.
Yeah.
He's going to get a nice pass here because there's
Yep.
a nice little head
That was
breeze
good.
now.
Ken will be very happy with that.
Was that 18?
That was 18, 52.
Right, just looking ahead. I think down on the dock at the moment, we've got...
Ken is one of our Queensland 3 event skiers. He is, if you want to see some interesting action in the jump, Ken is always very entertaining.
Looking at our in-boat shot on our monitor, replay on YouTube. It's like, so we don't want to, maybe we're going to set the standard. We might get Tony Lightfoot over here, Gary. But quality, definitely. What are you thinking, Dan?
I don't
Pretty
think
impressed with what you're seeing on the monitors and replays and watermarks.
All right, here comes Ken at 55 Ks. Slight headwind. Nicely through the gates. Around 1. Got pulled a little bit forward on.
Oh, he's
come on,
going
Ken,
for.
he's
Oh, he's
still in
hooked it.
He's fighting.
He's
He's
hooked
not
it.
giving in, Kenny.
He's going to do this. Oh,
Oh, get back to the wake. Get
I
back
reckon
to the
he's
wake.
gone inside. Oh,
I reckon that's 5 balls at 55.
I'm not going to call it. Now, just getting a little bit of an update from Belinda Derrick, who's our chief. So 5 at 55.
Yep, we can confirm 5 at 55 for Ken Ito. He'll be happy with that.
Now, just giving a bit of an update for any of the 4 people that are listening out there. Time permitting, extra slalom, we plan to run after jump this afternoon. So the extra slalom will be over 35 women's, over 70 men's, and over 65 women. So just be aware, that's not official yet, but that could possibly happen if everything runs smoothly to that point. So I'll say that again, over 35 women. Don't get on the drink.
Yep.
Just in case. Wait, where'd my WhatsApp go?
There's a reason why we don't open the bar until 2 o'clock.
Right. So over 35 women, over 70 men, and over 65 women. So I believe that's Sue, Freddie, and our 4 over 35 women.
I think that would be definitely something that had to go out on a Stack app, Craig.
Stack app.
Stack
I
app.
love Stack app. Just saying.
You've been talking up Stack app all weekend.
I'm thinking I might take it back to a work point.
So yeah, that just goes to prove you just got to keep an eye on things because the tournament director can shuffle stuff around.
I don't know. I think
at will.
I think if they threw us in for our second round this afternoon, I wouldn't be that disappointed. Give me 2 nights. 2 nights to relax. But looking forward to skiing in the morning. Nice and early. Probably a little earlier than I was hoping. Right, so didn't catch the length. Next skier off the dock. Pretty sure it's Brett Sutherland.
Yeah. Brett's a Gold Coast skier as well, so nicely round 2. Settled in. Take your time on that opener, Brett. There's no rush.
How good do those Queensland bibs look?
Yeah, and that's how you run an opener perfectly.
Nice. So, everybody getting through. thinking if Port Macquarie wasn't so far to drive from Cairns, be not a bad weekend down here, getting a few sets in, if it was possible.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe if I knew someone in Brisbane that would take me for a ski there as well.
So Brett skied 2 at 55 yesterday, and Brett's tournament PB is 4 at 55. So he'll be hoping he can get deep into that 55 somewhere today.
We've been having a bit of a chat up here, Dan, when you're out, you know, getting your pedicures or manicures earlier, and saying what's the plans after Nationals? You're going to have a bit of time off. What do you think? It's not planning, he's just spontaneous.
All right,
Are you
here
gonna-
goes Brett.
you're gonna roll
returning
through
at
winter
52
season?
kilometres.
Righto, here we go. Brett coming
Nicely,
back.
round 1.
Beautiful one ball. Nice onto the line 2. Little tentative around 3. Hooks up 4. A little slow out of 5 again, but
Good
never
job, Brett.
in doubt.
Brett will be happy he's got that 52 under his belt, and then he can come back and have a deep crack at that 55.
Deep crack. There you go. Is he Brett a plumber? So coming back now, 55.
Brett's one of the rare guys that has filled out a bio, but I don't think Brett would have filled this out. Susan, perhaps?
Yes,
And it is-
Susan's definitely been busy.
It is a bit sparse on information.
We'll just make it up.
What do you reckon Brett's favourite movie would be?
Ghost.
Top Gun, man. Looks like a Top Gun, man.
Yeah. No, I don't think it would be, Dad. We're on. We can't make any inappropriate comments because YouTube will shut us down.
YouTube
Our-
shows that.
Our 13
All right,
viewers.
here's that Malibu returning around the island with Gary at the helm. All right, let's keep an eye on Brett and see what he can do. PB is 4, and he scored 2 yesterday, so let's see what he can do.
Righto. So, do we have a lead score? 5 with Kenny.
All right, through the gates, nice and steady
Nice
around
out of
1.
one.
Come on.
Yep,
Nice
he's
and
on to
steady around
2. Got a hook 3. Has done it.
and 4.
Yeah, this one looks good.
There's the PB right there.
Oh, commentators
unlucky.
curse.
Sorry,
Gary,
sorry, I
Gary.
possibly jinxed them there.
Oh, that looks so good
But
too.
he was definitely looking solid.
I think, as we know, why do we do it at 5 ball?
Bit of commentator's curse there.
I reckon we should have a 4 ball tournament
So
or a gate and 1.
he's still going to be happy, Brett. He's beaten his tournament PB. He's went from 4.5 to 4 to 4.5. So good on Brett.
Our Queensland team could have either fallen off a bit early, which we don't want, or now walk to the end of the lake to give him a tunnel. Our 2 team captains going down there. Got the Malibu coming back through the front.
That Malibu's heading down to pick up Mark Quinn, who
Oh,
is our
Mark
next
Quinn.
skier. Mark Quinn will be sweating bullets on the dock at the moment. I think.
Marky Quinn. Now I know there'll be a few people tuned in now back in Cairns. So
Yeah.
Virginia, probably the Andersons in Townsville would have probably Mick and Kim Campbell all ready to cheer him on. And we can see Coops there on the dock as well. Probably a bit of dock talk. Coops is pretty good for some dock talk.
Might be. I don't think there'll be a bit of coaching going on. I reckon there'll be definitely a bit of dock talk.
I reckon Coops is saying, because I could tell you a bit of a story, which I will. I'm pretty sure the last Nationals, Coops made Quinny a rope, and it snapped in his first round. And I'm not sure. I'm not going to call it, but do you think it was sabotage?
Possibly. The might be a bit of rivalry there in the Queensland camp.
Now, as we know, Mark Quinn is our president of
Tournament Waterski Australia, I think.
Tournament Waterski Australia. I don't want to give away acronyms of WAWA or IWWF and what other acronyms we got out there.
All right, here he comes.
TWF.
52 on an 18-metre line. Mark Quinn from Queensland.
52. Come on, Mark. I know he's been skiing plenty, and
he will be a little nervous. And
yeah. Wow.
All right, take it easy, Mark. Yeah, round one. He
didn't
will want to get this one
was
under his belt.
Come on, Quinny.
All
Settle
right,
down. Let's go. That looks good. He's
round 5.
Right.
All right. That should
I just want you to go back to this replay.
Yeah, that should make for a.
Let's look at the pull out on this replay. Like
all eyes on the
like
replay,
Lucas Cornelled it. Like dropped his shoulder.
Yeah.
Here we go. Watch this.
Whoa.
Well, he's up there. Like it's like in front.
I think his ears were on the grass across the other side.
That's like a 11-metre line wide, but settled in, never in doubt.
All right, he'll be returning at 55.
55-18. Our leader still Ken.
All right, I'm looking at Mark's tournament PB. He's 1 at 14, Craig. Pretty impressive.
Yes, yep, he's definitely
got a long way to go today.
He's definitely been skiing well, like, and seeing the progression of Mark, all of our far north Queensland skiers is fantastic. I know pretty consistent with trying to get in a Wednesday morning set or two, and then Saturday and Sunday.
Here he comes round the island. Oh, that massive pull out again. All right, through the gates, nice and tight, round 1.
Okay, looking good around 2. Oh, I just don't know what happened there.
Mark.
Like, that was the neatest 2 ball.
All right, Mark Quinn. Did he get back to the wake, Mark? Craig?
Oh, missed his gate.
Oh. That's probably why. So we're getting. All right, we've gone for a review. There's a bit of controversy with the gate. If not, it was a 3 ball.
Right, let's have a look at. I've missed the thing. I don't know what happened. Like, he looked good out of 2. Oh, got around 3.
He got around 3 ball, so it'll be whether he got the
Here we
gates
go.
or not.
Here we go. Big lean.
Yeah.
Like, his coach needs to, like, look how high. Let's have a look at this.
Let's
Drops
keep an eye
in.
on that gate.
How good's this work? Whoa. Whoa. On the totally opposite side that you don't want to be. I don't see I've seen that too much.
And he's a bit bent. He's
oh,
a bit
yeah.
bent
I'm not going to call anything, but
like he almost knew what had happened.
But I'm going to say.
I'm reading Mark's bio here, and there's a section where it asks, do aliens exist? And because Mark skis at Ski North, he's definitely answered yes.
Right, just had the confirmation from the scorer that they have pinged him on his gates, and that surprises me because Dan is actually sitting here with us now, not in that job, because he loves pinging gates. Righto, Greg Cooper. Now, I know some people will be watching Coops. Coops has been putting in a ton of work. Like, he's taken off definitely 3 weeks of work to come down here and set up the site, get all our tech stuff sorted, get all of our electrical stuff.
Fantastic job with the setup. All
So,
right, Coops.
former national champ, yes.
Wow.
He's like got a pretty heavy gate pull out too.
All
So
right, here he goes.
this will be 18 meters, 55 k's an hour.
Nice and steady.
Nice and relaxed. And looking good. Nice and strong on that line. And that was a good pass.
He will be
So
very happy to get that.
the crowd
Opener
goes
under his
wild. Georgie's happy because now she'll be able to talk to Dad for another week. Yeah, we're the Maple's safe back at home. So, but I know Coops has been running this next line pretty consistently, and he was a bit disappointed he didn't get through it in the first round. And I know, and he was looking pretty solid. He just forgot to pull from 5 over to 6. So that's the one tick off. He'll be happy with that, but I know he'll definitely want a bite at. He'd love a bite at 13.
So I'm looking at Coops' tournament PV in the past, and it's 2 at 12.
Yeah, Coop, like as I said, he was on a bit of a charge there for a few years, and then he had an unfortunate broken spiral fracture of both his tibia. Is that your leg muscle one? Tibia, fibia? Tibia and fibia, and probably took him a good 18 months to get back from it. And if you look at his slalom stance, I think it still plays on him a little bit. Righto, so
beautiful.
16 metres.
Oh, a bit of a wobble there on 2 ball.
Yeah, he's just got to keep his legs. He just drops that knee. Oh, and he's got...
Come on. And he
Oh, I
skis
think
through
he's
it.
going to get it.
Yeah, and the Queensland crowd goes wild.
He's going to get that. So, yeah, I think he just has some troubles.
I've heard from the canteen that a lunch is being served. I can see Doug is in the pout position, ready to go. He is ready to serve up some delicious treats. I'm not exactly sure what is on the lunch menu today, but head on down there because lunch is being served.
Righto, here we go. Coops at 14 metres. Now 14 might bump him up a little bit. Shorty 4.5 at 14.
Yep.
Then there's a big crew at 13.
He
So
will be wanting to get a piece of this action here.
yep, and he's been running. You know, he's been sort of deep 14, getting the occasional 14 back at home. So he's definitely capable and he's definitely determined. I think he'll be relaxed a bit more now.
Here we go.
So out of
Round
one,
one.
pretty good. Hooks up out of 2. He'll get a good 3 here.
Yep,
Oh,
Oh,
he's
keep
going to
on
have to
turning.
take 4.
yep.
Probably. So, but I think he'll be happy with that. Wendy Lee's happy down here. I know I just had a bit of intel from an avid viewer on YouTube that Wendy had the massage gun out on him just prior to his skiing. That could have been the secret.
Alright. Yep, we can confirm the final score is 4 at 14.
Right, I've just got it. Belinda Derrick's just given me a list here too with if we do have slalom happen this afternoon, It looks like it might kick off at 4 o'clock. And then looking at drivers, we have Daryl, which might have to talk to Belinda. John Adams, Grant Dunn, Peter Smith, Mark Lauder, Mel Collins. Oh, that works well. And Pam Appleton. So, Shorty driving, John Adams boat judging, Grant Dunn in the tower with Peter Smith, and Mark Lauder and Mel in the judges looking at gates and reviews. Righto, 4 at 14 from Coops comes the Far North Queensland crew, chasing him down the lake.
All right, the next skier on the water is Darryl Shorten. Darryl Shorty Shorten. He is in that bunch of Queensland skiers.
Yeah, I reckon Darryl's probably not too happy with his first round. I know he's definitely a pretty consistent mid-13 skier. So he's probably a few behind par.
I'm looking at Shorty's tournament PB, and it's 5 at 13.
Yeah, he's definitely pretty consistent too.
What do you reckon Shorty's favourite food is?
Spaghetti, dinosaur spaghettis.
Nah, definitely a steak, man.
Steak, yeah.
It looks
they're
like a steak,
Central Queenslanders, they love their meat.
All right, here he comes.
I'd say he'd be 16.55.
Lovely line 3. 4. And no problems with that pass.
Nice opening pass. Okay, so looking at our lead, got Coops out in front at the moment with a 5 at 16 and a 4 at 14. But now we're sort of getting into the pointy end of the field from Murray, Shane, Graham and Mark, all very close and going to get interesting. Shorty's going to have to, he needs to make up 4 or 5 boys. So he's going to have to go into 12 really to get up onto this podium.
Shorty's Queensland site is the Dawson River. They dodge the crocodiles at the Dawson River regularly. And Mora. Alright, here he returns as the Malibu comes around that bottom island.
Righto, 14. I'd say this would be a walk in the park every training run, but we are at Nationals now, so... Oh, beautiful one ball. Little off the handle at 2. Back in, he's getting down course a little bit. But, nice 4. That should do it. So, that was good. He'll be happy with that now.
I reckon he's pretty confident at that 14. He looked very solid.
Have a look at our reap. Righto, so scores back in. And looking at the replay, beautiful one ball.
I think he has a bit of a...
Nice early edge change. Just drop that hand a little bit.
Drops that handle and shoulder a little, that 2 ball.
Nice. It's that hip around. Yeah, definitely comes inside with that side hand. Look at us as experts up here.
Yeah.
But well done. Nice safety turn. 6.
All right.
Right.
His PB is 5 at 13.
Probably got a nice light head breeze. And
he was close to it. He skied 4.5 in the last round.
Yeah, I think
No, he skied 4.5 at 14 in the last round.
Yes, yeah, he was a bit disappointed where he sort of just went a bit hard at 5 ball and
He'll be happy at getting through that 14 today. All right, here he comes. 13-meter action, the green monster.
Righto. Nice, got the flag. Replay, gate. Nice out of 1, a little slow.
Oh,
Just gets pulled out of 2. Outside of 3, and
he gets back.
Just, I think he'll be happy. 3 at 13. Righto, so that puts the judging pretty easy from now. So we got Murray Bigdon from New South Wales holding a 2 at 13. So he's going to have to run a 5.5 at 14 to take the lead. But he'll be wanting a bit more than that.
All right, next skier is Murray Pigden. In his previous round, he had 2 at 55 at 13. So that's good skiing from Murray. I know Murray has spent a lot of time here in the last couple of months with ski schools, December and January. So spends a lot of time with those juniors, helping coach. So and he's really familiar with the site. I've seen him ski at this site with the Deadly Dads plenty of times in the morning.
Righto, a bit of tunnel action, Queenslanders. So you can see down on the dock, got Neil helping out, and TXI pulling up. Big Shane, not there's a few Shanes floating around. Australian ski scene. Oh, a little bit of breeze.
A little bit of breeze, a little bit of cloud cover.
Righto, so righto, did we get 55.18? 55.18, he's got a bit of skiing to do then. Do you think that'll give him a tail 13? So, righto, let's have a look. Should be a pretty standard opening pass. Right, no problems at all.
How about now, Pam? Pam?
Right, so Murray's opening pass. Back. So New South Wales, we haven't got too much on a bio. Let's have a look. No, New South Wales, their bios. But coming in 16 metres. So he is in with a shot, Dan, of coming up into the medals here. You know, he's got the score there. Beautiful one ball. Nice 2. Nice and relaxed around 3, 4, and 5. And then over to 6. And yeah.
Looks alright, doesn't he?
Come on over.
Slide into that seat.
Slide into the... We're about to hand it over to, I know Gary Humphrey is keen to step in and take over on tricks, which is probably a good thing because my trick knowledge is about as good as my slalom knowledge. So...
Whenever you
a back, front, back. And there were some pretty good trick scores yesterday, so way beyond my 200-point run. Right, so we're talking about the bar before, Gary, and we've got the mojitos set this afternoon. Righto. So, Murray coming back in at 16 metres. I believe it's 16, unless I've missed it.
14 to me. I think
Probably
he's gotta get
14.
round.
No, it is 14. What are we talking about? 14 metres.
He's got to get
Oh,
around
he's
4
got
for the lead.
Just broken there. He's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Yes, just nearly hit the ramp. Just got broken out of 2 and then just had to pull all the way to 3 and could not wash any speed off. Well, that's sort of bumped a couple of skiers. So 3 at 14. So that'll bump Shorty, still holding the lead. 1, 2, 3, 4 skiers to go. So Shorty could be a bit of an outside chance here to hit the podium. Here we got Greg Cooper back on the dock, and we've got a bit of ammo to be firing at you here too. So I've had messages from people watching YouTube, you name it. And we had cameras down on that dock, so we know what was going on. Oh, baby. Oh, this secret getting massages. Don't know if that's in the rule book. Good skiing though. Georgie's happy. She said, "Dad will talk to me now on the way home." Yeah, so we're watching your 16 meters and definitely tried to just wanted 6 to be interesting.
I never just say anything nice. I thought you looked good. I like it. Good stivet control.
Well, we've just
Sticky end.
this is the pointy end. So you are currently sitting, I don't know, probably 3rd at the moment, Coops, with 3 skiers. We've got Shorty in the lead because we've just had Murray probably going a bit earlier than he was hoping at 3 at 14. So a 2 at 13 and a 3 at 14 puts him behind Shorty with a 4.5 at 14, 3 at 13. So we've got Shane with a 2, Graham 2.5, Marky D a 3, and then Peter way out in the lead with a 3.5 at 12.
Just which Shane's that?
Shane Henning.
Okay.
Shane Henning.
I know you get your Shanes confused.
I do. And I think Drew and Gary might be Gary Humphreys wanting to step up and do trick commentary. So but get up here because this will be getting to, this is like the medals now. And it got a bit exciting for the over 45 women's. It was tight And Lisa definitely put a score out there. Second last skier off the dock. That was just a bit hard to chase down. Righto. What did we get? Looks like orange. We're going to call 55-16 start. Yep, looks definitely orange. One-handed gate there, good. Okay, looks nice. Nice and open in the back of the ball, isn't he? Oh, a little pulled out. He's going to...
No problems.
No problems. Now, you have to watch some video of, we're watching your pre-gate. Pretty heavy pull, but we watched Quinny and everyone had a gasp because he nearly went in. Oh. Oh, come on. Now we're hearing it. Now, I didn't think about the ropes. The ropes have been pretty good. But the best. And I think we've got S-Line and Shane Coulter Shane Coulter hooking us up with the S-Lines.
Some would say the one and only.
Yeah, definitely. If you're after... I definitely an S-Line skier now. Only because they're way cheaper than the Master Lines.
Couldn't get you on a ski though, could he?
No.
He tried.
Oh, I've got sponsors now.
Sponsors you.
Connolly just sent me a new ski, and it arrived just after I left. Actually, it's the Firecracker. Look it up, Connolly Firecracker. They probably looked at some of my video footage and said this is what you do need to be riding, Craig. But I want you to Google it now and tell me what you think.
So I reckon if he runs this, he takes the lead by my calculations.
Yes, should be. So 14 metres.
I think he's looking pretty good too.
Pretty good.
So far.
Okay, everyone's sort of getting caught out a little bit down the back end of this course. Yep. No problems. Not Shane at all. This is going to give him a nice little head, but so that... Agree. That will put him... Oh, he has to get to 1.5. We'll call it 1. 1. So Shorty's 4.5 and 3. So let's take...
Yeah,
he's got 2, so he's 1. So
you're an idiot.
so
you need more than a Connolly Firecracker.
So Dad's just looked up the Connolly Firecracker that they've kindly sent me.
Get you out on the jump on that.
I know my 2 girls will be loving it when we get back. But I might actually have to give it a crack myself.
Probably would help you. Might get you around 6 ball. I did everything I could to get you around 6 ball, but
I think you did it.
there's too many other judges getting in the way.
Now, I believe with judges too, we've got to have... Well, I think if you get the nod from the 3, then we don't have to do video. So, there is probably some official statement with that. Righto, here we go, Shane. Now, this is important because this is starting to get into who is who in the zoo for 2nd and 3rd. We're not going to, give Peter it all, but he's definitely got a handy lead. Right, so Shane. Oh, nice one. Little out to 2. He's not going to go in. He's going to go inside of 2 there, I believe, by his reaction. He should have sold it. So this is going to be interesting. We're going to do some numbers here. Righto, a 1 at 13 and a 2 at 13.
That's the lead.
So that puts him, wait on, we'll go 2 behind Shorty there, but 3.5 in front of him in the first round. So he's going to take the lead. He's going to take the lead only by half a buoy by my calculations. 1.5. Yeah, 1.5, 2.5, and then so half a buoy. Shorty, I think he's just got you by half a buoy, unfortunately. But that's still second and first and second there with 3 skiers to go, because as we know with skiing, it's not in till it's in our little book here.
I think it's 1.5.
1.5 lead. Righto. So when are you heading back? Driving back Monday night? Staying for the party?
I don't know yet.
It's
I
gonna
want
be
to.
It's gonna be big.
I don't know. I've been trying to get tickets, but it's sold out. I think
Sold
it's
out.
too popular. So
I don't know. I think the tickets are just the food, I believe.
I'm just making it up. I'm not actually real sure. I was just trying to sell the event.
Sell the event. I know they've
For the
actually
12 people listening.
they've flown in a live band.
Have they?
Yes, they have. I know.
It's not the.
Katie, I can't I can't tell you who the international live band is, but
Right.
live band and a bar. What else do you need?
Nothing.
Righto. So 3 skiers to go. Wind's picked up a fraction. As we say it, it dies off. So Graham had a 2.5 first round. Start speed 55. Rope length 16 metres. So Graham, WA. Looks nice and solid so far. Waiting for 3. And waiting for 4, should I say, but that looked lovely pass. And
I've got him as. He needs to get outside 1 on 13.
outside of, so we're calling a 1.25. We'll
No, 1.5 will tie it. No, sorry, half will tie it. But then he's in front on the count back if that's how we're doing it, or whether.
well, I think it's a runoff if it's only a count back if second and third. And I believe it's the second score. That's the second score determines the count back for second and third. But I believe it's a runoff if. But you know, we've got Peter out there, 6 boys in front, 6.5 boys in. Well, 6.5 boys in front, which is going to be pretty hard to make up.
Stranger things happen.
Yes, true. I can't think of any, but
The Lions come back from 5 goals down last night.
the Cats 30 points down.
No one cares about the Geelong Football Club.
Well, we're probably sick of Geelong winning, I agree. But looking good. Bailey Smith's in a bit of trouble again. Okay, 14 metres, a bit of a tailwind, so this could play into it a bit. Nice, waiting for 2, nice and wide. Around 3, relaxed. Lovely 4. Nice and casual, around 5. And just good skiing
I like
position the
way
whole
he
way.
skis.
Yeah.
Yep, it looks good.
Righto.
Lake.
Does he? Oh, they're down south of WA, aren't they?
Showing me some. We're in the judges. He tried to get you through. Sorry. He tried to get you through 6 ball as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we both.
Own lake, so what, a dug man-made lake or
Yep.
something attached off something?
No, I believe it's a whatever it's called.
Gets pretty cold
non-man-made
down.
lake.
Gets pretty cold down that way too, doesn't
Gets
it?
pretty hot as well.
Yeah. So definitely some good skiers come out of WA, that's for sure. So,
Who?
well, the
Just drop a name.
greens,
Oh,
just
fair
the
enough.
greens, they're pretty handy.
I was
And
just seeing whether you knew anyone.
I,
whether
you
were
tried to
just-
put me on the spot, did you? I know. I'm pretty excited to, Fletcher Green's bloody tearing it up, isn't he, at the moment?
it's the same person you've named twice. Then.
No, Ryan, his dad. It's Sarah.
Well, does
So-
Sarah come out of WA? I feel like.
Well, I
that's-
think she's UK, isn't she,
Yeah.
originally?
She's won a Masters, I think.
But have you been to WA?
I
Most
have.
of WA is UK expats. So,
That's controversial.
I know. But it's just like Queensland's probably all Kiwis. So, here we go, 13 metres. We have to get to Dan's score of half, we believe, is it? Okay, there's one.
Eating that alive.
There's a 2. There's a 3. 4. He's going to run this. Oh,
This
yes.
is good,
Oh,
good skiing.
this is now interesting.
I told you, stranger things have happened.
Wow. That just seemed too easy. Wow, so this is now put Peter. Peter's just had the ears prick up a little bit on the dock because right, coming back at 12. So Marky D and Peter probably taking a little bit of interest in this pass. So 3.5 is pretty deep
It is, yeah.
for 12. There is a little bit of a tail breeze. So, but if he runs a couple, it's going to make, you know, it's going to have to make Peter run, you know, a few at 13. Righto. So
We got a PB there? What do we got?
PBs, haven't got PBs, sorry. But the way he run that 13, I'm pretty sure he's pretty deep into...
Could go to the seas.
Righto, here we go. Little tail breeze. Oh,
Nice one.
sweet one. Oh, just come a bit away from the handle. A little bit from the handle, but that's a pretty good ski.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good score.
1.5 at 12.
CA should
Yeah. Skier bios.
be nothing there.
Nothing. Righto, let's do our sums here. Marky D, let's go next up. 1.5 at 12. Puts him into the lead. Then we have second place. Did we have Shane or did we still have
No, yeah, Shane's in front. Shane's second, sorry.
Shane, Graham first and Shane second? A bit weird there. Okay, so Marky D, 3 at 13. He is going to have to run. He's already half. He's going to have to run 1 at 12 for a 1 at 12 to have a runoff. So he's going to have to go to 2 ball if he wants to take the lead. You with that?
Yeah, that's a big score.
You reckon? Is that my maths correct?
I believe it is, yeah.
And then he's going to have to
You need to
have a
full-
couple of
full
dips
one
at
12.
13 to get on, because we're looking at podium places here too.
But he can do it.
He can, yeah, Marky
The
D can
stallion.
do it. Righto, Marky D. There is a bit of breeze now. Be pretty good for the opener. Start at 16. Probably going to put him in a good position for his 13 little head breeze.
Looks pretty good there, I think.
Yep,
I
nice.
believe he spent the week up at near you.
Yes, so yep, Mark
Dialing
and
in.
Brad flew up last week. Mark Quinn, Mark Quinn's ski school.
Just the Mark convention.
Mark Convention, Mark Quinn's ski school. Got a few sets in.
Geez, I would have thought the language would have deteriorated somewhat through the week with Mark hanging around.
Yeah, I think they had a few drinks, perhaps. looking at the replay. Don't know what ball we're up to. Probably 2. Looking pretty good. Pretty strong through the wash. Stays nice and hips up and out through 6. Righto, so has to run 14 first. What happens if
he can?
Well,
for sure.
let's not. We're not going to say anything about
Let's just
not,
get him through this pass.
because you know this is our. Well, this is the sad thing. This is our only Queensland hope for the podium in this
It's a big
division.
hope, though.
Big hope. So, Marky D. Oh, big hook
Good
out of
one.
1. A little
He's
slow
there.
out of 2. Oh, he's going to have to.
I don't think he's looking too bad.
Yep. Yep, that's
I
going
think
to be.
that's pretty easy in the end.
Yep, pretty good. Nice 1 ball to start that.
Yeah,
So,
he's looking pretty good to me.
right, he's going to have to run this to get to the lead.
Mm-hmm.
But to get him into a possible third,
I think he's just got to get around 1 ball to get a podium.
right, so just around 1, we're saying. A 2,
Yeah, 'cause
he's 1 up there. Well, he half a boy. Half a boy.
so he's got to
Yep. He's just got to get through his well, he's got to get to 1. If he gets to 1, he's got a guaranteed podium. So score for Shane's score of 2 at 13 and then 1 at 13. And Marky D has got a 3 at 13 in the first round, so he's got the 1 advantage. Tied already. Yep, good. That's a good call. But needs to get a quarter ball, guaranteed podium. And then if he wants to ski the course, which he is capable of,
He's done it a few times.
so let's go Queenslanders.
Be pretty happy here if he gets.
Yeah, he could be
Yeah,
like with Brad
if he gets
Williams at
halfway
this
down.
moment.
Yeah, well,
like
that's
Brad's,
right.
there could be stay
got
away
it.
from that side of the lake. Beautiful 1.
Oh, that is good.
Oh, a little
Oh,
wait
high
for the
up.
handle. But back in it. Come on, Marky. Oh,
Oh,
just
pretty good
inside of 5. So
That's a good week. That's a good weekend for Marky, I think, though.
a 3 and a 4. Yep. Well,
And
that's
on top of that, he's got his best mate Brad here with him.
yep, Brad. Righto. So, well, currently he's in second place. So, a 4 and a 3. And we'll call Peter as it comes through with updates on what Peter needs to do. But we're saying that Peter needs to run. It's
I think
already
He's just got to get in the third.
2. Yeah, I agree. I think he's just got to get into 13. Like he's 2 up there. And 2. He's just got to get through 14. If he gets 1 at 13, then Peter takes the win. And I think Peter starts at 14.
So he's just got to run his opener.
Oh,
Well, just. I mean, it's never that
big
easy.
call. Big
Maybe.
call.
Should we get Graham up here to commentate?
Yeah, Graham, you're in the hot
Graham.
seat. You're in the hot seat at the moment.
Graham.
No, he won't. He won't.
No, he's pretending he can't hear us.
Yeah, it's like he's in.
Yeah,
He's in runoff mode.
he's ready.
I'm ready for runoff. Love to see a runoff.
Exciting stuff.
Righto. last skier, Peter Tmenovitz, Victoria. This is for our over 55 2025 national title, slalom title. Wouldn't that be a nice little trophy?
Indeed.
Righto. So, as we said, starting at 14. It's got a nice little head breeze here too. So, here we go. Round 1. Nice and easy 2. Super early to 4. Waiting. And I tell you what. Oh, that's
about as textbook as it comes.
I just... Oh,
Did
boy,
not look under pressure at all.
I need to find another sport.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I enjoy it when I watch everyone else and then I look at myself.
Yes. Maybe that's next year's goal, to watch more video of ourselves.
Oh, I thought you were saying to find another sport.
No, I've been looking for 25 years now for other sports.
Well, you can't do golf because you're not real honest, so that sort of takes...
Oh, come on. So, righto, so we've called it. If he runs his gate and gets to 1, this will give him the title. So, we've got 2.5.
But the gates have been tricky down
2.
there.
Well,
When you miss them on the less intelligent side.
yes. So, we've got 2 there. And he needs a half. Half at 13. So 1 for the win.
He's fairly intently.
He's going to... Well, as we said...
I don't
never
reckon
know.
he's worried about the win. I reckon he's worried about
I reckon the
getting
wind
through
has
it.
dropped off a bit
Yeah,
here. We
it's
go.
looking pretty good for him.
Oh, that's a lovely
That's
one.
pretty textbook.
That's a lovely 2. Like a... Bloody hell, how come he looks so slow out there? Beautiful.
Pretty
Lovely.
strong, isn't he?
That's a lovely pass. Righto, there you go. There's your 2025 over 55 slalom. So now we can confirm some spots with Peter Tomovitz, first place. Graham Kavanagh takes silver. And our D-Train.
The people's favourite.
The people's choice.
The only man I've ever met that's gotten a pocket sewn onto his footy shorts.
I think he's got a pocket on his Speedos.
That's not a pocket.
Oh. Righto, I don't know. Have we got any numbers? What's Peter's PB? Let's get some excitement here. Victorians down there. Kelly. What's Peter's PB? Give me some numbers. 1 at 11. 3. We're going to go 3 at 11. PB. He's got a good chance of... Yeah, training, but, you know. Oh, 3. There you go. 3. He's going to run this. He's got a nice...
tasty little head.
Gentle headwind. He got deep yesterday. He was probably disappointed.
Oh, not the best gate.
Oh, I was going to say the gates.
He's made it. He's just
Not a good
about got it
start.
back.
But he's back in the show here. Oh.
Come on.
It's going to... But I don't know. That's a... Wow.
He's running. I had him screaming on his glide there.
Let's watch this gate replay, because I looked up and he was nearly in the wash. Watch this.
Almost Quinn-like on the pull-out.
Righto, he's up nice and high there.
Not anymore.
And he just didn't drop in at all. Like, look at that. Like, flat
he got
ski.
no angle at all. That's impressive.
Oh, he's done it, though. That's pretty impressive.
That is
Righto,
good skiing.
so they've given him a all clear. Bring it home for the crowd. Victorians, get your tunnel set. Righto, after this we have over 65 men's trick. I know we're going to have a change in the commentary. I know Wendy Lee is going to roll down to the dock and be dock marshal. And judges should be all set. Trick judges. Righto, Georgie, we're watching this. 3 at 11 is a PB. And after that gate entry, he might tidy that up a little bit for this one. And see what we can get. Let's have a look at this gate.
Much higher.
Okay, got a bit of angle there. Oh, dips a shoulder in. And I'm going to call a half at 11. Wow. Right. So that's me. I'm going to do every...
Georgie, are you driving? That's what it says on here. Oh, no, sorry, you're judging. Yep.
Righto, well done. Peter Tomovitz with a nice score of half at 11 to be our over 55 2025 slalom champion. He
Okay.
could have fallen off down here at 3 and 4, couldn't he? It's a long walk.
Yeah, he's happy to soak it up, I think. Judges for tricks.
Right, we've got Shane Coulter, driver. Georgie Cooper, you're in the boat, Judge. Is that right? Well, you don't have a boat, Judge, do you? I don't know.
No, they'll be on the score.
Judge, Georgie Cooper, Nikki Coburn, and Flynn Mitchell.
Flynn.
Flynn, is it? Oh, Finn. Not Flynn. Bruce.
He's a solid skier, isn't he?
He's a man. Got his own ski side, of course, that can help. And Lisa, his wife, she's a better skier than him, so that probably keeps the momentum going.
So what are we in for, Gary? We're in for tricks.
We're in for a lot of tricks.
Yeah,
a lot of tricks, Scoops.
Starting at over 65 men's, and then over 35 men's. We've only got Chris Coburn. It seems a bit lean in the over 35 men's, doesn't it?
He could win that, couldn't he? I think the fact that Chris is in, everybody else has said, well.
I'm out.
Yeah. Chris Coburn, of course, was a junior world champion many, many years ago. He went to the Worlds, I forget where. And he went out in the final, of course. He was one of the first skiers off the dock. Skied up a PB in tricks and put the wind up everybody else, and he was the gold medalist. So big achievement for Chris Coburn.
Yeah, nice.
Of course, his uncle, Brucey, was the world champion in Open many years before that. So it runs in the family.
So there's a pretty good lineage there. Yeah, but maybe we're a little lean on tricks. Then we go to over 55 women, where we've only got one tricker as well, Mel Collins. And I believe she's skiing in overall, so she wants to be able to trick for sure.
So big variety of trickers, of course. Over 65 men, probably tricking around maybe 1,000, 2,000.
So we got
then we go to Chris Coburn.
Got some scores there, Gary.
We
can
have.
see Peter Smith at 900, Mark Lauder at 1420 first round, and Raymond Horton leading out in the gold medal position at the minute at 1720.
And then Coops, as you've just mentioned, then we go to Chris Coburn by himself. Trick 4,020. He can trick 6,000 comfortably. So hopefully that'll happen today. Mel, I'm not sure about Mel. 500 points. That's probably all she'll be looking at today.
Alrighty, we're going to scare on the water. Well, I think it's going to have to be Peter Smith, is it?
It is Peter Smith.
Peter
all
Smith
the way
from Victoria.
Skis now at Bridgewater. He's a very consistent three-event skier, is Pete.
Starting out.
Round about 900 points on the first round. Puts in the back and the front. I don't think that is Peter, is it?
Yeah, well, that's Western Australia is the yellow bib, I would normally say. So is Raymond Horton. Have we got a few no starters maybe? And
okay, just a clarification there. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I think that might be Raymond Horton on the water. If you can see him in his splendid yellow vest. He tricked 1,720 in the first round. This is a fella that's a barefooter, show skier, tournament skier, has his own lake in WA. Mr. Versatile.
yeah, we're a little confused as to why what might be skiing first, because we kind of thought he might have been last off the dock. Unless those other two skiers have decided that they didn't want to trick in their second round. That's possible. They might have just wanted scores for an overall competition. I know Mark Lauder certainly skis in all three. I don't know whether Pete jumps as well, whether Pete Smith jumps. And maybe he got the trick score he needed and said, that'll do me. I'm not going to do any better than that. Alrighty, we're going to carry on regarding skiing here. We are in the over 65 trick division. And this is going to determine some places here because this is round 2. Raymond Horton leading out in the first round with 17.20. Mark Lauder 14.20. So maybe Mark, I don't know whether Mark's got a few more tricks up his sleeve where he might be able to reel Raymond in. We're about to see Peter Smith back another 800 points at 900 points. So it might be tricky for him to reel him in.
So we apologise, ladies and gentlemen. There has been a little bit of a mix-up here in the commentary tower with the starting list. We failed to recognise that there would be a disabled division that would ski before the tricks. So once we have a look, and I would say that we've got Ben Copping on the water in the V2, V3 division. He's going to have a swim back. Tricked. This is round 1, of course, for the disabled tricks, round 2. So we've got Ira Dalzell, Samantha Longmore, Jason Taylor, and the superstar himself, Jason Sleep, will be the 5 competitors.
I'm pretty sure they did have a trick yesterday, but we can't see the scores there, but potentially they're competing in different categories anyway, so to put the scores up against one another wouldn't really suit here. Yeah. But we're going to keep an eye on what they're up to and let you know whatever information we've got about how that tricking works out for the adaptive skiers.
Keeps, I don't know who's organising the weather, but you did it yesterday. You had a big cloud over there. I think they called it, up your way, they called it a scud.
The scud, yes, if a scud comes through.
He didn't come through
No. No, we
scared. Look at it today.
We scared him off in some capacity, didn't we? And he was threatening a little today too. There was a couple little spots of rain. There was certainly some water around first thing this morning. Like there was, we had rain again last night, and I heard it on the roof again early this morning. But as soon as the sun comes out, it's pretty good.
Right, and that wasn't Ben Copping, was it? Ben's about to come now. We know what we're doing up here. There's no doubt about that.
Alrighty, we got Ben on the water. We're pretty sure this is Ben this time on the water. Punching out a couple of side slides there. Got that bright yellow helmet, so we can't miss out on that. There's a back and a front for him. Ooh, a side slide the other way. I think he was maybe trying to turn backwards in the other direction. Maybe didn't quite get it. I'm waiting for an O at the end here. I'm just waiting for him to spin right around. Maybe not. Looks like he sort of finished up and skiing out to the other end of the lake. And that is Ben Copping. Once again, doesn't have the states, but he has got, the league is V2/3, so I'm assuming that is the division, that he skis in. And they've all got, they've just basically all got Australian flags beside them, so within their individual divisions. But Ben's out there having a go for sure. Good on him.
Okay, Ben coming in for his second pass. We'll have a look. He's got a lot of side slides on the first. I'm not sure what division it is, Coops, but
I'm punting on a 360. I reckon we're going to see
I
a
think
60.
we're going to see a 360.
360 out of him, Gary. Let's see what happens.
Sits nice on the ski. So disability.
Going over the wakes at the moment.
Okay.
He's not lining up for a backflip here, is he, Gary?
We pay wake jumps, don't we?
I think he might. Oh,
There's
dear.
a,
Yep.
there's a wake jump. We're going to need a wake jump on this side. I'm sure somebody out there will tell us what division that he is in. Another wake jump coming up. He wouldn't be blind, would he?
Yeah, there's a chance of that. Maybe that's why he's wearing a helmet. He might be vision impaired.
So Noel Dix, of course, the chief judge for the disabled division. That's why he answered the radio before. Noel, great contributor to the disabled division, has been the disabled director many years. He's organised, big key organiser in the World Disabled Championships, which are at Mulwala later this year, I think November.
So there's going to be a totally disabled tournament. So it's all
Totally
disabled skiers from around the world.
It's only about 5 years ago we had the World Disables at Moyana Bay, believe it or not.
Oh, wow. And a lot of participants? A lot of people?
A lot of participants, a lot of countries. The Americans, of course, turn up,
with
the
loads.
big team,
Yep.
a lot of quality. But Australia very strong. Australia had quality, not so much quantity. But it is amazing to watch some of these people. We just had Darryl Hoyle coming out and jumping 25 metres.
I remember seeing Darryl Hoyle. He was crazy off the ramp, wasn't he? He was fun to watch.
He
Like
was
it was,
incredible. And a champion fella too.
yeah,
Real character.
had heaps of courage. Like I think to go over that ramp in a seated position on that ski, he's just got a lot of courage.
And to land 24 metres
Yes.
down the track.
And he used to fly through the air, and he loved it.
He
And
was a showman.
Yeah, and he didn't seem scared at all. I think
know
we
had him, sorry, Keeks, I know we
Yeah,
had
right.
him jumping in the middle of the men's jump at Moomba one year, and he got more applause than all the big guys. that
Man,
were
I
jumping
don't-
65 metres.
I don't doubt it.
And a good bloke.
I think we're getting just a tiny bit of breeze up here, Gary, that we haven't seen much breeze at all this weekend, which we're quite happy about as water skiers. But we've got a little something coming in from the south now. It's not super strong, but it's on the water a little bit. All right, Ira Dalzell is on the water, starting out with a couple of side slides. They look pretty good. There's a back and a front there, and I think we're probably going to see a reverse. Maybe not. There was a wake back and a wake front. So doing some of those tricks that all the regular trickers do. There's a 360 thrown in there, and I think that was going to... I think she might have been trying to do a 5, didn't quite come off, but she's certainly doing a little bit of spinning. Basic tricks, but they're basic tricks that able-bodied skiers would start their runs out with for sure. So she's skiing well.
Yeah, well, that's not a lot different than Peter Smith's first run. So, sorry, Pete. But 360s, she looks quite good out there. Trying to work out what the disability is. But I'm sure there's somebody down there that's got more information than we have here. But she'll stop down the end, come back for a second pass. I don't think there'll be a toe pass.
Well, I have been so far. I'll be able to relax a little bit for a couple of days. Yes, we're going on.
So A2 division. Ira Dalzell coming in the A2 division. Now, We probably need somebody down in the disabled team to give us a bit. Oh, I tell you what, wake jump, reverse wake jump. Well, obviously she can do a few. Oh, tell you, that's not easy to do, a wake jump landing in the back position. But unfortunately she went down. So that's disappointing. So, yep. Okay, now we've got a little bit of a review here of Ira's first pass. She's getting her first pass reviewed. She did a lot of side slides on the way down. Wake jumps look pretty good. Now on that one there, she did a wake jump, then she did a wake jump, landing in the back position. So looking pretty good. So I wouldn't go too far away, Ira. I think they're reviewing your first pass. Okay, so still in the disabled tricks division, Samantha Longmire next, Jason Taylor and Jason Sweet, but at the moment we're just reviewing Ira's first pass. And we'll have our next competitor back on the water very, very shortly.
Alrighty, so we are still plugging away here in the trick event at the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles in Australia here. We are in New South Wales, Port Macquarie, Stoney Park to be exact. So hoping there might be a few listeners or watchers from around the world watching what goes on in Australia with regards our national titles. Pretty well every country holds a big national event every year. The best amateur event in water skiing in your country, and then generally those people, the best out of the best there, end up at a world titles. And we're going to have, I believe there's a world titles coming to Australia, Gary, in a couple of years' time. Is that right?
Well, I've heard that, but I haven't had it confirmed. But I have heard that it was picked up at Tournament Wells, which is
it is a rumour.
The first time for many years. I know years and years ago, I think Bob Wing organised a Tournament Wells. But Adelaide nearly got one about 5 years ago. And we'll just see what happens on this one. Of course, we've got Disabled Worlds coming up in November. And we have quite a few Barefoot Worlds. A very strong water ski country is Australia. If you think we're always in the top 5 in the tournament results, barefoots we usually win. Ski racing we win. Wakeboarding we're very strong. But of course, when you're in the tournament division and you've got 35 countries, and some of them are fully sponsored skiers. Okay, we've got Sam Longmore is the next on the water in the MP1 division. Okay.
MP1.
on the sit ski.
All right, Samantha's sitting down there.
This is
Yep. Let's see what's
Remarkable
got.
how they can do this.
Yeah. Looks like starting out with a couple of side slides there. I think we've probably turned to some 180s. Oh, just that handle got away from her on that first 180 there. Yeah, one of the deals with tricks is as you turn around, you got to try and keep that handle in. If it gets away from you, it can steal it away from you, which is what's happened to Samantha. I think they might be having a couple of little issues with the images anyway, so I think Samantha might get a chance to have a bit of a reride there. Couple of little technical difficulties with transmission from the boat. The way it works these days in tricks is we have a live camera in the boat beaming back to the judges' tower. There's 5 judges sitting there watching and making sure that people perform those tricks like they need to. But if that communication link between the boat and the tower fails, and it can, there's lots of water going around, boats are bouncing up and down, so it is a little bit of a tricky game sometimes to keep those links going. And I think they're having a little trouble with that, and I think we might have a little pause in operations just for 5 or 10 minutes here where they can work on that transmission equipment. We're running ahead of schedule anyway today, which is great.
Okay, so Sam's going to go up and complete her, well, she was going to come back in for a second pass, which they will be able to record, and then she'll get another rerun of her first pass immediately afterwards. So it's all organised from the team of judges we have up here, a very competent group of judges. So Sam gets a rerun of her first pass and about to start a second pass.
It's a lovely looking boat there, Gary. Yeah, nice colours on that one. Just like a flecky silvery colour there with a bit of grey through, you know, some charcoal. Beautiful looking boat, these Malibu boats. And I believe there's been a change in the hull this year. The hull's updated a little bit.
Yeah, there was a bit of a tweak done in Australia only. Of course, as you know, Malibu is an American company. They do the design work over there, but Noel Gordon, who's the engineer in Albury, had the authority to go ahead and do a little bit of a tweak. I think he just tweaked the back of the hull a little bit to drop that slalom weight.
Yeah, it's noticeably better. It's really good.
Yeah.
Really good slalom wake now, so.
And a nice trick wake it had anyway. And of course, plenty of grunt and those things to take the big 65-metre jumpers.
Yeah.
No, that we're very lucky to have a company like that in Australia.
And lovely and plush to sit in. I think you feel you're sitting up there, proud as punch behind the wheel. They're definitely a lovely looking boat. We're definitely got our eyes on our fries for one of those. Maybe down the track here would be nice. And it's lovely to have the local support too of Malibu. Because they are produced in this country and there's support in this country. I'm not saying the other boat companies don't support, but it's just more difficult when, you know, from overseas. Alrighty, we got Sam coming back for her second pass. Let's see what we've got on the go here. She is cutting out, looks to me, I think she's maybe going to do a wake-to-wake jump, and the disabled skiers can score points for wake-to-wake jumps. And she's got a hold there with her elbow. She's holding on tight. Gone in quick there. You're okay, Sam? Hand up if you're good. She's good as gold. Good job. That's got a pretty big edge to catch that ski there. It's all good. Good job.
still having a short break, ladies and gentlemen, just due to a small technical situation in the boat. So we'll be back on water with the disabled division very, very shortly. But I know the canteen's running, the drinks, soft drinks, cool drinks. What time's the bar open?
You're right, Gary. It is lunchtime for sure. Actually, we hit them up earlier about the bar opening time. The conflicting stories, 2 o'clock apparently. 2 o'clock, and then someone was trying to push it to 1 o'clock. And I'm not sure what the final result is, but we're a good portion of the way to 2 o'clock anyway. So if people are thirsty, you can just start thinking about it a little bit. But for the time being, I'm sure they are going to be punching out some quality lunch stuff at the canteen there. I had the dim sims today. They were pretty good, steamed dim sims with a little bit of, a little bit of soy sauce was nice.
That would be a no. I should back on now because the signal's on there. Go on, oh no, it's just gone off there.
That should be back now.
Came on, went off, and come back on again.
So it's solid right now.
It is solid right now.
Is there a potential we can do a spin pass just up and down to make sure it's stable?
Yes, we'll just run the boat up and down and make sure it's stable. It's not stable now.
Copy that, Bruce.
Really good. We had no issues at all.
Copy that. We'll head back to the dock.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Perfect. Thanks, Bruce.
Start dock. We're ready for the next gear.
Alrighty, welcome back. We are back online. Technical issues are sorted and we have got skiers on the water. So anybody who's into trick skiing, and I know there's a few trick ski junkies out there. I used to be one myself a little bit. We're going to have some good trick skiing happening, and we have got the adaptive skiers on the water right at the moment. 2 or 3 of those skiers left. What do we got happening? Not 100% sure who's out there, but I'm seeing some side slides. Oh, a little edge catch. I reckon those big skis they're sitting on can catch an edge pretty quick and suck them into the water. But that's a little bit of the name of the game with trick skiing. You catch an edge and it gives you a little bit of a slap in the face. Let me get my paperwork together and see where we might be up to. I think that could be Jason Taylor that's on the water at the minute. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. We've got 5 adaptive skiers starting out our tricks this afternoon, and we are just looking down the list. We are round 2 on all of those skiers, all those divisions. So everybody's already had a run, and I can see all the scores. Can't see the scores for the adaptive skiers because it's definitely a unique scoring system for each one of those individuals, depending on how adapted they are. But we're back underway with some skiing, and I think for the slalom junkies out there who go, oh, the slalom's finished, I think we're going to get some more slalom this afternoon. And also for people that have not slalom today, there's definitely a good opportunity that this afternoon, depending on how it all goes, you might be having your second round this afternoon. I know there was some chatter about that. We finished pretty early yesterday, and if we finish early today, we are going to do some more slalom. Not if you have only skied your first round today. That'll be on tomorrow for sure. Anyway, we have got adaptive trickers on the water at the moment. The Malibu is heading past us there. Really like the look of that silvery one, that speckly silver. I think that's Gary's boat. That one. I don't know whether he gets to keep it for a little bit or whether he's got to trade it in on a new one soon. But it definitely looks the goods. And it definitely skied nice this morning too. The conditions were beautiful. Actually, we had a little bit of breeze about like 15 minutes ago where I was going, oh, we're going to get the breeze is going to blow up this afternoon and cause us a little bit of trouble. But it's like magic. It has disappeared again already. It's just a very light breeze now. Head breeze for the jumps, so the jumpers are going to love that. It's almost a glass out on the water for the trick skiers now, so there is plenty of good conditions out there for skiing. So as far as comps go, we have been very lucky that the conditions have held in there for us. Alrighty, just heard through from the boat then that we have got Jason Sleep, who is our last adaptive skier, trick skier this morning, or this afternoon now I should say. He's going to be coming into course. I know he's potentially one of the most experienced skiers out there in the adaptive crew, and I'll be interested to see what he's got up his sleeve, because I didn't manage to catch him tricking yesterday. Alrighty, we've got Jason out on the water. Let's see what we got. He's moving quick. I remember my daughter was telling me he moves fast. So there were some 180s. I think that's a 720 there. I think he's going to go back for a reverse 720. And I'm pretty sure that was a 5 back, then a back-to-back, a reverse back-to-back, and then I reckon it's going to be a 5 front. A wake back. Oh, man, he's difficult to keep up with, that man.
That was a good trick run.
Yeah.
Well done, Sleepy. Of course, Sleepy's known for his slalom records around the world and titles, etc., but he's not a bad trick skier either.
I'd like to watch a replay on this, Gary. You can see the replay over there on the left-hand side. He moves quick, I think he does a couple of quick side slides and a bunch of 180s and then goes straight into 7s. No side slides, so 180s, and then I think he starts into the 7s. Oh, we've got issues here. Well, we can see it here. Wonder what's happened there. There's... Yeah, I'm not sure, but they... Oh, I see. They couldn't see over on the left-hand side there. So I think that one could be a human error, that one little bit. We'll say that quietly. I think the videographer has lost the skier in the picture, so he's going to get to do that again. Yeah, I think he is going to. So did you manage to find yourself some lunch out there, Gary? No good. Someone ate all the dim sims. That was me, I think. So that... So I think we are back online with our webcast viewers now, Gary. So I'm not sure how long you guys have been with us for. Just to update you where we're at. We're starting the trick event. We've had a couple of little technical issues, so we've had a little bit of a break. That's why you've been watching some advertising reels for 20 minutes, half an hour or so. But we are back at Stoney Park in New South Wales, Australia, for the national titles. And our event this year is split up a little bit with regards. We've got our overs event for this first weekend of the titles, and then a couple of days of famils early next week, and then the unders and opens are going to be next weekend. So we're extending the party. Is that what it's about? We love a party, so we're extending the party for this one. It's going to be like a 10-day event, and we're into it with the first weekend. We've had some great slalom this morning, the over 35 men and the over 45 men. Deep 11 and a little bit of 10-7 action from the 35 guys, so the slalom was great. We are starting the trick event now, starting with the adaptive skiers, and Jason's asleep on the water at the moment. He's the last of our adaptive skiers, and he's zippy. You watch how zippy he is. He's fast. So we're doing some 180s, and then I'm pretty sure he moved into 720s. Oh, he missed that line there. He'll be a little disappointed about that because he did get it in the first attempt and we had some issues. Not sure where that leaves us. So I'll just put it down slowly and back away is what I like to do on that front. So, anyone who's not familiar with the trick event, our trick skiers get 2 attempts, 2 runs, 20-second runs to perform as many tricks as they can within that 20-second time limit. So Jason went down a little bit early in that one there, missed the handle. It's one of those gigs where when you are spinning, obviously, as you spin around, you have to pass the handle from hand to hand. And just like a relay runner in the Olympics, if that baton pass in your hand, you miss it, then that handle gets away from you pretty quick and it's gone and it's lights out, game over. So that's what happened to Jason that time there. But he is going to ski to the other end of the lake, and I'm not sure whether they'll spin or drop him in down there, and he's going to get to come back and do his second pass. Looks like the boat's spinning, so he's going to come straight back into course. I kind of feel like he might just try and do his first run again. Let's see what happens.
It'll be interesting to see. Of course, it's this is round 2. 2 rounds added together. He was the leader in the first round, so he's looking pretty solid for a gold medal. He's coming in for his second pass. A lot of wake tricks here, I would think.
Yeah. Oh, I think
360s out the side of the wake. Comes in, and look at that.
Oh, he's done a wake front.
Wake to wake front. Same deal here in the back position up. Does he do wake to front, double wake? Strong skiing. That is incredible there, some of the big action he does. Back and front, puts in a couple of slides right at the end. Well done, Jason Sleep.
He's like a Mexican jumping bean out there, isn't he?
That is so good.
It's good to watch. Like, it's really pretty exciting to watch that stuff. I'm disappointed he went down early in his first run because he does a lot of really clean surface turns there in that first run as well.
I think he was faster on the second first pass, but at the same time he missed 2 wake back, wake fronts right at the end. But we'll wait and see what's Sleepy. So we're moving now to the over 65 men's tricks round 2. So this is a final. Peter Smith, Mark Lauder, Ramon Horton. They'll be the 3 skiers on the water, over 65. Then we'll go to the over 55 women and the over 35 men. So we'll be tricking for the next hour or so, ladies and gentlemen. And I think we put on a little bit of jump and slalom towards the end of the day just to make it a great event that it is. Okay, so we're going to go into over 65 women now. And one competitor here, a stalwart, Sue Chris from Victoria, 1,900 points in the first round.
That's a solid score, 1,900 points.
Well, she's a bit of a fierce competitor, of course. She's probably been the stalwart in the over 35 women's Australian team for many years. And now she's back out here, of course, for about, I won't say how many nationals she's had as Sue. She comes from WA originally. She's a member of the Boardman family and was a young tricker 3 event. I'm not sure if she 3 evented for WA until she ran into that very handsome Richard Crisp from Victoria. That was the end of her. Moved to Victoria, and of course she's been representing Victoria for many years since.
So did she have an issue recently? I heard some story. Did she break an ankle or she had some fracture and she's just coming back from that? Like it was just prior to the Worlds too. So it was a bit of a problem, like she couldn't slalom maybe. Anyway, I think she's worked really hard to come back. So here she is, scored 1,900 points, which is definitely no mean feat in that first round, competing against herself really. Over 65 women tricks. Here she goes. She's got a wake sequence there, fairly standard wake back, wake front sequence where you get all those tricks in, including the surface 180s.
So very light and smooth on the water. You can see there she's...
Looks like a couple of 720s in a row, back-to-back 720s. And that was an O and a reverse O into a couple of side slides. That's a pretty tidy trick in there.
Good pass, Sue Crisp. So the only competitor in the over 65 women, but she's a very, very fierce, competent competitor. Of course, her son, Patrick Crisp, he can trick up around 10,000 points.
We're going to see Patrick next week, are we, in the Opens? Yep, fair enough.
Good slalomer, good tricker, doesn't jump. But they ski as a family down in Geelong, and you can see there, just watching the replay, she's very smooth, very light on the ski, keeping that ski flat on the water, and pushes up towards 800 or 900 on her first. I assume she'll do a toe pass tips. I'm not sure. I didn't see a trick yesterday.
Yeah, I think to get up at 1,900, we're going to need to see some toe tricks out of her in her second run here, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we're going to see. Alrighty, we got Sue Crisp coming in from the southern end. Over 65 women's trick event. She's the sole competitor in that. Scored 1,900 points yesterday, so she would have kicked me out of the water if I was competing in over 65 women's. Anyway, let's see what she's got in second pass. Doesn't look like toe tricks. Looks like she's going to start out with a Waco. She's wrapped up for what looks to me to be a Waco. Let's see how she goes with that. Pretty good. Nicely done trick. She's moving on to a 5 back, I think, and maybe a 5 front, or maybe a 7. She might have done a 7 back-to-back, and maybe a reverse. There's certainly lots of spinning going on there. Going to go for some wake back-to-backs and not worrying about the reverse. Just doing the one.
Okay, well done, Sue Crisp. And of course, you noticed in that run there, lots of surface turns, 540s, 720s. They were not a trick that you could use a couple of years ago, but now recently they've introduced the surface tricks. Good for the juniors, also good for the over 65s. But before that you had to do a 720 over the wake and get air, so it was a very difficult trick. 540 the same. But Sue looks very steady there. Stands right up on that trick, and here comes the wake. We're just looking at a replay. Wake back, front. Says, no, I'm not going to do the reverse wake back. Disabled tricks sheets are available up at the tower with Noel Dix. For how long, Noel? 30 minutes. 30 minutes, and you know what Noel's like, cranky old bugger. So I'd get up and grab your sheets if you could. They're there for 30 minutes in front of the tower. In front of the bar. Is that right, Noel? Yeah.
Does that mean you have to buy a drink on the way to getting those
I know Noel
those
won't
trick
buy them.
sheets? Alrighty, anybody who is in there hanging with us on the live feed, thank you very much for your patience. We're having some tech issues, and with Trick they like to judge live, and there's some trouble with the signal coming back from the boat, so we've got all our tech gurus joined together. Hopefully they're not punching on in there, hopefully they're working it all out in there. But if you can just be patient with us for a little while longer. Just a lovely little break in the middle of the day, looking out over a beautiful lake. It'd be lovely to sneak a little recreational set in there out there. A little practice set would be nice right now. But we are going to be back with you probably within 10 or 15 minutes, I think. Thanks very much. I'm hearing stories.
Okay.
What about that? There we are.
Back on the water, everybody, for the tricks, and we're in the over 65 men's round 2, so this is a final. First competitor from Victoria, Peter Smith. He's 3 eventing this weekend, but a very consistent trick skier. Put in 900 points in the first round, 2 rounds added together. That goes all the way down with a stand-up hand pass. Will return toe-in rope.
So he's got to be happy with that stand-up pass. Anyone who skis out the other end of the trick course is generally pretty happy because they've got most of it done. And Peter has got it done, 900 in the first round. So he is 800 behind the leader at the moment, Raymond Horton. And I wonder whether he's got enough tricks up his sleeve. Didn't necessarily see that first round whether 900 was a low score for him. He might have gone in early, or whether that's all he had to offer us. We're about to find out in his second pass.
No, I think there's a little bit more left in the tank. He's a toe tricker, so I'm sure he'll come back and probably put in around about 1,000 points on the toes and push himself back up or up into the lead and say, righto, Mark Lauder, Raymond Horton, there you are, it's set there, see if you can beat this.
I might try and keep an eye on the live scores. We should be potentially get the live scores through from IWWF, so we can see how we're faring.
Okay, just holding Pete down the end at the moment. So he can toe trick, and I think he'd trick around about 1,000 points on toe, so he's got a little bit left in the tank, as our Peter Smith. He's got a bit of an injury at the moment too, which has caused him not to train in the last month on the trick ski, but apparently he said, I'm going to trick at the Nationals, because I am a 3-event, he is a 3-event skier, winning several overall skis. He's also a bronze medalist at the over 35 World Championships. So a bronze medal in the jump, jumps up around 25, 30 metres. Okay, so just holding Pete in the water down the top end of Stoney Park, and he'll be back for his tow pass before we bring Mark Lauder and Raymond Horton on. So Skis lives at Horsham, Victoria, trains normally in Green Lake or Naddymuck Lake, and there is a Naddymuck Lake Ski Club. And without talking about your own achievements, I can remember we skied there years ago. Peter came over with his brother and said, we were social skiing, he said, would you like to have a go over the jump? I said, yeah, I'd love a go over the jump. So I had a go on the jump, skied a couple away. Worst, silliest thing I ever did. So my jumping career under the coaching of Murray Pigden in latter years was not the safest career as a jumper, but that's Peter's claim to fame that he kicked my jumps career off.
Tricky game, this tricks. If you don't get it right, takes a little bit of work to make it all come together. But I am sure we are going to streamline sometime soon and keep this tricking game going.
Okay, Victoria, where are you? Get down on the bank because Pete Smith is coming back for his second pass. It'll be a nice toe pass. Needs to get up around 2,000 points. He's got 900 on the board from the first round. So we'll look down to the top end of this beautiful course. Peter Smith from Victoria coming in for his second pass.
So you're telling me there's going to be some skiing here, Gary? We're about
There's
to
a
ski.
lot of skiing today.
All
mate.
right.
We've got an hour of tricking.
Once we get going here.
A little bit of jumping and we finish with some top-class slalom. End of the day, it's a smorgasbord of top-class water skiing. And this is what the Nationals are all about.
All right, we're back on air apparently with the live webcast. Good to see all our viewers back. Sorry, we had a little bit of delay. We had some technical issues. We had some things to do. We even snuck in a little bit of lunch while we were hanging out. But we are back with you for the afternoon, so I'm hoping you guys are ready to hang with us and watch some good skiing at the 2025 Malibu National Water Ski Titles in New South Wales, Australia. All right, Pete Smith looks like he's doing a second hand pass.
Okay, Pete coming in, as Keith just said, second hand pass. The old two-hander backs, the backs are fronts. There goes the 360 and over the wake into a wake back. Two-handed coming in. Good to see these old tricks coming back in right onto the buzzer. 20 seconds. I don't think there's another 1,000 points there though, mate.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to push the boundaries there, especially with Raymond at 1,700, who at 1,700 must have maybe a couple of toe tricks in there for sure. Anyway, we're back underway. The tricking is on. We are in the over 65 men's division for tricks. 3 competitors. And then we are going to move on to, I think we're going to move on to the over 55 women with Mel Collins. Then I think we might see Chris Coburn in the over 35 men. So there's a bunch of tricking going on. And we're sort of going up and down a little bit there. We're at the 1,000 point, 2,000 point mark. But I know Chris Coburn can push us up to 5,000 points. We're in that vicinity. And then there is a bunch of other spectacular skis in there. I know Catherine Gordon can be up at about that 5,000 point mark as well. Yeah. Skied 3.5 first round. And we got Katie Pickford, scored 2,900 in her first round. Anyway, all of these trickers are coming up in the next hour or so.
So we've got a pretty, even though there's only 3 competitors in this particular event, 3 pretty good competitors. Now Mark Lauder from New South Wales next on the water. Mark can trick up around the 3,000 points. First round 14.20 because he's a great competitor in the over 35 worlds. Great 3 event skier. Known for his jumping, world jump champion of course, over 35. But he gets some really good hand tricks there, the 360s. 540 will go right up towards him. We'll see a couple of wake tricks coming in right on the 20-second mark into the wake front, wake back. There we go, out through the gates, 20 seconds.
That was a pretty good looking run, so got plenty of air on his wake tricks there too, Gary. He was looking good, spinning smooth. I definitely saw some 540s in amongst it all. Got a little replay of it there where we're slow-mo replay. We might be able to see what's going on with Mark Lauder, but that is certainly a good first run for him. He scored 1,420, and I'm assuming he'd probably like to take it all. He was 280 points. Is that right? Oh, no. Yep, 280 points behind Raymond Horton. So let's see how it's going to come together for this round for him. Wonder whether he might have a few little toe tricks in his second run here, Gary.
Well, I'm sure he will. He's a fierce competitor, so if he's that far behind Raymond at the moment, you no doubt he'll stand up this pass. He's got a few toe tricks, and he's quite a quick toe tricker. So I would think you'd see that. And then we've got a series of line backs as well here. Put a couple of line backs. wake line backs. So we get a good shot of our driver there.
Shane Coulter, who is, he's the chief driver for the event. So he's driving this trick event.
So he's got the big event, the over 65 men's tricks.
I think I can see a foot going into the toe piece there, so we're going to see some toe tricks from Mark Lauder. Probably assuming a front and a back and a wake front and a wake back, maybe some slides. Let's see what we got, what Mark's got up his sleeve. So we've got a front and a back pretty quick too, and a slide. Let's go for a wake back. Looks pretty good, and a wake front. That's nice. So that's a nice little toe sequence. Now he's going to do a line sequence, a line back, line front, and a wake line back he's heading out for. And that looked relatively good to me. He's going to do a wake line front. I think that's a pretty good run. I think that's a bit of a double stand-up run for him. I would think that might push 1400. That's a bit more than those two runs that he's done in his first round, I would suggest.
He'll get a lot more than that because he fell on halfway through his second pass yesterday. So 1420 had first round. Now a stand-up pass with all his toe tricks, his line tricks. Got to be another 1,000 point at least there.
So it's going to be interesting to see what Raymond's got up his sleeve to counteract that. Alrighty, I think we've got Raymond Horton heading into course here from Western Australia, over 65 men's tricker, who was our top seed. He's made a little bit of a start and he is spinning already, and he's spinning frantically. I can see a 5 back there and a 5 front, and I think we might end up with some back-to-backs and some 180s, a wake back into a wake front. And he's done a reverse wake back off the same wake, but he's turned the opposite direction, so that's all fair game. Into some side slides at the end. That's a tidy looking run.
I tell you, that's a good run. He's very quick.
Yeah, he didn't hesitate at all, did he?
He got 500 points on those surface tricks. Very, very fast on the 720s, 540s. So he's a bit of a dark horse here, is Raymond. He's the number 1 seed after the first round. But if he stands up this one, I think he might have taken.
Yeah, that's right. I think he might have just
about taken the gold there, Coops.
I think he might have just got the jump start on Mark. Mark and him, they might be similar if they were head to head, but he had a 300-point head start on round 1, and I think that might be hard to reel in.
So Raymond Horton, WA. So I mentioned he's versatile skier, barefooter, show skier, has his own lake. As many people around here seem to have their own lake.
There's a few of them popping up, isn't there, Gary?
Yeah, only those wealthy ones.
The more the better.
Very wealthy cockies. Okay, Raymond will come back in. Now, if he stands up this pass, you would have to say, ladies and gentlemen, that he would be your gold medal with Mark Lauder and Peter Smith, 1, 2, 3. But have a look down to the top end of this magnificent Waterski side. And here he comes from WA. Where's the WA team? Are you down there ready for your arch of
Got that bright yellow bib on. We can see he's from
Yeah.
WA for sure. Looks like he's going to do another hand pass here, Gary. So he's spinning again. That's a 720. I'm assuming he's going to do a reverse 720, and he has. We've got some side slides. Waco. Oh, nice Waco. That's 150 points there, and he's going to do a reverse. I think he's wrapping up for a reverse. That's a reverse Waco. And I think he's also going to do a wake line, back line, front. Yeah, well, he stood it up, so I kind of think there's enough in there, especially with those couple of Wacos. They're worth 150 each.
I'd agree, mate. I'd
those
say there's
Wacos.
your gold medalist. So WA, get down and support your skier. He's skied very, very well in the two consistent trick rounds. 1,700 in the first round. I'd say have to be up around 1,700, 2,000 in that particular round. So we move through now to the over 55 women's tricks. Only one competitor. That'll be the very shy little butterfly, Mel Collins, for all her overseas support group. And then we go to the top trick skier here this weekend, Chris Coburn, New South Wales. Chris, a junior world champion many years ago. Of course, he comes from the famous Coburn family. And I would think we're looking at a nice 6,000 points for Chris Coburn.
He does a real sneaky toe wake line front. I think I watch the pros. I don't think there's many of the pros that can manage that trick. It's a funny trick. I always thought it was a very difficult one. They all do a toe line back. A lot of them do the toe line back to backs, which is tricky as well, and that toe wake line 5 back, which is really difficult, I'm sure. But there's only one or two of them that do the toe line front because it seems to be difficult to land front on your ski after going over the line. And Chris does that trick and makes it look super easy. And I'm going, isn't that a really hard trick? But Chris Coburn makes it look very easy.
Of course, if you happen to be a Coburn child and you're brought up with Graham Coburn and Bruce Coburn as your coach, mate, you'll do anything because otherwise you'll cop it.
Yeah, that's right. You haven't got much chance, have you?
And of course, their father, old Sandy Coburn, the toughest man around. But he produced a world champion in Bruce Coburn. Of course, Bruce won the World Trick event. He introduced a new trick called a toe.
Was it toe reverse? Toe reverse back.
Reverse back. And first man to do that, and just took out the World Championships. Streeted the field.
Alrighty, we're hearing back from the boat that they are about to bring the next skier on, over 55 women's trick. Mel Collins, and I'm pretty sure she starts out with a 2-ski run, so that's something you do see. Old mate of mine, Craig Rankin, played this game a little bit as well. You can do whatever you want in your 2 runs, and if you decide one of them you want to have 2 skis, you can. And then the next run you can get rid of a ski and ski with 1 ski, and I'm pretty sure that's what Mel Collins gets up to. Generally speaking, on the trick score sheets, 2 ski tricks are worth around about half the amount of points of 1 ski tricks, but they're viewed upon as different. So got Marky D behind the wheel. We can see him there on the driver's cam. Hello to everyone that's joining us from out in internet land, wherever you are around the world, watching a little bit of Australian national titles here. We've got Mel Collins on the water, 2 ski trick skis, and she's pretty clean with these skis. A lot of surface turns, I think, some slides, some 180s, shaking it around. Oh, a little shaky reverse back and front there onto the O's, looking pretty. Oh, caught an edge on that second O.
Now that's not easy. You might think she's out on 2 skis. That'll be pretty easy, but it's not. If you don't keep the edge up on those 2 tricks, you catch an edge. Oh, so Mel seems to be well in control. She's obviously been doing that for some time. But she'll come back in on the single ski. And if you have a look, we can see the replay, but she's just got to keep those skis
We're
on
about
edge.
to see her catch an edge, I think.
Oh, the old groin.
It always makes you laugh, though, doesn't it,
No,
Gary? When you see
We
him
would never
go,
laugh at that. We would never laugh at
when you see him go down. I've taken plenty of bell ringers myself. I've done a little bit of tricks. So you did a bit of trick skiing in your day, Gary? Yeah, yep. So you catch an edge, and it'll ring your bell every now and again. But generally, it's at relatively low speed, so it's rare to get injuries. Some of the high-end toe trickers can have some issues because when you're locked into that toe piece for high-end toe tricks, you're relying on that release person to know when you're out of the game, and sometimes that can get a bit iffy. But even that's pretty rare these days with the advent of rope releases. So if there's enough tension on the line, it'll generally rip it out of your hand. In the old days, they used to have, you would have remembered this, they had those mechanical releases, and you would put some pressure on a mechanical release. If you weren't quick enough when you hit the release, because you had to pull it to release it, sometimes it would catch, and I think that broke a leg or 2 in its day, which was a shame for the game. But now we're on to rope release. It's pretty rare to see. Can happen. Actually, it can happen right across the board. Any sport has its little quirks where you can get yourself tied into a bit of a knot, but we haven't had any injuries this year. I was actually chatting to the first aid person. We have professional first aid people here, and I just finished my slalom run, and I said, have you had any customers? And she said no, and I said, well, can I borrow some of the oxygen down there off her? Yeah, so
in your age division, mate, they would have all been calling on oxygen, I think. Okay, Mel Collins comes in from the top end again, and have a look. She probably halfway through her doubles pass, so not a high-scoring run. Probably another couple of 100 points, maybe on a good day. But I think she'll bank up a few more points as she comes in on her single ski, ready for her hand pass. So nice, easy run, I would think it would be. A couple of side slides, backs and fronts. There's the slides. Now we've got the back. And nice, easy back. We've got the reverse back. Oh, nice. Now what have we got? We got the 360s. We have traditional run. Back for the reverse 360. We got a wake trick coming up, Mel. Oh, we're going to go for the 5. Missed the handle on the 5, but probably tricked around 450, 500. Well done, Mel Collins. Queensland, get down and support your skiers on the bank.
that's going to be our champion in the over 55 women tricks. Actually, we had a Queensland meeting before the welcome night the other night, and we were handing out some of the records for, and I had the privilege of handing them out. I had about 10 records in my hand, and Mel Collins got about 8 of them, was the story. So yeah, I think she's broken all the records, the slalom records, the overall records is the one she keeps gobbling up. So yeah, she's definitely got it together, Mel Collins, and she is going to be the champion of the trick. And I'm pretty sure she's going to the only one representing jump as well, so she's certainly going to be the champion of that, and that will put her to be the champion of overall. Yeah, it's busy on the dock down there now. I can see Katie Pickford there. So we are obviously moving over to the over 35s. Mel Collins was the over 55s. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can see Chris down on the dock there. Maybe he's in the water, is he? Is that him in the water? Yeah. We kind of thought that we were going to have the over 35 men's trick, which is going to be Chris Coburn, who is probably pretty well our marquee tricker. So we've gone from, and I'm not having a go at Mel, but we've got 2 ski surface turns, and we're going to have some spectacular turns here. So this is probably our front run tricker for the whole weekend for the overs event. Anyway, Chris Coburn has scored. So you're saying, Gary, that potentially 6,000 points in the past, 6, 7, somewhere along that line. Anyway, here we go, starting out rope on toe, and let's look out for that toe line front that I was talking about that he does such a lovely job on it. I hope I don't put the mocker on him on that one, but pretty sure he's going to start. I think he's having trouble with his toe piece maybe there, because I would have thought he should have started by now, so he's got some sort of trouble. But he can start potentially any time, and here he goes. Toe 5 back. Toe back-to-back in reverse, and I'm pretty sure he goes for some toe wake back-to-backs. He's looking a little shaky. I think he's got a little equipment problem there somewhere. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm pretty sure his boot's semi-released or something's going on there, because he didn't start tricking till probably about 3/4 of the way down the course, and there was something going wrong. We're going to have to find out what's happened to Chris there. I think he's had some type of equipment failure on that one there, and that's why he couldn't get going. Anyway, for good or for bad, I kind of feel, unfortunately, the over 35 men's, there's only one tricker, and that is him. I would have thought there might have been a few more lads around competing in that over 35 bracket for tricks.
Well, I think they're out there, Coop, but they've all just left their trick skis at home.
So you think maybe Chris scared him off? Is that what's happened?
I think so,
yep.
Yeah. I mean, 2 of them turn up, they get a medal. Go home and put your medal up on the wall, but Chris might have scared them off. But I know there is quite a few of those gun slalom skiers that were out there. They can all trick.
Alrighty, let's see what we've got for the second run here. So this is going to be a hand run. He looks a little more settled as he approaches the course. So what have we got going on here now?
I reckon we got 6 flips. Maybe not now.
About to start
he's in the over 35.
a wake back, and he's done a toe. I'm sorry, not a toe line. He's done a wake back to back. Some surface back to backs. Ski line back. A reverse ski line back, I think. Here comes some flips. So he's gone down on the first flip there.
Okay, not Chris's day. That's actually what he fell from the first round too. However, Coops, I think he's leading. 4,020 in the first round.
I think
probably
he is too.
Around about 3,500 points. Second round, he's your gold medalist.
So that was a
South
wake
Wales.
line back to back he started out with there.
Yeah.
He's then done some regular
Really
back to
disappointed.
backs. And then a ski line back to the front. And a reverse. A wake front, and then he heads straight into that flip. And he just went a little early on that and just clipped the wake on the way in. So didn't make it. Yeah, I think he will be a little disappointed with that, won't he?
Yeah, for a man who tricks probably over 6,000 points if he stands up, he'd be disappointed. He fell on that trick yesterday on that flip, just a little bit short, went down the wake and skidded out the back. However, as you said earlier, he's definitely our top-ranked tricker. And we got who on the dock, but it's Teague Pigden. Very popular young girl from up around the Wagga area, Colombo Creek Ski School, of course, which Dad Murray Pigden owned. It's now a bit of a private resort, but she now skis at Albury Wodonga with her friend Catherine Gordon, and a good little trick skier.
So
it wasn't her forte.
So Tegan got 14.50 in the first round, Gary. So you think she's got a bit more in the tank on that one?
Yeah, I think she's got 2,500 in her on today.
25.
She's got all of the family down there today. I'm sure they're down on the bank to support her. She's got Dad in the boat. Everything's going well for you, Teague. Show us what you can do.
And I will mention that the over 35 women's is proudly sponsored by the Gold Coast Waterski Club. Yeah, so the Gold Coast Waterski Club kicked the tin a little bit to sponsor a particular division, and it is the over 35 women's. 3 skiers, Tegan Pigden, Katie Pickford and Catherine Gordon. All right, we got Tegan on the water coming into course now.
Okay, Teague. Boat speed set. Pretty experienced young lady into the back position. Wake back to backs. That's a reverse back to back. Now the back to backs behind the boat. Just now does the routine. The 300 or 400 points here for the backs and fronts. Into the 540. Looks good. Teague.
Yeah, that was a nice 5, wasn't it?
Tell you what, that is a good. I haven't seen her trick that well for a long time. That is
plenty
good.
of air on that. It'd be nice to watch that replay on this one, Gary, there. So she's getting plenty of air on those wake tricks. So some wake back-to-backs, some surface back-to-backs. Then I think she's going to do the 180 sequence, and she keeps moving. She's moving quickly, getting plenty of air in between the tricks. And I think this is the wake 5 front that looked pretty nice from here. Nice trick, yeah. Straight into a couple of side slides to get a couple extra 80 points on the way through. That is going to push the boundary. So I'm assuming she's got some toe tricks for her next pass.
No, not a lot of toe tricks in the bag there for Tegan. But that 540, she said, I really need to get my 540. That's another 310 points to add onto her score yesterday of 1450. So she's up around the 2,000 points.
I can see Murray in the boat there is going to be releasing for her.
Murray sporting that new hairdo. So Tegan has never been a great trick skier. She will tell you that first. I can remember years ago when she was learning, and I'm sorry to say this, Teagues, but she's got fat little legs, and when she wrapped her legs around to put the toe piece on, they wouldn't fit. So, Paddy, I'm sorry to put that over the commentary, but she'll come in for a second-hand pass. Not a lot of tricks left, I don't think, Teagues.
Looks like she's wrapping up for maybe a Waco, I think, to start with.
Should be a Waco, and
yeah,
there should be some line back. Let's have a look.
Well, that'll make us work. All right, nice Waco, and she's done. Looks like a 7 maybe. It's hard to say. Yeah. And she's now doing a couple of line tricks as well. So she's done a line back, line front. She's heading out.
Flip. There's a flip.
Looks like she's landing up for a flip. Yeah. Woohoo.
Okay, New South Wales, big round of applause for Tegan. That's got to be up around a PB, and I reckon she nearly landed that flip.
I reckon that'll be better than 14.50 in a first round. So she might put some pressure on there.
I reckon she's up around. She's over 2,000 points.
Yeah. So Katie Pickford's got the bit of a jump on her in round 1 of pretty well doubling her score. But so if Katie skis up to her standard, in fact, with all these girls, if they ski up to their standard, then the order will probably remain the same. But Tegan's given it a bit of a nudge in round 2, we think.
Tegan's definitely given her a nudge. She got that 540. So looking pretty good now. Katie is she's reversed to a lot of other girls. She's a very, very good toe tricker. Tricks most of her points in the toe pass. But we'll see what she can do here on her first pass, on a hand pass. She got 2,910 in the first round. I reckon about 2,000 of that was on a toe pass. Beautiful toe tricker. And she loves her tricks, so it's good to see somebody out there that loves their tricks. So she'll have to trick around about the same point and put the pressure on Catherine Gordon. So Tegan Pigden was a very, very good jumper in her earlier days. She won the Australian under-18 girls jump title quite a few times when she was in there. Quite a gutsy little performer. But never known for her tricking, but here she is tricking. She's got two young girls that are both tricking, or three eventing this weekend. And
Alrighty, here comes a good friend of mine, skis up at our neck of the woods, Katie Pickford from Queensland. And she skied in the over 35 Worlds and the Oceanas as well in tricking. Tricking is her main event. She slaloms as well and didn't slalom too bad this weekend, but she loves her tricks. And she starts out with that basic, that stamped wake 180 sequence into some surface back-to-backs and into some wake back-to-backs. And then I think she'll probably throw in a couple of line tricks if she can. Line back and a line front and a wake line back, wake line front, and hopefully a couple of side slides to finish it off. And that's a pretty good run from her. Yeah.
It's a nice stand-up run, very smooth. So I think, did she fall yesterday on that pass?
I don't think she fell on that pass, and actually I think she got through the majority of a toe pass too, because she does, yeah, she starts with a toe 5 back and does the back-to-backs, the wakes, the slides, and falls generally on the wrap-in-o at the end. So if she can get a wrap-in-o at the end, she'll get an extra bonus 200 points.
And I watched the toe trick yesterday, and she's very, very smooth and strong toe tricker too. So I think you're right. If she stands up, puts the pressure on the top seed, Catherine Gordon, who got 35.70. Probably her lowest score for a long time, Catherine, but she gets another chance today.
I think she'll miss that that wake line front there, Katie, as well. Missed the wake, went a little early and didn't get in the air. So it's not a given that you're going to get the scores for those tricks just because you've sort of done them. Yeah, she's a Cairns girl, so she's an American girl originally. So if you talk to her, she's got an American accent, but she's been in far north Queensland for quite some time. We met her years ago up the Barron River Waterski Club. She's living up on the Tablelands in Cairns, a bit cooler up on the Tablelands. Skied up there for a whole bunch of years. She's moved down to Cairns now. I think she works at Cairns High, actually. She's a school teacher. Anyway, she's wrapping up for a toe 5 is where she likes to start. Let's see how she goes here. That's a nice looking 5, actually. And then she's going to do a couple of 180s, and then she'll go into the toe back-to-backs. So far, so good from what I can see. Then I think she'll do some slides, and that looks slidey to me. And a toe wake back and a toe wake front to finish off. And she'll try and do a wrap-in-o at the end here and see if she can get an extra couple of points. Oh, I think maybe she's going to as well. She'll be happy with that. I reckon there's an extra 200 on the end. I suppose it all depends on the time on the clock. I think in the past when she's timed it, if it goes well, she'll just get that first O in. So it'd be interesting to see if I watch a bit more closely now at whether there was any hesitations. It seems like she's moving pretty smoothly there. This is a sort of slow motion-y replay. And she keeps on moving.
She's very smooth though. She's constantly moving.
Through the toe back-to-backs. Couple of slides. You might have missed a tiny bit of time there with that slide. And it depends how long this toe wake back. We had been working with her to try and land and hopefully hop straight back up on that toe wake back, toe wake front. So she might be just out of time on that toe O. Anyway, she'll be happy with that for sure.
She's a happy girl anyway.
Here's one of her religious release persons here, Mark Quinn, that often spends a bit of time in the boat. Oh, we've got it down to $7. Well, the negotiation was perfect. So the drink of the day, the cocktail of the day is the mojito which I like. I'm going to dine out on one of those. And $7, which I think is a very reasonable price for a cocktail. I don't think we need to push the boundaries anymore. What we really need to do, Queenie, is you just buy them for me. You just keep lining them up, and I will drink them, and that's going to suit.
Okay, next competitor on the water will be the top seed, Catherine Gordon, previously Catherine Humphrey. Been around the scene for a long time. I think she's been 5 times Australian Open Women's Trick Champion. Her and Michelle Bryant, of course, head-to-head for many years. Didn't have a great round in the first one, 35.70.
Do you recall the personal best from Catherine?
Her personal best at a Malibu tournament was 8,400.
Oof, 8,000.
Her first best one at a world tournament was 7,600, so she's up there.
8,000 is up there, all right.
Okay, Catherine coming in on her hands. So moves into 540s. Nice and quick 540s. Hang on to that. Okay, if you have a look there, she'll be coming in. Now we're pretty close to a ski line. We're looking okay. Out over the wake again, and we should finish with one of her flips. Not today though, we'll leave that flip.
She's lost that handle there.
So at her best could do 4 flips, but motherhood has taken its toll. So there's only 1 flip in the run now. But she'll come back in on toes, probably her stronger side. And we'll see what she can do.
That looked pretty good there, though, Gary.
That was a good run.
Yeah, she kept moving. Those 5s are lovely. I really do like those 5s, and I like that wrap-in 5 from the standard 5, then to move to the 5 back, and she does that lovely. Like, she's all the way to the back before she comes down. Missed the line on that ski line yesterday, didn't miss it today, so she's got that one going. A Waco out before she heads for the flip, and maybe just missed the top of the wake, went a little early there. Yeah, never mind. That's still pretty good. I don't think she's going to need to do a lot on this second run to guarantee herself the gold medal position in this over 35 women's, this Gold Coast Waterski Club over 35 women's trick title. So she's changing skis, changing handles down there, which some of the top end trickers do. They've got particular skis that they prefer to toe in and hand in, and the handles themselves are a little bit different, so there's a whole setup that Catherine's obviously changing over to there now. And then what does she do for toes? Does she start with a 7 or
probably start with a 5 back and
5
then
back.
the back-to-backs.
Yep.
She dropped a 7 out.
I did see she did a toe wake back-to-back as well. She's got that in there. Yep.
And right at the end of the run, we should have a couple of toe line tricks, I hope. I hope we see them at the end anyway, mate. Okay, Catherine Gordon coming. Her biggest responsibility now is to train her son Moby, who's 8 years of age. He's in the under-10s next weekend and tricking around about 1,000 points. So that's her claim to fame at the moment. So she's setting up. You'll notice a nice, easy, smooth pass. This is her better pass. Okay, we move through to the 5 back. Wake back to back, into the wake front. Put a couple of slides in, a wrap in, getting ready for the wrap in O, and then we'll be out over the wake. Nice and fast, that's the thing, you've got to get that speed up. Under the toe wake O, and into the toe wake back to back.
Gone.
Toe line back to back. Down she goes.
Went down on the
She'll
toe
be happy
wake.
with that, that'll be up around 3,500, 4,000 points.
Yeah, that was a nice run. That she does a lovely wrap in O there, so she does a full back-to-back 5 front sequence there, and those 5 backs and 5 fronts, which were beautiful, are worth 350 points alone. So there's lots of points going on there. See her there doing a back and a front in the replay, and a reverse back, and then she'll do back-to-back, and then she'll do a 5 front out of this, and then she'll wrap out to an O, very quick, no hesitation, back into an O to a toe wake O, and it's the toe wake line O just knocked her out there, which was a shame. but I am 99% that is going to guarantee her the gold medal position in the Gold Coast Waterski Club over 35 women's trick event in this 2025 Malibu National Titles. So that's all she wrote, Gary, for over 35. So where are we heading to? Over 55 men, Zoe. We're going to have Murray Pigden on the water
have
in a
a look
minute.
at this. We've got some champions out here. Murray Pigden, Brett Smedley, Daryl Shorten, and Kenito. Okay.
Murray Pigden for New South Wales going out in the over 55. Actually, it's over 55 men. So this is the Ski North Babinda over 55 men's title.
So Murray, you might see Murray with some of his bigger tricks are actually weight jumps. So towards the end of his run, when he runs out of tricks, may do some double weight jumps, and then of course he goes up to the judges down to complain why he didn't get the same consideration as the disabled skiers. And there's Tegan and his daughter doing the releasing. I don't know why she's releasing.
I have a feeling
there's no toes.
I'd have a feeling that he might try and do a flip at the end of his run. That's how Murray would strike me.
He's hurting these days. Okay, Muzz. A lot of big tricks here, everybody. So all you kids get down on the bank. This is what you've got to do in the future. A great contributor to water skiing, though, is Murray Pigden. Oh, nice slides, Muzz. The back and the front. Reverse back, reverse front. He'll love these 360s and 720s as well. Oh, we're into the wake tricks. Wake back, wake front, wake front. No, on the buzzer.
Lost the handle on that.
On
that O. Was pretty good up to that point though. He was moving.
Yeah, he's actually not too bad. You
Yeah,
know.
we got a little replay over on the side here. He's got his slides in, kept it moving. Maybe missed the wake a little bit on one of those wake tricks, but he's out there having a go. That's for sure.
So he hasn't taken the option of all the 7s and the 540s, but I'm sure maybe in the second run. New South Wales, come on, Muzzers on the return. Hand pass, no toes today.
Maybe we're going to see some 7s here now, Gary, are we? So
We'll see all the surface tricks now.
some 540s. Let's see whether we can keep up. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky to keep up with the surface turns, but I'm going to try and keep up with Murray here. What do we got? That's an O. And I think he's wrapping up for a Waco, so we're going to see.
Tricks.
That's a good Waco, so he's going to get 150 points for that. He's up there.
Left?
So that's a 5 back, and then he's come front again. And he might try the reverse 5 back. He's turned in the same direction.
Oh, he's down.
He's lost the handle anyway.
What happened to the weight jump, Mose?
Alrighty, on the water now we have got Brett Smedley from Victoria. What have you got for us, Brett, in the over 55 Ski North Babinda trick titles? So we're starting out with a couple of surface turns into a 360, couple of 360s happening there. I think this is going to be a 5 back, maybe into a 5 front, which it is. All looks pretty good so far. Into another back. I think he's going to go the opposite direction on a 5 back, a wake front. All right, that was looking pretty good. I think he got all those surface turns in and
Nice
a
and
little
smooth.
Yeah,
1310 Coops the first round, so he's sitting in third spot. So 1310.
and he's pretty close.
I believe he would have stood up 2 rounds to get to 1310 by the look of
Yeah,
it.
yeah, and pretty close to Shorty there. So,
Yeah.
so they're neck and neck for the silver position. It looks kind of like Ken. If Ken can ski up to his potential, he might hold the fort on that one.
I think he will.
But you never know.
And I don't think Murray Pigman's going to get a medal. That'll be devastation, Mose.
He might have been up there in slalom, was he? He was close in slalom. He might have been just out of the fray in slalom as well. Is he jumping these days or no? Yeah, understand.
And you're a rattle cage. Why don't stay in the game? Yes, understandable. You still did well though.
Alrighty, we got Brett Smedley from Victoria coming back. Had a pretty nice, tidy hand run to start with. He's going to have a second hand run here. He's going to wrap up for a wrapped-up Waco by the looks of things to me. So that'll start him out with 150 points if he gets it. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. So what's he got for us now? A couple of side slides. Oh, I think that might have been a 720, so I'm expecting a reverse 720 there. Not sure whether there's too much hesitation in the middle. Not 100% sure. Some back-to-backs, I think. Maybe into some wake back-to-backs. This is what it looks like. Oh, that first wake back-to-back. He's gone down the slippery slide of love, which happens quite often in trick skiing. You go down the edge of that wake, don't catch the edge, and you can't grip, and it's all over Red Rover.
So 1310 round 1, I would think for Brett. Probably around 1300 in the second round, so he'd be 2600. Depends what Shorty does on the next one. From Queensland, Darryl Shorten will be our next competitor. And can he stand up his 2 passes and take out the silver medal? So we're skiing for a silver.
All right, it's a little difficult with tricks, unlike slalom, where you don't get instant results to be able to tell us where we are, because we've got 4 skiers in this Ski North Babinda over 55 men's tricks. And at this stage of the game, we kind of think Murray's going to be out of the medals, but Brett and Shorty are going to be almost neck and neck. And we've got Brett skied well in his 2 rounds, but we don't know what the scores are going to be. And we've got Shorty on the water now doing his first tricks. That was a wake front and a wake back. And I think he's going to do a reverse wake back, and he's going to come front. Couple of side slides maybe. Into some surface turns. There might have been a 5 in there. And some back-to-backs. There's all sorts of stuff going on. But he's moving, so while he's moving, he's scoring points.
That's a good stand-up run. I think it's a little bit better than Brett's. But we'll find. Is he a toe tricker? Shorty?
I don't think so. No, I think he'll do more surface turns in the second run. But we can see him on the replay there. He's definitely got himself a wake front and a wake back, and then it'll be a reverse wake back. Oh, I'm not 100% sure he got fully back there. Yeah, so that's where the judges have got their work cut out for them to make sure that he's done those tricks sufficiently to warrant giving them the points. And I think it might end up being a little tight between Shorty and Brett for the silver medal position in the men's tricks. I feel that if Ken Ito skis up to his potential, that he'll snatch the gold out there. But Brett and Darryl are going to fight it out for silver and bronze.
Okay, Shorty coming back in for his second pass. He stood up the first one. Nice smooth tricking. Gets himself ready for his 22nd pass. Into the back position, over the wake, into a back-to-back. Comes to the front. Back-to-backs. Heading down towards the 20 seconds as he moves into the surface tricks, the 360s. 360 reverse. 540. Do we have a second 540? We do, and we get right onto the wake trick, and that's the end. So I would think, I don't know, Keeps, I reckon a little bit better.
He probably got through the majority of that pass there, didn't he? So, and I think maybe it'll be interesting to see those scores come out, but we've got a feeling that Shorty might have just done enough to hold on to that silver medal position. And we're obviously not guaranteeing that Ken Ito's going to take the gold, but if he skis up to a similar standard to yesterday, he will. He's still got to do that yet, and he's about to come on in a minute. So we're starting to gather some momentum in the tricks, Gary. The tech issues have been ironed out, and we're continuing on. Probably not a heap left to go, is there? What do we got? So once the over 55 men's are completed, we're 45 men's, 5 trickers at the end after the end of this division. Alrighty, Queensland, we have got Ken Ito out on the water, and this is his, well, it's not necessarily his marquee event. He jumped very well yesterday, actually. So he's got a bit of everything, but maybe trick is his marquee. Started out with some wake back-to-backs, some surface back-to-backs, and some 180s, and now he's going to do a wake line back, I think, a wake line front, line back. There's the wake line front, sorry. Into some side slides, so he certainly kept moving there. A little bit tricky to see from this angle what was good and what wasn't, but he certainly kept moving, so hopefully he's got through that, and I think that's probably going to be enough to get him through to the gold medal.
Yeah, with 13.90 from Shorty in the first round, 24.20 from Ken, he had a 1,000-point leeway to start with, and I think then was a good enough first pass for him to take out the gold. But we'll wait and have a look. He comes back in on his second pass.
I think he does that. Let's see how that goes there. That wake line back looked okay to me. Line front, line back, and if he's
building some good points.
And if his wake line front's okay, and I think it is, then he is building some points in there.
Gold.
certainly the weather's been friendly to us this afternoon, and as we stand now, we have got a light head breeze into the jump ramp. So after the trick event is finished, we're going to move into some jump, and I don't think conditions could be any more perfect for jump than they are now. So it's certainly looking good. But we have got Ken Ito, the last skier, we think potentially the gold medalist in the over 55 men's trick division. Had a nice first run, skied out of it. He's going to do some rope on toe tricks to start this second run. Couple of side slides. He's going to do a toe wake back and a toe wake front. And then he's definitely going to have to do a back and a front. And I'm assuming a reverse. Oh, yeah, pretty nice as well. And I'm assuming he's going to go into some back-to-backs and a reverse back-to-back. Oh, I'm not sure about the second one, but all the rest of it's pretty good. And even if they do steal a few tricks off him there, he's home and hosed.
He was working pretty hard towards the end there, but well in control, and also well in control of the event. A gold medal to Ken, but a pretty close event, as we would expect, as we move on through the tricks. And we go to the over 45 men's tricks, round 2, so it's a final as well. Jamie Craig, sorry Jamie, and Neil Patterson. Sue Crisp, we've already had bids. Richard Crisp, the champion from Victoria. And then we finish with a really exciting event with the over 45 women, Kelly Atkinson and Nikki Coburn. Both very, very nice trickers. So all you young girls out there, if you want to see some nice tricking, have a look at those two girls, the last two trickers, before we move into the jump event.
Now, this is the one, Gary, that I've been interested in. I've probably been overly focused on this. I don't know why, but we've got Jamie Craig from New South Wales and Neil Peterson from Queensland, and they're both skiing in the overall event. And they are very similar in slalom. I think they might have even got the exact same score in slalom. Now, what I think's happening, though, Neil Peterson went in a little early yesterday. Only scored 1,120 points, whereas Jamie Craig scored 1,000 points. All right, we've got Jamie Craig from New South Wales on the water at the moment, the over 45 men's tricks. This is the one that I've been a little fixated on. I was just starting to explain it there, but Jamie is probably not quite as an experienced tricker as Neil, and I think with his surface turns, he scores around about 1,000 points, maybe a little bit more. I think Neil's got a little more up his sleeve there. However, Jamie has out-jumped Neil by about 8 metres, so Jamie's definitely got the wood on him there, and Neil needs to crawl his way back in this trick event. So yesterday they slalomed identical. I think they have got the exact same score in slalom, so it's a really tight event. Jamie's got him in jump, so Neil needs to get him in trick in order to put some pressure on. All right, we got Jamie Craig coming back on his second run. Oh, he would have liked that Waco. That Waco would have been a nice little bit of points for him, but he got through the majority of that run. He'd be pretty happy And I think that might be a little more than yesterday. Only 1,000 points yesterday. We might be more into the 12 or 13 bracket there. It's difficult to say. I'll be very interested to see it because it's going to give us the equation for what we need in slalom tomorrow and maybe jump this afternoon. So, Jamie, I don't know whether Jamie's got any more in him. He jumped at 28 yesterday, and Neil was only at 22, maybe even a little less. And Neil, I think, is going to try. He wants to claw out a couple more metres to reel him back in a little bit. So it's kind of exciting. But I think Neil Peterson from Queensland, who is about to ski, I'm pretty sure he's more like a 2,500 point tricker. And yesterday he's ended up with 1,100 points. So he's hoping today to claw his way back by getting a better trick score.
So you think on a good day Neil could trick up towards 2,000 points?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he's got
that'll
some.
make a big difference.
He went in pretty early. I think he went in on like his third trick yesterday, his third toe trick. So I'm sure he's got a few more toe tricks up his sleeve.
Oh, here he is. He's on the go.
Alrighty, we're going to have Neil Peterson from Queensland on the water now. Fairly experienced tricker. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. I'm interested in this one. So he's gone. He's going to do some 180s to start with and some back-to-backs. He's gone into a wake back-to-back, which looked okay, and a reverse wake back-to-back. Coming front. Doing a wake back and a wake front and a reverse and a wake front. He's gone for the full back position, which is a bit old school, but it's pretty reliable. And it doesn't matter what your body's doing. Now he's going to do some surface 540s, some side slides. That looked like a pretty tidy little run there. So,
yeah, nice tidy run. And by the look of it, as you said before, if he stands up his toe path, there's got to be 2,000 points there.
Yeah, there's probably the best part of 1,000 points there, like or 800 or 900 points there. So he just needs to stand this next run up to put some pressure on. Alrighty, this is a pivotal pass here now, over 45 men's tricks. This is round 2. So we're also, I'm thinking about the overall constantly here. We're talking about the event itself, aren't we? So what do we got? What's Neil got for us on his second run today? So starting out with a standard toe back, toe front, and I think he's going to go for a toe wake back. He's got it today, and he's going to come toe wake front. Not sure he got enough air, taking his foot out of the toe piece. He's going to try and a line back. So the points are starting to add up a little bit now. If he can do a wake line back, that's really going to help his cause. And a wake line front. And I think, even though it was a little jittery, I think he's got through it, depending on the clock as well, for 20 seconds. I'm pretty sure he'll be happy with that. And I am predicting that's going to get him through to the gold medal position.
I think you're right. That's got to be a gold medal. 3. So it's interesting, Coop, that you talk about the overall. We always found the overall was the most important title that you get. If you get open men or open women,
You get the Oscar.
overall you
that's
get
what
the
it's
Oscar.
called, is
But
it? Yep.
no, that's only if you get the 3. You got to win the 3 events.
Oh, you got to win all 3 events, do you?
But, yeah, but
Yep.
if you win the overall, quite often you have a pet event which you do very well, and then you back it up with 2 other good runs in, say, jump and slalom. You win the overall, it's the one. It's the prestigious event that you'll present on Monday night here, and it's always been for the juniors. We've always said, if you've got a trick, you need to trick so you become a good overall skier. And it's a very strong event, so hopefully you've been talking about the 2 boys in the over 45 men, but in the juniors, that'll be the key feature over next weekend.
There'll be plenty chasing it then, won't there? I think we might be moving on to the over 45 women, and I've got a feeling this is going to be Kelly Atkinson from Victoria coming out, skied 2,170 points in her first round. So this is the final of the over 45 women's tricks, starting out with some wake back-to-backs and into some surface back-to-backs. She's looking pretty tidy out there, and you do have to be to score 2,000 points. Haven't seen any issues so far going through the wake 180 sequence. A 5 back and a 5 front to finish, an O and a reverse O, all happening pretty quick into some side slides at the end. Nice tricking.
So Kelly Atkinson, previously Kelly Bray, and very, very good 3-eventer, or 2 eventing this weekend. Of course, she's given up the jump from Mum. Mum has said no jumps anymore, darling. But very, very petite out there on the trick ski. Nice air on her weight back-to-backs, surface tricks. A very, very focused run coming right through. She'll get run. She tricked 2,000 in the first round, can trick over that 25. There she goes into the final. Surface tricks 360 or 540. Well done, Kelly Atkinson. Of course, Kelly is the key reason that in Victoria, that Lake Boga, there's a big lake near Swan Hill, and there was a very strong ski club there, ski racing years ago, and tournament skiing before that. There was a lady called May Ward who went to the Worlds. I think she was an Australian champion, also won medals at the Worlds, and she had the Lake Boga Ski Club going until Kelly Atkinson, on the water now, she's the one that brought it back. The club's back, and there's a strong contingent of juniors coming out of Lake Boga.
Beautiful. It's a nice story. I think Kelly's going to do some toe tricks for us. Let's see. Not sure whether she starts with an O or a 5 or anything, or she just goes straight for toe back, toe front. Looks like that's the way it's going to be here. She's geared up, ready to go. Toe wake back's going to, looks like that first trick. Toe wake back, toe wake front. They look pretty good. Some slides, a back and a front. She's going to go for a reverse now, looking to the back, and that's a nice execution there. She's going to go for a toe back to back, and that's nicely done. And that, that reverse just didn't quite get to the back position on that reverse toe back to back, so that's 200 points gone begging. But that's still a solid score. I think it might be a little bit better than yesterday, Gary. Do you think that's 2,000 points?
Right on the 20 seconds, so I think it could be a little bit better. What did we do? 21.70.
21.70 yesterday.
I think she's got a couple of hundred more. I agree with you. Very, very smooth. Now, young girls on the bank, we're talking about watching Kelly trick. Go down now and have a look at Nikki Coburn. Beautiful technique, lovely trick skier has Nikki Coburn over the years. Now, of course, coached by the very famous Chris Coburn.
Alrighty. Final skier on the water for the over 45 women's trick event is going to be Nikki Coburn out of New South Wales with a score of 3,080 points in round one, leading out fairly clearly, about 800 points ahead. Kelly did have a nice run just there, so she's pushed out a similar score, similar if not better score, so Nikki's going to need to put it together. She can't fall in too early here, but she's a pretty experienced campaigner, and we're pretty confident she's going to go okay. Starts out with some wake back-to-backs, and they look good. Surface back-to-backs as well. Into the 180 sequences. Wake 180s, they all look good. Probably going to move into some line tricks, is she? Oh, she's got a wake go, nicely done. A surface 5 back and a surface 5 front. Some O's, side slides. That's a nice looking little run, so I think that's almost going to get her home on that strength right there. Alrighty, just 2 skiers left in this trick event for today. Round 2, this is going to finish up the trick event, I believe. We've got Nikki Coburn coming in for her second run. She did a hand pass first run, looking to be a toe pass second run. I'm pretty sure she'll be starting out with a toe or a toe 5 back. I would think a toe 5 back more than likely to get up to those points. Yep, nice toe 5 back into some surface back-to-backs and probably some 180s. There's a whole bunch of points in there that she's getting. A toe wake back. Oh, just down the slippery slide on the toe wake back. Oh, I think that's still enough to bring her the gold. So that's it for the over 45 women's trick event for the 2025 Malibu National Titles in Port Macquarie. We'll see some of those scores coming shortly from live scores to confirm some of that stuff. And I believe we have one trick skier left in this event. Old Krispy Kreme, is it? Richard Crisp.
The great man from Geelong, Victoria. Patrick Crisp's father, Richard. And did very well in the first round, 870, so he's leading. He's the gold medalist at this stage. But he's in the over 75 men's tricks. I'm assuming he's 76. But if you consider that what these guys are doing at that age, it's remarkable. Well done, Nick.
Just having a look at some of the scores. Some of the live scores have come through. I think there might be a surprise or two in there for the over 65 men's trick where we thought Raymond Horton might have got home. Mark Loud has pipped him at the post with a combined score of 35.70 to beat Raymond, who's come in silver place at 34.40, with Peter Smith coming in at 2010 in third position. So those are the three positions for the over 65 men. Where else were we? Over 55 men, I think we had a few competitors, didn't we? All right, don't have the results in for the over 55 men's yet. Was there over 35 women? Let's have a look at that. Alrighty, we've got Richard Crisp on the water now for his run. Starting out with a couple of nice side slides back and front. He looks pretty agile out on the water. Looking good. O and reverse O. Nice and clean. I think he's probably going to move, or thought he was. I think he might have been going to try and do a 5 there. But he got a couple of O's and he got all the basic tricks. The side slides, the backs to fronts, a couple of O's. Yeah. And that's very good for someone in their mid to late 70s. All right, this is the last trick run I think we're going to see today from Richard Crisp. Over 70, trick skiing here. Starts out with a wake back and a front. Doing some more wake one. There's some 180 turns. Back-to-backs. Some more surface turns, just gone down on that last one. Either an O or a 5, but nicely done, Richard Crisp. tonight. I think everybody is scrambling around, getting organised for jumps. So just like yesterday, like every day, it's a nice time. I think it's a beautiful time of the afternoon right now to settle back with a little beverage and to watch a few other people fly through the air. That's the nice routine. I know that the bar's cocktail of the day is the mojito, the $7 mojito. We negotiated that price a little bit earlier. We thought it was a bit steep early, and we negotiated the bar team down to $7, which I think is really pretty affordable mojito. And they've certainly got their cheese platters on a go again today. I'm not even going to try and pronounce what I couldn't pronounce yesterday, but it's shaping up for a bit of deja vu. I think a little beverage in the afternoon, a little few nibblies, it'll mosey into dinner, and then we'll crash. How you doing there, Finn? Cruising along? Happy days? Nice little light head breeze for the jumpers that are about to get going, which is what they want. They can lean into that a little bit as they float through the air, gives them a bit of extra lift and a little bit of support so they don't feel like they're going to go out the front. They can lean into that breeze just a little bit. How you doing? So this should be pretty exciting because we are going to be running the second round of jump. So everybody is jumping for medals here. There is silverware at hand. And I haven't had a look through, probably should have had a look through to see what the results of the jumps were from yesterday. And that is going to let us know what people are going to have to do this afternoon in order to win this event, in order to win medals. I'll get that sorted out very shortly. Thank you very much, Doug. I just had a hot dog delivered up here to the announcer's tower. How good is that? Straight out hot dog. You've got to love it. Alrighty, I've just been asked to remind everybody that the bar is open. $7 mojitos. I keep plugging the $7 mojitos. I'm definitely going to have one. Maybe I should have one sooner rather than later. I think I am going to mosey down there soon and have one of the $7 mojitos. We have definitely got cheese platters on the go again today, so definitely lots of cold beer down there. There is ciders, there is mixed drinks, G&Ts. The bar is open. Alrighty, I missed the disabled jumper. That we have got one disabled jumper this afternoon. I'm having a little bit of a look through here to see if I can find who it is. Araya Dizelle. I don't have any sheets telling me that, but that's the story that I heard from the boat. Alrighty, skier on the water for our first jump here. Boat's on the inside of the course, I think fairly close to the ramp. Going hard on the bottom there. Oh, nice jump. Nice jump straight off the top there. Beautiful opening jump. Araya. Pretty sure that is Araya. Yeah. Araya Dizelle. Aira. Aira is nice. Gary Pollock's coming up to join me. Good on you, Gary. We need to double team it here, and you help me out with the pronunciation. Then Aira, Aira, South Australia, yes. And she was at the ski school here when we were down here that first time, wasn't she? She's got a little problem with her hand, is her disability. So it's difficult for her to hold onto the line, and she got some funny wrap in there that's assisting her, or she's just gripping with one hand.
That better?
Yes.
Yes.
Now we can hear you. Now we got you going there.
So yeah, Era is a 3-eventer as well. So happy days. Thanks, Craig.
3-eventer. She's a tricker as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I remember seeing her trick, and she tricked quite well. And I was pretty amazed because she did a 360 where she had to spin and pass the handle, which is really tricky. And I reckon it's a gutsy move lining up for this jump ramp here. But she is lining up, and she's got quite a solid little cut into the bottom of the base there, and comes off the top pretty nice.
A nice safe jump.
Yeah, very lovely jump in there from Aira.
Era's younger brother also skis 3 events, Cadell.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And he's going to be skiing?
I think Cadell is under 12s.
So he's going to be next weekend. He will be skiing.
Yep, and Cadell cooks up a storm as well.
Wow. All right, welcome back everyone on our webcast. We've been offline for a little while because it's been a smidge of a slow afternoon with things going on around here, but we like to keep a little generalised slow pace to our existence, otherwise we'd get too stressed, wouldn't we, Gary?
Yep. We can't have that, Greg.
So the bar is open. We tend to like to finish with jump in the afternoon. We can sit back with a little beverage, although there is a small chance that we may be pushing some slalom into the later afternoon as well. I'm not 100% sure whether that's going ahead or not. There was talk of it, but there's been some delays. We'll let you know after. Right at the minute we are jumping.
Nice little single cut into the ramp. And a beautiful, safe little jump.
Looked like she tried to kick that one a little bit, didn't it? Didn't she? Looks like she was going for it. All right, we've got a distance this time. We have got 11.6 metres. Not sure whether she's got some more up her sleeve here with regards whether the first jump or two there might have been some technical issues or whether she's skiing in. She looks to be skiing in. So she's done 11.6, 11.9, 11.7. So they're all around about that same territory. And 11.9 is the best jump for Aira.
Coops, I was in the marquee before and I was just watching a bit of the replay, and is it Gus, the guy that's doing the...
Yeah, Gus from Axial Productions.
Mate, he is doing a fantastic job. I
Yes.
think he's in this office at the side of us here, but whatever he's doing it right.
He is. Yeah, I'd love a mojito up here. Anyway, we are at the 2025 Malibu National Water Ski Titles in Australia, New South Wales, Stoney Park, Port Macquarie to be exact. Welcome to everyone. It's the first time I've seen my ugly dial on the screen here, and I am here. We're on our second day of the titles. We've got the overs first and the unders next weekend. And it's day 2, and we're straight into jump. So the jump event, the classic jump event, where we can sit down and have a beverage and watch some people fly through the air. That's what we like to do here in the afternoon. Beautiful weather.
Perfect weather. Looks like a little headwind into the jump.
It's really hung in there today nicely. Like, we had a tiny bit of rain, but and the wind came up a smidge, but it has hung in beautiful for national titles. You're always at the mercy of the gods when it comes to weather for any event, and we were a little nervy that it was going to be a bit wet, but it has turned out beautiful, so we couldn't have any better. We are going to see some champions unleashed this afternoon because we are in round 2. I didn't have scores for Aira in her first round, but she jumped 11 metres in that second round there, but we're going to have some scores for the rest of the jumpers for round 2. I believe we're moving into Mel Collins. They're just calling Mel Collins out now. She jumped 20 metres. That's over 55 women's, and she has jumped 20.1 metres in her first round. So let's see what she can put together for round 2.
Yeah, I saw Mel jump this morning, and she was she jumped some pretty solid jumps this morning, so hopefully she can back it up this afternoon.
I think I just saw it was either Dickie Nee or Declan Nolan popped up in front of the announcers desk.
It was
there.
definitely that guy from South Australia.
Yes.
Is he from South Australia or is he from Queensland? Who knows?
Who knows? He didn't have as much curly hair as I remember him when it was on Hey Hey It's Saturday, but he did pop up.
Yes, and it looks like he's brought his bride as well.
And Kim Nolan as well.
Yeah. I've just been informed by the chief judge that we are going to proceed with slalom this afternoon.
Oh, there is going to be more
as
slalom.
per normal.
There's going to be more slalom this afternoon, so don't go anywhere. Hang her out this afternoon. I don't know whether the guys are going to fire up the fire pit. That would be lovely. But we have got Mel Collins from Queensland on the water, over 55 women's jump. Jumped 20.1 metres. Man, she flew off that ramp then. That could be close to 20 metres first cab off the rank for first jump. But anyway, unfortunately, she's got no competitors against her. But maybe that's understandable, being over 55 women jumping. Nice opening jump for Mel Collins. .21 metres, so she has out-jumped her first round straight away, 21 metres. Not sure where that puts her on a personal best front, but I'm pretty sure that's definitely pretty good.
Definitely a good first jump. The first cab off the rank is always the bit of a tricky one, but she has nailed it.
So I was at I was mentioning this earlier. I was at the Queensland meeting before the welcome night, and I was handing out awards for records broken, and there was about 10 awards, and I reckon I handed 8 of them to Mel Collins. So jump awards, overall awards, and I think if she pushes the boundaries here, she might break some world records. I wish I knew what the jump record was for over 55 women's, but anyway, she's coming in for her second jump, maybe a little later, maybe a little stronger into the ramp, maybe just a touch back on that one, so not quite pushing forward enough to float through the air, so might have stolen a metre or half a metre off her. Probably similar distance, but maybe not all the way to 21.
So I'm looking at the PB for Mel is 22.3.
22.3 is her PB.
22.3 is the one to beat, yeah.
Excellent. All right, similar to the last one, 20.6, just slightly less. So let's see how she's going to go on her third and final attempt.
Mel skis for Central Queensland from Morash. They ski on the Dawson River, dodging the crocs up there.
I've never been up that way for a ski, but there probably is a few. Would there not be some crocs? But that's a fair way inland, isn't it, or not?
Yeah, I think they still find their way in there.
Yep. So if anybody's looking for a good handbag,
that's the spot. Speak to Shorty.
All right, Mel Collins from Queensland, over 55 women's jump, coming in for her third and final jump. Currently 21.0 is the score to beat, and she's got it. Let's see how she goes this one. Possibly back again a little bit on that one as well, but she's ridden it away. There's still nice jumps. I think she's landing in that similar hole on the water so there, though, so I think it's going to be around about the 21 metres.
I'm going to go to 21. Seemed to be a little bit on her heels there as she came off the ramp.
Yeah, just a little bit back, I think. All right, exact same hole. So the first jump was 21.0, the second 20.6, and that jump there 20.8. So almost identical across the board. Well done, Mel Collins from Queensland.
All right, who have we got next, Greg?
All right, we're going to move into the over 65s, I think, and this one has got a little bit of competition. So there's 3 skiers. I was trying to work it out before. I don't know where they're up to with their slalom is part of the problem, because we have got Raymond Horton, Peter Smith and Mark Lauder, who I know from, because I was just watching Trick a little while ago, they all tricked.
Yep.
And I went, oh, wow, they're all jumping as well, so they're all in overall. So there's 3 competitors in the over 65 men's overall departments, you know, skiing in all divisions.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And at one stage of the game, Raymond, after round 1, was ahead of Mark Lauder in tricks, which was probably kind of good because Mark Lauder tends to be ahead of everyone in jump, and I thought, well, maybe that's evened it up. But after the second round of trick, Mark Lauder has stolen the gold there as well, so he's just put himself ahead of Raymond. So I'm kind of thinking Mark Lauder is pushing out there and potentially in front of everyone else. But they are all in with a shot for sure. Peter Smith, interestingly there as well, and maybe it's a little bit of a fight for the silver and the bronze, because Peter is ahead of Raymond in jump with 24.7 metres, and I know that the jump scores, when they start to spread out a little bit, there's a lot of overall points involved, so it's hard to reel in. Like I can't see them, either of them, no matter what they did in the other events, reeling Mark Lauder when he's 10 metres ahead of them in jump. But I think Raymond and Peter might be fighting it out here.
And Raymond speed coming in is 51 Ks.
51 Ks, he's from Western Australia. This is the over 65 men's jump event in the 2025 Malibu National Titles, Australian Waterski Titles here at Stoney Park. And here comes Raymond lining up for his first jump. So it's going to be a single cut. Nice yellow bright bib. I do like the Western Australian bibs, that you can really spot them there. Oh, came off the ramp pretty good, but just made a little meal of the landing, but he got it back together, and that is going to get him a number on the board.
I'll give him 10 points for recovery on that.
So yesterday, 21.6 metres was his best, so he's hoping to improve on that, put some pressure.
So you reckon you'll be jumping over 65 pips?
I don't think so. And actually, it's an interesting point. Maybe Sue can help me out with this. What they do with regards to the aggregate in jump, is it your best jump in round 1 added to your best jump in round 2? That's what the score is. Fair enough. Makes sense to me. So he's got 21.6 in round 1. Well, I probably need my little calculator and pen there to work out what we've got here.
So best jump in each round is how we work it out.
Yeah. Best jump in each round is the score that are added together. Did we get a distance on that first one? 19.9. All right, jump 2 for Raymond. Oh, I think that was a little further. I wonder whether he might have put the boat speed up because he seemed to float through the air a little bit more on that one, I think. Took his hand off the handle, so it looked a smidge scrappy, but came up not too bad on the landing. So we'll definitely keep our eye on the distance for that one.
And the second jump for Peter was 21.1 meters, so that is an improvement on his first jump.
All right, a little correction there. 20.1 metres for Raymond Horton. So currently his aggregate would be 41.7. Let's see what we got. He's on the other side of the wake this time. I think he might be going to go out for a 3/4 cut here. Let's see what we got. Or just starting on the other side of the wakes, just giving himself a little bit more width to generate a little bit more speed into the bottom. Might have been a little bit early there. Up the ramp he goes. Not too bad. Pretty good, good form off the top on that one. And not a bad landing for Raymond.
I would say that looked like the better jump out of the three for me.
And we are talking about over 65 jumpers. I think they're all going to get a medal, but they need a medal for still going over that big ramp at over 65 years of age.
Yeah, I reckon they need a medal just for getting those jump skis on.
All right, third and final jump is his best for this afternoon's round of 21 neat, 21.0. So his aggregate score from the 2 rounds is going to be 42.6 metres. And that's what Peter Smith needs to keep in mind down there from Victoria. He has jumped 24.7, so he's only going to need around about 18 metres in order to steal that silver medal position.
And we're all around the country with these 3 jumpers. We've got Western Australia, Victoria and New South Wales. All right, next person up is Mark Lauder from New South Wales.
I think we might have Peter Smith, do we? Peter Smith from Victoria first.
Am I getting ahead of myself?
Yep. And I was just doing a little calculation. 17.9 is what Peter needs to land a jump bigger than 17.9 in order to take the silver medal position. And I think he's going to need a jump of about 45 metres to beat Mark Lauder. That'd be interesting to see.
Stranger things have happened.
So we've got 3 competitors in the over 65 men's jump. Yeah, 3 jumpers in the over 65 men's, 2 jumpers in the over 45 men's, and 1 jumper in the over 55 men's jump event. So that's what we've got ahead of us. Currently on the water, we have got Peter Smith from Victoria. Yesterday jumped 24.7 metres. He'd like to go push his way up to similar territory. Heads straight out for a 3/4 cut. Fairly wide on the boat. Turns in nice and slow. Trying to keep that handle in. Up the ramp. A little bit back on the skis. But not too bad a form for an over 65 jumper.
Yep, nice, safe, solid jump.
Kind of think that might be low 20s, maybe 20, 21, 22. .4 metres for his first jump. So that has already guaranteed him the silver medal position in the over 65 jump event. And I'm starting to wonder once again whether it's going to push the boundaries, it's going to assist him with the overall race. Tricky to keep on top of the overall race. Alrighty, someone is waving some trick sheets in front of me. There's a few people being asked some questions. So for the trick event this afternoon, you've got 30 minutes to come and have a look at your trick sheets. They're going to be up at the bar areas. Apparently you have to buy a beer from the bar in order to see the trick sheets. I think we can condone that.
Sounds pretty fair to me.
But you've got 30 minutes to go and have a look and see where there's been some calculation errors or any problems. Have at it. So Peter Smith on the water for his second jump.
And he skis away nicely. That was a good, safe jump.
Just getting a little chill in the air for this afternoon, Gary, isn't it? I think might have to pop a little jumper on. Alrighty. 24.6 metres for jump number 2 for Peter Smith from Victoria. Over 65 men's jump.
And in case you didn't know the numbers on top of the board, it is displayed 24.6 on the LED screen.
It is. Can you see
on
that?
The jump.
You see it pretty well?
I could just see it in normal when it was coming past here.
It's not a bad little routine, that one, is it? To have to show us how far he has jumped. A little display screen shows him how far he has jumped, so he knows. They've generally got some hand signals from the boat, but in this day and age you get a digital sign in the boat letting you know how far you've jumped. Peter Smith coming in for his third and final jump.
Looking pretty solid. 3/4 cut. Comes off the jump nicely.
I think a little back on that. I think he went onto his heels just a little bit on that one and lost a little bit.
Probably doesn't look as far as the previous jump.
I think that one's going to be down a smidge. However, we'll wait for the score. .4, just a little bit down on his second jump. So we're going to have an aggregate score here of 49.3 within 2 rounds for Peter Smith from Victoria, which cements him into the silver medal position. There's always a small chance Mark Lauder might not ride a jump away, but we also might see a pig flying through the sky here as well, I reckon. So Mark Lauder is going to be our third and final jumper in the over 65 men's jump. Yes, we're here. We're sitting up here. Kind of looks a bit chilly, doesn't it? But it's not really. It's
we better not snuggle up because we're on camera.
Anyway, we are having a lovely afternoon. The weather has held out for us. There's a little bit of jumping. Hopefully we'll have a beverage shortly.
The weather has been particularly good today. There's been a couple of little showers in the morning, but when I was here before, it was pretty much glassed out all day. We can't really ask for better conditions.
It's pretty
can we?
rare that you get an event that goes all the way like it's gone this one so far. I mean, we've got 8 days to go, obviously, so...
Maybe we should have keep quiet so far.
Yes, that's right. But it's certainly been good so far for the overs for this whole event. So we've been lucky on that front. No one can blame any of the conditions for sure. Alrighty, if you want to see some real jumping, you're about to see it. This is Mark Lauder. This is his pet event for sure, and he is the world record holder, I believe, in the over 65 division for men's jump.
Mark's going to be coming in at 51 kilometres.
I should know what that record number is. Does anyone know what the actual number is for that record? Is it 37 metres or something like that? Goes straight into a double cut, so you can see him on the far side of the lake there, slowing down and timing on the 600 ball exactly where he wants to cut over. Tries to come up higher than the boat if he can here. Nice timing for him to cut solidly through the wakes on that right ski and off the top. Gives a little pull on the line, a little kick on the ramp. And that was a nice looking opening jump for Mark Lauder from New South Wales. Mark Lauder being the team captain for New South Wales, leads from the front, certainly in his jumping anyway. And I'd be thinking we're going to be in somewhere in the 30 metre bracket there. Alrighty, straight up 33.7 metres for the opening jump from Mark Lauder, who has definitely locked up the gold medal position for the over 65 men's jump. Now, I still don't know. Can somebody tell me the record? Do we know what the record is that he's shooting for? Is it 37, 36, 35? I should know that number. It would be nice because that's basically what he's shooting for now. Conditions are good. Everything's there. He's got a solid boat, good driver.
And we're not talking an Australian record, we're talking a world record.
Yeah, this is a world record for over 65 men's. I mean, how many people over 65 are still attacking that jump ramp like that and flying through the air for 100 feet, 100 plus feet?
Mark Lauder is.
Mark Lauder is for sure. He's fit and strong for his age for sure. I reckon he's a little higher on the boat this time. Staying out wide there. Driving into the ramp. Ooh, got off the top pretty well, I think, there. Be interesting to see what that is. I think that might have a tiny bit more legs in it than the last one.
They seem to come off the top of the ramp a bit better.
.1, so he's definitely pushing the boundaries. Biggest jump so far of this event. Pretty sure. 35.1, biggest jump of the event. That is a long way to float through the air. 35.1 metres for an over 65 men's jumper. And one final attempt. What's he going to do on the final attempt? Gary Wiedemann behind the wheel there. It's a nice little boat shot, isn't it? To see the action that's going on in the boat. See how they're managing it there. Definitely needs to hold his path in the course. Here we go again. Mark Lauder from New South Wales, team captain. Final jump. Pulling up beside the boat here. Pretty similar look to the last one. Getting down on that right ski. Pulling his way all the way up the top of the ramp. Oh, that was a nice jump too. I think maybe that might even have a smidge more in it. I think he got a smidge more out of the ramp. Maybe not quite as much speed Hard to tell. Similar distance.
But 3 nice solid jumps from Mark.
All right, just about right in the same spot, 34.9 metres. Excellent job for Mark Lauder. Give him a round of applause.
Well done,
That is your
Mark.
over 65 men's jump champion for 2025.
He'll be glad to get those skis off when he gets down to that other end.
All right, so my little calculation here says that is exactly a 70-metre aggregate. So 70 metres for Mark Lauder, 49.3 for Peter Smith, and 42.6 for Raymond Horton. Those are our 3 jumpers that are all going to get a medal in the 2025 Malibu National Titles. All righty, good stuff. It's good to see that's heart in the mouth stuff.
All right, who have we got next?
Well, we're going to have over 45 men's jump. And this is the one that I've been sort of focusing on a little bit. Jamie Craig and Neil Peterson. Neil just needs to scrape. You know what I do need to do? I need to have a look at those trick scores. They would have come through by now. We were waiting for the trick scores on the live scoring because we want to see where Neil is in comparison to Jamie, because Jamie's basically got the wood on him in jump.
Neil's
And,
hometown is Bundaberg. He skis at ISIS.
Men's trick. See those final scores. And Neil did push out there a little bit in the second round, 1,870, and Jamie has got 1,060. So he's got a little lead on him there, which might even it up depending on how this jump event goes. I think it's pretty important here what's going on. I'm not sure whether Jamie's got any more in him. 28.9 is a good quality jump, but he's a nuggety little character, and I don't think he's scared of anything. I wouldn't be surprised if he went further. Whereas Neil maybe is a little larger and he needs to be a little bit more protective. I'm pretty sure he said to me that this is his last year in the over 45, so next year I think he moves to the 55s. I think he was saying that if he could get somewhere near the high 23s or 24 metres even, he'd be excited about that.
So 24 is Neil's PB in the tournament.
Fair enough. And what is his PB in trick? 1750. I think
yeah.
he's beaten that today. It says 1870 he scored
Oh,
today.
well, he smashed it out the
Yeah,
park
so
today.
he's got a PB in trick, so he'll be happy about that. Anyway, he is on the water at the moment to jump this afternoon, but it's pretty important for his race for the overall title. If Neil can get himself up towards high 23 or 24 metres. Yesterday, he jumped 20.8. He had a couple of crashes. Not crashes, he just couldn't ride them away was the issue. Oh, he's ridden that. Oh, he's ridden that first one away.
Bit of slack up there on
Yeah.
the landing.
Landed back a little bit. So he's certainly got a score on the board to start with. But I don't think that was out there where he needs to be. I think that was probably similar to yesterday, somewhere in the 20-metre bracket.
He's a big, solid guy, Neil, as well.
But that's what makes it a bit scary when
Yeah.
you're getting a little older. when you're a little bigger, I think the things start to fold a bit worse.
Yeah, you've got putting a bit more pressure on everything.
Yes. I think I heard back from the boat was at 20.2. Can you see that scoreboard in the boat there, Gary? 20.2, I think it might be. Yes, 20.2 metres. So that's not an improvement from yesterday. That's pretty well in the same park. So we need another metre or two out of you, Neil, to claw your way back in the overall title. Alrighty, jump number 2 for Neil Peterson from Queensland in the over 45 men's jump event. Single cutting, came from the centre of the wake on that one, a little bit wider. Oh, I think that's a better jump. Oh, come on. just had some little
Just.
trouble with landing there. I think that was a better distance jump there.
It
And I
certainly
think
looked a
maybe
bit
lost
better.
the tip. Lost the tip when he on his landing there. It wasn't a bad crash or anything. He just lost the tip and dragged himself into the water there, which was a shame because I think he had a little more in that one. Anyway, he's going to put those skis back on and he's going to have one more shot at it to see if he can improve that score.
Greg, we had a couple of people in the marquee who were asking me a few questions before, and
Who's Greg?
Greg,
Yes?
and they were asking me about jumping. Why does the boat rev as it approaches the ramp? You know the answer to that, Greg?
I do know the answer. I think I was chatting about that yesterday a little bit. There is a jump switch. So when the rope is connected to the boat, it goes through a little micro switch. So when there is pressure on that line, a particular amount of pressure on that line, it activates the switch and it tells the engine that the skier is putting a considerable amount of load on the boat and to add some throttle. And the whole jump scenario, it's quite a complicated little scenario where the skier will give the boat driver a whole lot of details when he's about to ski, and one of them is the power factor, which they put down as a letter. And you get to know where you should be, because if you don't get your letter correct, you can tend to pull the boat a little bit slow, and you have to correct those letters in order to get the boat to the correct time. So people get to know what letter they are, and when they're on the dock, they'll tell the boat what power factor letter they want, and it will apply an amount of power to hopefully hold the boat at a constant speed and not allow it to drag it back. But they're putting as much pressure on as they can in cutting. So if we didn't add some power, they would slow that boat down. All right, just a little reminder to people that we are going to be running some slalom after this jump has completed. And if your name is down on the job sheet to do some judging or scoring in those slalom rounds, if you could please be handy and maybe start moseying your way to the tower. I don't 100% have a list of who those people are, but I'm hoping that you maybe know who you are. I don't even have a list of the slalom that's going to be this afternoon, but we're certainly going to move into some slalom, and if you're judging this afternoon, if you can please head to the tower, that would be much appreciated. Alrighty, we've got Neil Peterson, last jump, third and final chance. Really would like to get up towards 23 metres. It's not looking like it. I'm not sure. Lovely landing, but I don't think he got all of that one there. I think he slipped out a little bit on the ramp, and I think he's going to be in the 20-metre bracket. Still some great skiing, though, because he is still out there giving it a go. Alrighty, so that was the first skier in the over 45 men's jump from Queensland, Neil Peterson. And now we are going to move on to, from New South Wales, Jamie Craig, who I believe has already won the jump event because he jumped 28.2 metres yesterday, and that is already out there. So let's maybe see if we can will Jamie Craig. I'm not sure what his personal best is. He did actually deliver a bio. It's like a separate bio. Whether he might have pipped the 30-metre mark, because that's a lovely, that 30-metre, 100-foot mark. I believe 30.4 metres is 100 feet in the old scale that the Yanks sort of shoot for if you're a 100-foot jumper. Personal best, according to his bio, is 28.2, and he skied exactly that yesterday. So let's see if we can will him through that last 1.8 metres to crack the 30-metre mark. Alrighty, so I wasn't correct. Jamie actually beat his personal best yesterday, 28.9 skied yesterday. So he's got a new personal best. And I know he made a bit of a balls up at the first jump with his timing. Had slack line, had to pass up. I think he's got that sorted out now. Let's see how he goes on jump number 1 into the ramp strong. He's got a lot of speed there. That was nice off the top too. Really nice looking jump for an over 45 jumper. So we just need to will him through 1.1 metres, 28.9 he jumped yesterday. That jump certainly looked nice. I wonder whether he might have just eclipsed the 30-metre mark right there and then. We're about to hear it. Alrighty. Equaled exactly what he skied yesterday, 28.9. Just needs 1.1 extra metre. We just need 1.1 extra metre of you to get to 30 metres. Let's get a 3 in front of this thing here, Jamie. Yep, we definitely want to see Jamie Craig ellipse that 30-metre mark. That 100-foot mark, I believe it's 30.4 metres, is 100-foot in the old scale. 100-foot jumper, then he can say he's in the 100-foot club, but I suppose he can say he's in the 30-metre club if he gets over the 30 metres. So he's going for a full double cut this time. By the looks of things, he is right out to that side, hanging around that 600 ball. Cutting across strongly, bringing himself up in front of the boat. Hanging out wide. I think he's wider this time. I think he's going to have a bit more speed. I don't want him to get out of control. Looks a bit late. Oh, dearie me. I think he might have given himself a little fright there. He was a little later. I think he was struggling to get on. He might have even been thinking about passing and then just let up at the end.
He was a little late on the ramp.
Yep.
Seemed to come off the end of the ramp with one hand.
Gave us a little show. Well, he's given us a little show, woken us up for the afternoon.
He's warming us up for Kenny.
Yeah, but I thought, well, if he had been just a smidge more on time there, that could have been the one that was going to eclipse that 30-metre mark.
Yep, if he had just been in the right position when he got to the bottom of the ramp, it would have been a cracker.
Anyway, we don't want to see any trouble, that's for sure. Skis down my way. I used to spend a bit of time down in Nowra, so south of Sydney. Shoalhaven River down there, beautiful spot. We used to have a slalom course out on the river down there. It's a bit tricky because it's the same as all rivers. They flood occasionally, and it's a smidge tidal down there too. The current does come in and out a little bit, which makes skiing the slalom course on the river a bit tricky. But
interesting fact here, he has only jumped for 12 months.
12 months.
That's pretty good going, I reckon.
Wow. He's got a lot of ticker. He's rock solid. He's one of those, if he punched you, you wouldn't get up routine, you know. He's a rock solid character. Not that he's going to punch you, but...
I know why, because his favourite movie is Top Gun.
Top Gun.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So he's probably got a motorbike at home there, somewhere. He has got a 2014 Maple ski. That was a good old ski.
All right, that's always a positive sign. Jamie's back in the water and ready for his next jump. Look at the conditions that Stoney Park is putting on right now. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, how nice is that when the sun just peeks out from behind the cloud and you get that afternoon sun silhouetting some stuff. Beautiful afternoon.
We've just been informed that the canteen is now closed. If you're still a bit peckish or need a little snack, there is charcuterie boards.
Is that what they are?
How do you say that, Gibbs?
Don't ask me.
Come on, have a crack.
Charcuterie. Charcuterie.
Outside
I don't even want to say it anymore.
Charcuterie.
I've said it enough times.
So there is charcuterie boards available at the bar.
There's plenty of cheese boards, and I liked them yesterday. They've got all sorts of pepperoni things on them, little bits of sausage cut up and everything.
Washed down by mojito would be all right.
They are definitely good. But the canteen's shut, so they're having a rest for the day now. It's all over Red Rover for them. And thanks very much for Viv and Doug and all the crew in the canteen for looking after us, for feeding us. I had one of their hot dogs. I haven't had a hot dog in ages. It's one of those things you don't have that often out of the blue. And I had a hot dog with tomato sauce and mustard, and it was beautiful. All right, Jamie Craig, third and final jump. Hopefully he gets this timing a little bit better on this one, because I think he can do it. I think he can do 30 metres. A little bit of a rattled countercut there, but here he goes. He's lined up, ready to go, coming in with speed. Might have gone a bit too far the other way that time. I think he might have been a smidge early on that jump. Still a good-looking jump, but maybe just shy of that 30-metre mark that we're looking for. I'm sure he's going to get it in the future. If he's only been jumping for 12 months, chances are we might end up seeing 40 metres out of Jamie if Murray Pigney can catch onto him and sort him out. I think what we've got out there is a diamond in the rough. Oh, 29.4, so we are only 600 short. Can't we get a re-ride? Wasn't there a problem out there? One more jump, one more shot at it. Pretty good going there. That is your over 45 men's jump champion for the 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles.
And the New South Wales crowd went wild.
We did have a look at his ski. We were looking through his bio there. 2014 Maple ski. So they were a good, when back in Andy Mapple's day, when he was punching some skis out, they were a pretty sought after little item, and that's probably why he's still got a hold of it. And his trick skis back from 1980, so it's good, some good longevity there. And he's got a question mark for his jump skis because maybe he's not sure what they are. O'Brien jumpers, though.
Looks like he's using everything he had in the cupboard.
Well, it looks like he can ride a unicycle and juggle.
No end to his talents. I wonder if he can juggle and ride the unicycle at the same time.
Maybe he can. That'd be interesting to see. Alrighty, so you've got some sheets through for the little bit of slalom. So we've got probably 7 slalomers by the looks of things, and I think that marquee event, looking at it, is going to be the over 35 women's slalom. Currently in the lead, we've got Catherine Gordon with a score of 2 at 12. She's pretty well. She's got a bit of free territory in front of her there. Melanie Ward with 5 at 14. Tegan Pigden 4 at 18 metres. Katie Pickford 1.5 at 52. And Sophie Seacombe 3 at 49. So the over 35 women's slalom are probably getting warmed up there. We have got one more jumper, the over 55 men's Ken Ito, the one and only Ken Ito. And he's over 55s, and he is really putting some distances out there. I think this is potentially his strongest event these days. Yesterday jumped 31.5 metres, so he's out there.
So get your eyes on the water. Ken is always a bit of an interesting jumper. He's always putting on a show, and he's skiing in at 51 kilometres an hour.
All right, nice strong cut out for a 3/4 cut here. Got his Queensland bib on, silver helmet there, cutting into the ramp. Oh, nice. Nicely pulled over the top of his skis there. That was a lovely jump for him. I'm assuming he's wearing a sling there because really pulled him up over his feet. That was a lovely jump from Ken. Boy, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually eclipses yesterday's jump right on that first one there, because that just looked lovely off the top, didn't it? .31.3 the distance, so it's almost exactly what it was yesterday. Right on the money. So what are we willing Kenny to do? Kenny's skiing on his own in the over 55 men's. What has he got in? Have we got a bio for Kenny? Do we know?
We don't have a bio for
no bio.
Kenny.
So we don't.
I can tell you off the top of my head his PB is 33.3.
33.3. All right.
Which he achieved at the Sunshine Coast probably about a month ago.
All right, so we're looking for 2 more metres because that was 31.3 on his first jump. So we are looking for 2 more metres, or maybe even 2.1, so we can end up with a new personal best from Ken Ito from Queensland, who's the only overall competitor in over 55s as well. So he's going to walk away with a swag of gold medals this weekend for sure. You've got to be in it to win it. It's the motto. All right, jump number 2. Cutting in nice and strong to the base of the ramp. Once again, kind of nicely over his skis. I'm not sure whether he got all of that one and he's in trouble, whether he can get out of it or not. A little bit of a funny landing, that one, and ended up not riding it away. So we're not going to get a distance on that one. There'll be no score, and it'll be listed as a fall for Ken Ito on his second jump.
Ken's local ski club is the Gold Coast, and loves to do a bit of skiing at Waterski as well, on the Sunshine Coast.
Well, that's kind of handy because the next event, the Over 35 Women's Slalom event, is sponsored by the Gold Coast Waterski Club.
Perfect.
Alrighty, so it's a fall for jump number 2. And we're going to have a third and final attempt for Ken Ito. And this is the last jump we are going to see for today. In actual fact, it is the last jump, I believe, for this overs part of the national event, because we're going to be fully completed in the jump event after Ken completes his last jump. And no doubt we are going to see potentially next weekend some 60-metre jumps. I think we've got a few lads up there in the 60-metre mark. Not 100% sure what open jumpers are coming next weekend, but generally they all like to come to the Nationals, so we're going to see some big stuff next weekend.
All right, eyes on the water. Let's see what Kenny can do.
Third and final jump for Kenny. He's out wide. Nicely through the wakes, nicely into the base of the ramp. Oh, yeah, that's a nicer jump. Hopefully he can ride this one away. Yep. He's ridden it away. I think that might have a tiny bit more in it. So 31.3 was his first one. I think we might be a 30 in the 32 bracket there. 32.4 I'm calling. Nah, I'm wrong. I'm always wrong. 31.3, same as the first jump. Well done, Kenny Ito.
Well done, Ken.
There is your national champion in the over 55 men's jump event. Thank you, Gary Pollock, for joining me up here. Gets a bit lonely up here by yourself. It's hard to talk to yourself. Very good, thank you. Don't go anywhere, anybody. We've got a few more slalomers to go this afternoon, so we're going to finish off. Isn't the light lovely? I'm going to make some beautiful photos with that that backing setting sun. I don't know whether that might come into play. Yeah, that'd be lovely. Whatever you want. Yes, please. I don't know whether that sun may come into play or not, cutting into 135 from the northern end there. Anyone with some local experience who skis late in the afternoon here, does the sun come into play at all? Not necessarily, maybe not, maybe yes. Anyway, we are going to see the over 35 women's final event in slalom, and that is sponsored by the Gold Coast Waterski Club. Thank you very much for them. I know they have got a bunch of skiers up there on the Gold Coast that use that facility. It's pretty good. They struggle a bit with, I think, with flooding every now and again. They've been smashed, you know, in the last decade or so, with a whole lot of floods go through there.
Oh, Gold
Slalom
Coast.
event.
I was just down on the dock with
That's
Sophie Seacombe, used to be the president, and she was actually hitting Dan up for some unpaid invoices back from the day.
Did he pull out the cash?
He pulled something out. Right, so what do we got here? Have we got? Is it a tight race?
Well, not necessarily here. It looks to me like Catherine Gordon, who was once upon a time an open skier and skied pretty solidly. I sat here with Gary today and talked a little bit about some of Catherine's achievements in the past. She has got 2 at 12, and I believe she can run 12 on her day, so that's pretty solid territory.
Does Catherine Gordon used to be Humphrey?
Yes, that's correct.
Ah,
Correct.
Catherine.
So she's got a little bit of clear air in front of her. We've got Melanie Ward in the second position from Queensland with a score of 5 at 14. Now she can get to 5, she can run it, so she can conceivably get a score in at 13 metres for sure. And then we move down to Tegan Pigden, who had a score of 4 at 55. So it's a little spread. Katie Pickford 1.5 at 52, and Sophie Seacombe 3 at 49. So they're a smidge spread, this field.
There's a bit of interest there, I suppose, for getting on that podium.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a clear,
There's a clear
leader.
clear first and second to a degree, isn't there? And especially when the scores are combined, unless someone happens to blow an open, and that can certainly upset the apple cart. And we don't wish that one. We don't wish that one on anyone. No, we just accept that it exists in the world. That's all.
Sophie Seacombe didn't get a start speed, but we'll call it 43k, 18 metres.
43 start speed for Sophie.
The rev whisperer before Gary Pollock could tell us by the revs on how fast the boat was going, but he was a bit sort of muddled up because he didn't know what prop they were running, so he had to be.
Understand. Look at those water conditions though, just a little light shimmer, a little light breeze on the water in a couple of places, glass out in other places. So it is nice conditions. I'm only just slightly concerned whether that sun might play a part or not.
What's
Setting
going
sun
through
in the
the
afternoon.
gates behind this Malibu sign? There's a little bit of a ripple. Just the shimmer.
Sophie Seacombe from Victoria leading out at 43k, 18 metre line. Back to slalom to finish the day. We started with slalom and now we are going to finish with slalom in the afternoon. Beautiful conditions on this man-made lake at Stoney Park, Port Macquarie.
Super early for 6 there.
Nice opening pass there for Sophie.
What a lovely way to spend a Saturday, I believe. Is it Saturday or Sunday today?
Sunday, we're losing track.
It is Sunday.
I can understand.
Wow.
You must be retired.
I feel like an electrician. Just don't know what days there are. Every day's double time.
Is that because you're working today? I'd be working on a Sunday. Double time and a half.
We don't care what day it is. We'll rip you off.
Well, you can sit in the dark if you want.
Right. I don't want to throw it out there, but that was a nice opening pass.
So we've got Shorty driving the boat. We've got the boat cam there. It's nice to see the boat cam. Shorty driving the boat. John Adams judging in the boat for the last round of the day. The Gold Coast Waterski Club over 35 women's event. And this is their second round, so we are going to get some decisions here on who's on top of the podium at the end of this round.
46 Ks around the island. Yeah, nice and wide. Nice and controlled. I've seen a couple of those pre-gate pullouts today. Nice control of the line. Not moving too much, is it? Nice and still.
She might be playing it a little safe, starting at 43, does she? Because that 46 looked like that could be an opening pass for her. Sometimes you need a little push along to move your way up the as far as your start speeds go. But that one there looked super easy for her as well, the 46k. So what did she ski? She skied 3 at 49. She skied that so easily, I would be surprised if she doesn't run the 49 on this next attempt here.
So I think there'll be probably a few people, maybe there might be a few people kicking on tonight. I'm not sure how many, obviously the over 35 women event concludes with this. Who else? Over 55 men if you're over 55 and you're a man.
Yeah, well, I think they're done and dusted.
So there might be.
We've had 2 rounds of everything in over 55s. So it's really potentially only the over 35 and over 45 slalom tomorrow, I think.
And over 55 women also. Got a few of our Queenslanders, Lorraine, Hode.
Oh, fair enough.
She's
Yep.
got a ski.
Cool.
And I believe disabled
They
might be on
could have run
tomorrow.
that this afternoon.
So you and Marky D could be out on the town. Righto. So 49. So we want to sort of get her through this pass.
She got 3 in the first round, and hopefully we're going to get all the way through it this time round. Oh, stood up at 2 ball. I thought she was coming in not too bad. And that's all she wrote. 2 at 49k.
Righto. Next skier. What are we thinking about glare? Georgie, do you want to just swim out to 5 ball, look across to 6 and give us a up-to-date report? Is there a bit of a glare? Tower 1. What are we looking at from 5 to 6? Pretty glary. Thumbs up. Thumbs. Not bad.
Bit of a shout out to the Fox and Chrissy sitting over there having a margarita late in the afternoon. Thumbs up to you. I can see that margarita. I won't be far away from joining you.
See Marky D. Must be checking a bit of the diff oil out the back of that ute over there.
Alrighty, next on the water we have got another Queenslander. Katie Pickford skis with us up our way, far north Queensland. Did very well in the tricks. Actually, I didn't see Katie's score. I'd like to see Katie's trick score.
Yes, she got bumped her last 2. So if she got her last 2, it would have been a PB. But I think it
did. She crack 3 grand?
I think it was 2.9 again somewhere.
Fair enough. She skied well, and she probably just didn't get in time for her last couple of tricks, which might have put her into a new PB territory. Anyway, she slaloms as well. Slalom has never been her favourite event, but it's growing on her, I think. And she skied 1.5 at 52 in the first round, and she's been running a couple of 52s up at home. So
she did crack it, 3,060 points.
Oh, 3,060, so she'll be happy with that to crack the 3 grand mark. Anyway, she's on the slalom ski now, and she will be starting, I believe, probably at 46k. Might be 49.
Gate was good. Dan's up here. He's brutal on gates.
Looks a little faster, actually. I think she might have started at 49. We'll have to listen to that radio on the way back. Anyway, she's going to run it, so happy days there.
Right, Katie will be happy. I know she went over to the Oceania titles, and, you know, when she come across to 6 ball, there were 3 large black swans in the way, and only 2 flew away. So Oh,
Alrighty, so
up
she
the
did,
ante.
she did start at 49, and she's run her 49k opener, and she's going to be coming back at 52. Yesterday, got 1.5 balls at that 52, and I'd love to will her through running that whole pass. We know she can. Conditions are beautiful. She's lovely and settled.
She definitely has put some time and effort over the last 18 months after heading over to the Worlds and then Oceania titles, and been skiing pretty regularly, you would say.
She gets around.
We know we love her. We know we love having her at Ski North tricking. I'm usually the first to put my hand up to drive.
All right, here we go, 52k. Queensland, we have got Katie Pickford from far north Queensland. She would love to run this 52k pass. She does it in practice every now and again. It's not a given, but she's had a pretty good start. Oh, a bit tight around 2 ball. I thought she was sort of on it there. Just turned a little tight. I thought she could have kept a hold of that handle there, though, maybe. But anyway, it is what it is. 1.5 at 52. She's got a carbon copy from the first round. And it's going to leave her, I believe, probably in 4th position. Images look great with the sun setting in the afternoon there. What do we got there as she goes around that ball? Just drove it in a little bit too tight. Needed to push her hips up and lean back and take the speed there.
Right, Team Queensland. Hope that's not a drink that you're leaving the designated drinking area with there. Hey, yes. If I'm not allowed to have a drink up here. Right, we're just making sure. Thanks, Emma.
We're just trying to keep everybody safe.
Righto. Right, so I suppose if Tegan opens, if she runs an open, I'm going to clearly say she's locked in a bronze medal.
Yes. 16 metres
Whoa.
there.
Confirming. 49.16. Yeah, that's fair. Good. But, as well, here we go.
So she probably runs through 16 all the way. She got to 55 and didn't run 55.16. So it's listed as 55.18.
I did remember that yesterday, actually.
All right, so she obviously enjoys that first shortening a little bit more, the 16-metre line rather than the 18-metre line.
So we got 49.16. Is that right? I think that
49,
was yesterday.
49.16. Trouble. All right, here we go. Heading down the course, not looking too bad. 49k, waiting for 4 ball there. Over to 5. I don't think she's going to have any trouble with that.
Have a look at those conditions.
There was a little bit of conjecture potentially about the gate. Be interested to see what we've got on that front. But nothing sneaks past these judges, so if there was a problem there, they'll let us know.
Righto, here, let's have a look here on what we've got coming back through. So we've got Dan, Eagle Eye. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that, Dan. You're gotta.
It's just close to right-hand gate ball there.
You know what they say, what has an impact on your eyesight?
Do tell.
Sun glare. I don't know if glare is, like I'm looking out that way. So 49.16, but we know if we don't get up to that top speed, we'll revert back to an 18 line regardless.
All right, they did confirm from the boat there that they are going to be coming back at 16.52 now. All right. Alrighty, Tegan Pignan on the water now. 52.16 coming back on her second pass. Sun might be a little nicer from this direction, not sure. All right, a little narrower too, but in good shape though, still skiing. Holding it together around 4 ball, heading out to 5 ball.
Looks
And
pretty
back over to
tidy.
6, she's definitely going to run this past no problems. Well done, Tegan Pignan from New South Wales.
Righto. For a toasty.
Alrighty, Tegan Pignan coming back 55.16. Would like to get through this one. I think she got to 4 ball in the first round on this one, and that reverted her score back to 4 balls at 18. And if she could get 2 more balls, then that catapults her up into the 14 bracket.
I think this is 55, so
Yep.
we're at top speed now. So
This is 55.16.
Mel Ward, yes. Right, so 55.16. Lovely 1 ball. A little slow out of 2.
She looks on it though. She's maybe a little late, but she's on it. A little
Gotta
late in the
go
4.
now.
She's going to need a big 5, and she's a righty. Can she get a big 5 out of
Oh,
it?
she's going to...
Oh, I think that's what happened. She was just a little bit too much, little too much needed out of 5 ball to get across there as a righty. So that is going to revert her to 5 at 18.55, similar to what she scored first round, but that is going to cement at a bare minimum the bronze medal position in the Gold Coast Waterski Club over 35 women's slalom event.
Yeah, and I think, like, looking at Mel Ward's, our next skier on, Doc 5 at 14, probably just an opener.
Yeah, not sure what she's going in at, but I tend to agree with that. If she just runs an opener, I think that will just about cement the silver medal position. And I'm not really thinking too many people are going to knock Catherine Gordon out of that top spot either. But you never know what's going to happen in the world. Let's just see. We have still got 2 skiers in this over 35 women's division to ski. Only got 2 skiers. We heard any word on the over 70s or over 65s. We're not sure whether they may or may not going to ski down on the dock. I can't from that shot.
I think we're only, 10 minutes to 5. 2 skiers. Sue does make a lot of passes. Freddie probably does make a few as well. Pretty consistently. Plenty of light though.
Yeah, I think so too. We're kind of used to chewing up all the light up our way, aren't we? Right to the death.
Good old bug run.
Yeah, and we would feel like we've still got half a dozen sets in us with the light like this.
And it's not raining.
Yes.
Right, Mel Ward. Been doing a ton of work on our social media. I think she definitely oh yes, true, wrong Mel. There's Mel's and Shane's, and she was down taking a few snaps of Dan with his board and his budgies on before on the jump dock, so the ring girl. Here we go.
Melanie Ward from Queensland. Opening pass 52.16. We heard from the boat there, so likes to start at the shorter line length as well. Slightly slower speed. I'm half considering giving that a go myself. She's making it look pretty good.
Wow.
And there she goes, 52.16, and assuming she definitely got through that 16.55 in her first round because she's got a deep score of 14. So she runs 14 fairly regularly.
55.16 now. So lovely shots from our replay. Glass out. Little silhouetting action.
I think that sun might have just gone behind the mountain or the cloud that's over to the west there.
Yeah,
So
no glare.
yeah, I think the glare will disappear, but I think the coolness will drop in on us. Have we got a fire running today? It'd be lovely to have a fire tonight. Maybe tomorrow night's the night for the fire, isn't it? So we have got
Don't
the
burn
present.
all our
We've
wood.
got the presentation night tomorrow night. I think it starts a little early. It's like
I heard
3:30 or something like that. So it'll be like an afternoon occasion. That'll be kind of nice in a way. And then, you know, the hard asses can carry on till the wee hours. But I kind of like the early start for the potential early finish. And you
Yeah,
can
there's probably a few people hanging around for the full week. And they will have to hit the road pretty early-ish.
All right, we've got Melanie Ward from Queensland, skis at the Gold Coast Ski Club, coming back in at 16.55k, her top speed. Lovely one ball there. Waiting for two ball. Nice out of two as well, making this pass look beautiful at this stage of the game. Nice body position, pretty good at four ball. A little late at five, but I can't see it going wrong from here. Well done to Melanie Ward getting through that pass. So I am now positive that is going to cement her a silver medal position.
At
And if she
worst.
could, if she could work her way through, you never know, she might work her way through the next couple of passes and put some pressure on.
Well, that's right. You got to put a score on the board to start with.
It's a bit of a funny thing sometimes. I don't think they can hear us down the dock there, but when you're a bit of a league ahead and you only need to achieve a small amount to win, sometimes that can play in your head.
Maybe
It can
we
play in
need
your
to see
head.
a sports psychologist.
Yes, I know. I'm sure they can't hear us down there. I'm only speaking from experience there.
Yeah, I don't think I've never been in the position where you've had the lead though. Four banger and a sanger. No, neither did Randall. So here we go, 14 metres.
Alrighty, she got 5 in the first round. Is she going to sneak right through this pass in the second round?
You know, a few
not-
back at 13 is going to definitely put a bit of pressure on
Yeah,
there.
that's right. That's going to be a little bit, isn't there? So let's see what she can do. 14 metres. You can't get any better conditions than this.
Lovely.
Pretty good one ball.
A little long for two, but she's going to have to go now.
Yeah, maybe a little narrow,
Oh,
but she's in
broken.
it. Oh, she's still
Oh,
around
she's
4.
still
She's still
having a crack.
fighting. If she can throw it around 5, yeah. She just squeaked around 4 ball. No chance of getting back over to 5. That's still a pretty good consistent skiing. So 5 in the first round, 4 in the second round. And that is a solid, at least silver
Right, so
position in the Gold Coast Waterski
probably
Club
going to
over 35 women's event.
predict that Catherine will start at 16, being into 12 metres.
I would think so.
So if she starts at 16, that will probably
Yeah.
put her run the pass,
Yes.
and that'll give her the win.
I'm pretty sure you're correct there. That will that would be enough for her to win comfortably.
Righto. Staying away from the shore.
Alrighty, we're about to get started with the final skier in the Gold Coast Waterski Club's over 35 women's slalom event. It's going to be Catherine Gordon from New South Wales. In the first round, scored 2 at 55.12 metres, so the only skier in the over 35 women's who got through the 13 metre line. The only one that even got a shot at the 13 metre line, and she ran it and got 2 to boot at 12 after that, so she is clearly in the lead at this stage of the game, and by our calculations potentially only just needs to get through this opening pass, and she's going to have that gold medal in her hot little hand. So on the water now, Catherine Gordon coming in 55.16. All right, nice looking one ball there. Double pumped into 2, so she's got plenty of time. She's got a little double pump action in her style there, which is a nice, shows a little bit of control, right on time. That's the way she sort of dials out her rhythm, and that was just like a clockwork pass, that one there. 16 metre line under her belt, and I think that locks in the title for her. So let's see where she can go from here. Light's starting to fade just a little bit now that the sun's gone behind the mountains, so it probably might disappear pretty quick. I could see somebody down on the start dock there. Might have been.
I think they were going to go with Freddie next.
I'm pretty sure I saw somebody down there getting geared up, so it might be Freddie.
Well, it is pretty quickly light. We were talking about no issues with light, but
she's faded away a little bit now. The sun's gone behind the clouds.
So
or behind the mountains, I reckon it's going to be.
I don't know. I think if you're all warmed up, all had those little jitters for the last 20 minutes, knowing that you're about to ski, would be nice to probably get. Nah, we'll do it tomorrow. All right, here we go.
Catherine Gordon, 14 metres, 55k. Skied it comfortably in round 1, and the next one in round 1. Let's see how she goes here. Boy, lovely one ball. She just turns right on the backside of one ball. Tight line, comes out of there beautifully. Left foot forward skier. Around 4 ball nicely, just right on time. Waiting for 5 as well. That is some beautiful skiing.
Lovely.
In the over 35 women's. I'm pretty sure she could, well, I'm sure she could. She could still compete in the Open. Maybe, well, I'm sure she's here with... Well, Gary was saying that one of her kids is skiing next week in the unders, so she may have been able to throw her hat in the ring for the Opens, but just decided to ski the over 35s.
Let's have a look at our start list for next week's Opens. Is it up? So that would be interesting. Who would be, you know, who's in our Opens? I don't think we are up. Sadie.
Yeah, Sadie's up there, so Sadie will run 11 on a day, won't she? Ruby has been known to run 12. I think she ran 12 last Nationals, didn't she? Ruby Salvo.
Open women. Oh, Open women's tricks. What day are we looking at their first round? Saturday or? Open women's 6 skiers. Oh, yeah, Sadie. Ruby's a couple of 12 herself, isn't she?
Yeah, I'm sure Ruby ran 12 last Nationals.
Yeah.
She ran it. She'd been wanting to run it for ages. She got one under the belt and she was excited about that. So, all right, but at the moment we have got Catherine Gordon back on the water. Just skiing to show us how to do it. This is the 13 metre line, 55k. She ran it in the first round, got a couple of 12. Can she run it again in the second round? Maybe not a great 2 ball, but I think she's made some ground back at 4 ball. On track at, or 3 ball. She's on track at 4. She's going to get around 5. She is going to run that 13 metre line again for the second time, no problems. So there is going to be another score in at the 12 metre line. Now, I know in a day she has run 12 before. She's got scores at 11, Gary was telling me, so she's capable of it.
Yeah, just
think she's been
So-
off a game for a little while. She's had a family, had a couple of kids, so that's
Yep.
it's hard to come back from that. But she looks pretty fit and strong to me.
Yeah, just technique so strong through the back of the boat. Lovely hook up out of 3 there. Just onside, just dropping bombs.
Yeah, she's had beautiful one balls all the way, hasn't she? Let's see if she can have a beautiful one ball at 12 metres here. Get a start on this 12-metre pass.
12 metre. I'm going to probably have a guess. Who would hold our over 35 women's? Would Emma Shears be up there, perhaps?
Record-wise,
Record-wise, didn't she do something at Waterski there a few years ago?
Karina Nolan. Oh, you're talking about over 35. women.
Over 35,
Yes,
yeah.
good point. Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know, to tell you the truth. Who are some of our champion skiers from years ago? We had a lot of good slalom skiers many years ago. Tony Neville, Karina Nolan, I know. I don't know whether she did anything in over 30s, though. What do we got? What do we got? We got a one ball. Oh, too good. And she had to have a double pull for it. She had a tight line turn at one ball, and then it just unwound. It took the line away from her, but it was so good that she could still get to 2 ball, but she just couldn't get out of 2 balls.
Have
So
a look
that's
at a bit of a high side out of 2.
yeah, turned
Like,
so
lovely
I
one.
think maybe she turned too tight because it unwound her. It took the handle away from her. Too tight, grabbed her and opened her up, but she could still
Double
make it to
pulled.
1.
Yep, clearly round 2. Just trying to wash a bit of speed. Very good skiing though.
Alrighty,
And
she definitely is our over 35 Gold Coast Waterski Club slalom champion for the 2025 Malibu National Titles, Catherine Gordon.
right. Few quick, didn't they now? Dan's had on his all day. He's on. His jumper on. He's on. Dan's had his on. So I said, not on his. Dan had his on. Right, so we have 2 skiers to go. The bar, I believe, was on a bit of a short time frame tonight, so everyone looks like they're settling in though. Coops. So Coops is off. He's done. He's like, here we go. Right, so got Freddie Douglas. How did he go first round? 5 at 40. Didn't grab a start speed. I think that was I think he missed his opener. Yes. Come on, Fred. Oh, he's right. There you go. Well, I think at 70 plus years old. Right, so Freddie is already at top speed, returning at 16 metres. How good's that? Top speed over 70 men's. Coops, you're nearly in that category. What is it, 49? 49. Let's go 49. Surely you got to give something at 70 years old. 52. 52. That's pretty impressive. 52. Coops, well, there's no holding out for 2 more years for that category. 75. Is that a new bracket? That'd have to be a new bracket. But he'll have to wait another year then. Okay, Freddie coming in 16 metres. 52 k's an hour. Oh, beautiful one ball. Backsides it. Lovely two. A little out the back on three. Come on, Fred, go. Oh, he's there. And he's got a hook and go. Oh, he's given it everything. Sell it, Freddie, sell it. Right, we will go 5 at 16. Five at 16. Okay, we have Sue Crisp, last ski for the day, and it is definitely getting a little short on light. Sue Crisp. So 49. Right, Sue start speed, 49k, 18 metres. Right, out, sits up nice and high on the boat. Sue's done a ton of skiing this weekend as well. Looks like a nice opening pass for Sue. 49 k's. Sure if that's top speed. So that 49.16 return. So Sue's top speed 49. What's the predictions for tomorrow's weather? Similar. So early start again, 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't think we're going to have to spend as much time tomorrow. It'll be a fairly early. It's just going to be marquee over 35, over 45 slalomers, isn't it? Is that what we've got tomorrow?
Yep.
And anything else?
Yeah, over 55 women. And
cool. Yep.
Our disabled slalom skiers as
Disabled slalom skiers as well, is it?
Yep.
Fair enough. So there is a few events on.
Righto, so Sue coming in south side, 16 metres. One back onto the handle, nice and steady, over to 3. Bit of a walk in the park, 16 metres. Well, a little slow out of 5, but not a problem. Sue's first round was 4 at 14. Probably wanting to run this pass. Not sure. PB territory. Right, 14 metres, coming back in. Did get to 4 ball in round 1. So, see if we can get her through this pass. Okay, Malibu settling in. Sue dropping in. Nice out of 1. Skis continue to run along. Out of 3. Oh yeah, she's there. 4. Around 5. This looks pretty good. And that is, oh, take the hit. And very impressive 14 metres. Do we have a, what is Sue's PB? Yeah, I think. Righto, Sue coming in at 13 metres. Didn't get any feedback from a PB, but pretty happy. Yes, good point. Right, but that will be a 2 at 13. And she's probably got a few PBs through the 1 at 12. Wow. That is very impressive. But that is the end of the day. Thank you, everybody.